Good morning, surf fans from all over the world. Welcome to Oceanside, California. This is the ISA World Para Surfing Championship on a glorious day. We still have swell in the water. Conditions are looking silky smooth. This is going to be another amazing day of competition because every day has been like that. As you see, the water is being cleared out as we speak. We're going to send the first division out. This is our sit division, our men's sit division. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. Anthony, the last 4 days have been so entertaining, so inspiring, so much enthusiasm in the lineup, and some seriously big scores. I think we're going to see more of that today.
100% as we see the men's sit division. That will be our first heat up and riding. They're just finishing up a couple of warm-up waves. Good strategy. Get the jersey early. Go out there and get a couple waves before the heat starts. Here's Jeff Munson from USA. Just cruising right there. Jeff been in this event many times, former champion, and we're excited to see the performances out there today.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Hey, Chris, Anthony, we're also joined by Liv and Shannon, who will be here this morning. So the sit division is going to be another really cool display of technology. You know, we see throughout the entirety of this contest, high-tech prosthetics, surfboard designs that are tailor-made for the athletes. And this is going to be more of the same there. You see all 4 of these surfers right now sitting down in these kind of modified kayaks. These are definitely not your uncle's kayak. These are brand new 2025 edition. I mean, these are some seriously fine-tuned machines. And it's going to be cool to see what these surfers are able to do on them, because we already saw in the warm-up tail slides, deep bottom turns straight up into the lip. So you're going to see high-performance surfing. And here we have a look at the conditions. What are we looking at today?
Looking at a slightly smaller swell, 2 to 3 feet, still coming from that south-southwest direction with a little bit of north mixed in as well. Winds light at 3 miles per hour coming from the northeast, mostly later in the day, slight offshore right now. And of course, the big topic for the week has been that tidal change from a 6.9 high tide at about 8 o'clock this morning, going all the way down to a negative 1.4 later in the day after competition ends. So basically, today the tide going down after 8 o'clock for the remainder of the day.
All right, so good signs, good signs. The tide's going to be on our side. Some of those afternoon heats in the previous 4 days of competition, a little bit sus. There was some closeouts, but the good news there is that our surfers made the most out of every wave that came through. So we're going to have 5 surfers to start the day today. Guillaume Collin, Chris O'Burrell, Jeff Munson, Ishima will be representing Japan, and Juan Manuel Camacho Solano. So we have Costa Rica, Japan, 2 surfers from Team USA, and a surfer representing that Power Pack team of France, who are returning medalists. Will they do it again? What do you think so far?
Well, we'll have to see. Guillaume from France, Guillaume Collin, looked fantastic last year, and he is back again with that top seed. One legend missing from the lineup, Felipe Kizu Lima from Brazil. We heard in one of the interviews, I think you were doing that interview, where I forget who it was, but they informed us undercover that Felipe is having his first child, so that perhaps is why he's not here. So big congrats to the legend, one of the kind of pioneers of this men's sit-down division. If you check out his Instagram, I mean, he's pulling into huge tubes, throwing airs. These athletes are very progressive on these wave ski type of boards that they're riding.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to watch, and I got to give a lot of credit to our judges. It's one thing to just judge a high-performance surfing contest, but our judges have been judging through over 9 different categories of surfers, so 9 different divisions, and this is obviously a totally different look than, let's say, a prone 1 or a kneel. This is basically almost a whole new sport. It still is the act of wave riding. They're still looking for speed, power, flow, commitment, a high degree of difficulty in your maneuvers. They want to see you do your turns in the most critical part of the wave. So it all falls under the umbrella of surfing. It's just pretty cool to see all the different crafts that have been ridden throughout the week, and more of that to come. The schedule is packed today. We're going to see some of those round 2 heats go out in the water. We've already seen the team standings start to come into a clearer picture, and so far Team Japan's been looking real good.
Team Japan's looking solid. Team France trying to back up their 2-time championship team wins over the last 2 years. Team USA with three previous wins, three previous wins, and they've got a strong team hoping to win here on their home turf. But don't count out Brazil as well. They've won the team title as well, as we're just getting underway. And just want to add on to what you were saying about the judges judging all the different divisions and classifications. And it was awesome hearing in an interview yesterday, Jose Martinez from Team USA dropping a huge heat score with 16.63. And he was talking about, he was saying, hey, all the pros and locals, we rip too. And I think it's easy to see when people are surfing well on whatever craft they're on. And that's what the judges are doing. They're looking for the same sort of thing. It doesn't matter what you're riding. They want to see you committed to the waves. They want to see speed. They want to see power. They want to see a good flow.
So we're on.
There's Jeff Munson right there from Team USA. He's on that TL board. That's Tyler Lawson. Tyler, one of the top wave ski surfers in the world, also a great shaper. And Jeff Munson winning back in 2020. He's trying to get back to the world title hopes. So this division, there's 5 surfers. They're going to surf 2 rounds. This is round 1. And then the top scorers will move on to the final, which will be a 4-person final. So over the course of 2 rounds, one of these surfers will be eliminated. France, 2 from USA, 1 from Japan, and Costa Rica as well.
Slightly less consistent than we saw on the previous few days, but we've already seen a few nice looking sets roll through. The Pier Bowl right, of course, will be activating throughout the day. But I think with the decrease in swell, we could see the playing field just spread out just a little bit. You know, at high tide, it kind of feels like everyone is really focusing on the right that's going into the pier. But as the tide drops a little bit, we saw those lefts through the mid-morning and midday really start to run down the line. That's where we got a couple of our biggest scores. So no waves ridden yet, but 20 minutes in these heats. Here's your schedule for the day. We're already here on Wednesday, so this is day 4 of competition. By Friday, we're gonna have our finals day and our closing ceremony. And from what I've heard and seen firsthand, the parasurfing community likes a good party. So after that closing ceremony, watch out Oceanside, because these men and women are going to be taken to the town. It's going to be a good night. We have 32 world title holders returning, which is amazing. So many multi-time gold medalists, and our 2 most successful competitors in the history of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, Victoria Fage and Bruno Hansen. So Canada and Denmark providing our most successful surfers in this event.
Oh, there you go. The team work coming in right there, getting a nice little warm-up, loosen-up massage. Team Japan. You know, that's the great part to see about this event in particular, is the teamwork aspect. Not only the pushers and catchers and spotters for the athletes, but also the team managers. We heard from Team Italy, they brought a chef. So one of the youngsters on the team for the first time was excited about that. I actually got invited to go have some pasta right before I was doing an interview.
I heard you invite yourself.
But I never, that was the second time I invited myself. The first time, but I forgot to go get the pasta.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
I invited myself again. But
Fail.
Team USA has got their trainers down there, some physios, and still waiting for our first ride.
I saw yesterday at the end of the day, the Irukandjis made a kind of a human tunnel, and their athletes were coming through, and you heard that chant. I mean, you could hear that all the way in San Clemente. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. It was a great way to end the day. Kind of re-energized everyone on the beach. So we're at 15:45 to go. No waves ridden yet. We'll see what the cadence of the ocean provides this morning. There's the crew. Takes a village of experts to run an event of this magnitude. There's 4 of them right there.
Harrison, Alex, Tyler, Harry, the director of operations, making it all happen. Tyler, they're the ones that I like to call them the firemen, because anytime there's not a literal fire, but something happens, you know, lose power or whatever, they're the ones that are scrambling. When they're sitting enjoying like that, that means everything's going well. So those guys make it all happen. Thank you guys for bringing all these competitors from around the world, judges from around the world, and announcers from around the world as well.
All right, here we go. So we could have some action inside of 15 minutes. And now we're officially on. Jeff Munson, a veteran here in the sit division. Nice roundhouse cut back there. So it's almost like with these wave skis, yes, they're engaging the fins, but they're also using the paddle as a directional tool. So it's almost like a bonus fin that they can use. And you can kind of tell that once these surfers build that momentum, they are going to be flying. We're going to follow the left here. This is Colin representing France. Nice little tail sliding snap to start this wave. You can see momentum building down the line. He is speeding on this left-hander. So the left's open for business. So Guillaume ripping his way into that one. Excuse me, that was Solano. So we have our first look at an orange jersey. That was Solano in the previous wave. This is Colin from France. Nice little tail slide from him. See the rocker in the nose. And oh, we got to see a good little glimpse of the fins. So you can tell that by shifting their weight forward and back, they can activate the fins or release the fins. We're probably going to see some 360s, some big tail slides. But a great start there for red, orange, as well as Munson in green. Giving the judges something to think about early on.
What a great exchange there. And so many points that you hit on with the paddle being helping with the directional change. That allows them to have the smaller fins. Jeff Munson loves throwing in those 360s, not only on the inside, but he'll crank a 360 right off the takeoff there. You see Becky, CEO of USA Surfing, and the rest of the crew down there, Go Team USA. And what an exchange. I think Guillaume might have got the best of that, showing the most critical turns. We saw Juan Manuel getting a long left. As you were mentioning, the lefts were on opportunity yesterday, providing some of the largest scores of the day as the tide was getting lower. And I think as the swell gets lower, drops as well, it's not as hard to paddle out on those lefts. So the first day when it was big, the rights, you basically had to go on a right so that you can have an easy way to get back out to the lineup. The lefts, most athletes were avoiding them, but the lefts also weren't that good. Yesterday, as the tide and the swell was dropping, the lefts were providing a lot of scoring potential. And Chris Oberle from the United States, the only one not to get a scoring ride. And there is a little bit of a paddle battle between this competitor from Japan, and I believe it was Jeff Munson again on a second ride, or perhaps it was Chris Oberle.
It looked like something was going on the right.
Yes.
As we followed the two surfers on the left, there was something happening on the right, which I'm sure we'll get a visual on. Yes, this is a family-friendly event. Come down. And if you're a Padre fan, you're even more welcome. What's up, everybody?
Oh, how cute was that kid? And he's too young to realize the Dodgers just won the world title.
We don't have to tell him yet.
So there you see 4 of the 5 surfers in this heat. The judges working out their scores. And I'd like to share with the viewers back home that the judges, each surfer has their own instant replay camera, not the cameras that are on the webcast. So the judges can watch the waves like in that split of the peak. There is a right, there is a left. The cameras follow each surfer as we look at, oh, here's that split of the peak. So that was Chris Oberle from the U.S. on the inside. And if I was the judge, I would say that that was an interference. The start of the heat, there is no priority. So the surfer that is closest to the peak, which in my opinion was Chris from the USA. And here's a replay of Juan Manuel from Costa Rica. A lot of turning here. Just little check turns, nothing super major, because he had to really race down the line on this wave, using that paddle, using the rail, pulling out there, and great opening ride, Juan Manuel Camacho Solano. And action is non-stop. And here you see Guillaume Colin with a 7.5 on this ride, and you can see why. Beautiful turn off the top, and again, screaming to the bottom. And a great job here, he was trying to pull out of this wave, and the whitewater took him all the way in. So all the surfers on the board, and we're waiting to see if the judges make any calls. There you see the red triangle. That was a pretty easy one to call.
That was pretty clear. So basically, if a surfer is impeding on the ability for the surfer closest to the peak, generally speaking, as there was no priority allotted for those two surfers as they took off. So if you're new to watching surf competition, basically our priority system works. When the heat starts, no one has priority. No one has their right to pick any wave they want. But as surfers start to ride waves, then our priority setup comes into play, and you're going to start to see numbers pop up next to the surfers' names, basically meaning if you have the first priority, you can take any wave you want. No one else can even really look at that wave. You got to stay out of the way. And in the case of Ishihara and Oberle, that was just a basic, the rider deepest towards the whitewater had the right of way, as there was no priority set up yet. So a mistake there for Team Japan early on with 9 minutes, 10 seconds to go. There's a chance that Ishihara can surf out of this, but he'll only have the option of taking one wave score with him, which is actually going to hurt Team Japan in their overall score.
That's a great point. And the rules in place, because it's kind of a bummer for Chris, who actually had a good wave. And as the rule states, if you're interfering with the scoring potential, and so 10 minutes have gone by, and Chris was only able to score a 2 on that wave. So he still gets scored, even though he was dropped in on, but he couldn't execute the turns that he'd like to do because there was another surfer in his way. So I think it's a great rule, but it still impacts the surfer who had the interference happen to him because he doesn't get to go and rip on the wave.
Yeah, it's a double bummer.
A double bummer.
There is still time. We will see throughout the day. Tide's pushing in for just a little bit longer, and then it's going to do a race back out. You know, the tide, once it starts dropping here in Oceanside, I mean, it goes quick. You sit round 1, heat 1, and this is what the surfers are looking at from the water. It's a pretty clear priority situation. I mean, those are about, what, 3 feet high, those letters, so.
Mentioning there's one judge who it's this judge's job to only watch the priority. He doesn't watch the surfers surfing the waves. He just watches the lineup to see who's taking the last wave, if two surfers are paddling. His job is to look at the priority because the other judges are watching the waves and trying to score the waves. So it's been great to see the evolution of surf judging. Obviously the surfers and surfing evolves, but so has the competitions and the judging and scoring criteria as well.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're interested in traveling the world, watching the world's best surfers, going to really cool places with really cool people, the ISA does have judging certification. You can check out ISAsurfing. I mean, we're talking about world championships on the line with every wave you score at this particular event. But, you know, you get to come to places like Oceanside, El Salvador, Japan. You travel the world as an elite level surfing judge. But it's not easy. That's why there's not an event. Dig into isasurf.org. There is something for everyone if you want to get involved in competitive surfing on a global scale. But you have to be with us on our goal to make a better world through surfing. That's the one caveat.
Stories through the course of the day, and the world's best parasurfers giving it all in the 2024 last year, and now it's coming up. So this is a post from a few days ago, and ISA Surf is on all social media platforms, and at ISA Surfing, there's tons of information. The event, there's all the photos in order from the names of the athletes with the photographer's name, so you can give them photo credit so that the family, friends, and sponsors can download them. They're available for download.
Deep paddle for your surfer in orange, representing the Puerto Nation of Costa Rica. He's in. Solano, sticking to these lefts. And look at that speed burst, straight from the jump. He's flying down the line, trying to identify the most critical section of this wave. Kind of bypasses that turn, a little side slip boogie there. But a good high-speed line from all the way on the outside. Now he's trying to fight his way out of that wave. On the, you know, they're thick. They're pretty light given their size. I mean, they're made with advanced materials, as we see. Ishihara, nice cut back on this right-hander. Straightens out, in control Unfortunately, just style, confidence. You know he's ridden thousands of waves and ridden them well. An absolute legend in this discipline of surfing. Wave ski, surf ski. Yeah, I mean, you could in their garage that they bring out once a year to go to the river. These are finely tuned surf craft.
And very difficult to ride if you try to sit. If a normal person tries to sit on those, or a person that's never sat on one, you're going to go right
Good
over.
luck.
And they actually have like a seat belt on them, so the riders are strapped in, and they've got little handles to help propel them forward. And I've been on these and surfed on them, and they are not easy at all.
You know, in the late 70s and into the 80s, you'd see these boards being ridden around town every once in a while. And I feel like it became kind of a lost art. So I love that the parasurfing community has taken to these. But Colin, Team France, that's 750. So you think of what Colin did differently than Solana, right? A little bit more movement, a little bit more energy, and just a couple more maneuvers down the line. You know, we saw flashes of his tail sliding and his opening turns. And this is a replay.
Whilst ripping, you can see Munson getting the rail involved there. And nothing spectacular as the 7.5 from our surfer from Canada. And there you see this shot from the pier. I love this shot. Beautiful bottom turn there. Would love to see him crank that a little bit more into the pocket. But Munson just enjoying his day right here. You can see him
coming to this inside. Nice redirect there. That was a critical maneuver. And it looked like he was going to try to finish with something a little bit radical. But there you see. So the seat belt, the feet strapped in, just another added element of danger. There's a lot happening on every single wave ridden. But this was a good one here for Team France.
You can see him look right and then go left. He's fading. And a great fade right there to stay in the power source. And this turn right here.
And Oberle now. We'll see. I feel like Munson maybe just taking that wave, went straight. Didn't look like he was in attack mode. That's his teammate, Oberle, who needs a 5.66. A rough go there for Chris. I mean, he had that opening wave that looked pretty good, but it's just unfortunate that Ishihara made that mistake and dropped in on him. And for Ishihara, he did get that priority. There's our, I mean, that's our James Bond.
He almost smiled.
Yeah.
Jeff Munson, a nice, fun guy to surf with. They have these wave ski division in Australia. They have them a lot. They call them goat boats.
Yep.
And the wave skis predominantly there as well. And it's a whole different discipline of surfing, and great to see it included in. Kind of looked like Jeff just went straight and let Chris Oberle get this wave. Nice looking wave for Chris. Of course, he's
looking for a 5.66. Yeah, this one, I think the score has dropped 4.07, but great surfing.
Great surfing, yep.
All right, that's going to be it for our sit division for the men here in round one. And we'll be right back.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused, very short with 2 fingers on each hand. I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
and trust me, you will get a lot out of your day. You're going to work. As a volunteer for CAF and for the ISA, you're going to work. And speaking of working, we got 3 surfers in the lineup right now. Everybody involved early on. Surfer in red, Alana Nichols, Garbazov coming through. So 20 minutes on the clock. You got 1 surfer from Team USA, 2 surfers from Team Hawaii. And first wave for Alana looked pretty nice. She had some good speed down the line. We got Alina in blue, Alana, Alina, and Mira.
Elena Nichols from Team USA. Of course, one of the most decorated athletes in. Oh, thank you, Dolphins, for showing up today. We appreciate it. We missed you the last couple of days, but we heard you were on a surf trip down south in Baja. Elena Nichols has some great sponsors as well, like Toyota, like Yakima.
Oh, not bad.
And of course the High Fives Foundation, her and her partner Roy Tuscany, starting that, helping athletes around the world. And Elena, the only starting off her para-athlete career as a basketball player, played wheelchair basketball, fell in love with it, learned to surf, learned to ski, and learned to rip in everything she does.
You know, we had this conversation. I have a podcast called The Monday Mass with friend Todd Richards, and we had a question come in from a listener. We recorded the podcast last night. Basically, the listener saying, like, who are some of the best multi-sport athletes along the lines of Sean Palmer, legendary snowboarder, right? And immediately my thought came straight to the parasurfing community. Every bio you read, pro para surfer, also pro para skier, also mountain climber. Also, you know, the field we have is just so dynamic and so multifaceted that I really encourage anyone out there watching, Teams button. Click that Teams button and start to read some of the bios that we have for these athletes. And trust me, every single one of our competitors could and probably should have a documentary made about them. Just again, the personalities, the skill levels, and just the vastness of what they do is really, it's like nothing I've ever been a part of before. You know, 2 or 3 realms. It's a really diverse, eclectic, and super talented field we have here today.
And the ones that aren't, as you look at a replay from our surfer in blue, that's Alina Garbuzov with that 5.67, and here's why. Nice sized wave right in the pocket there. And that bottom turn was great to get up to the top, and she had to navigate this wave all the way to the pier and didn't want to do anything too critical because the wave was moving so fast. And Elena Nichols right behind her on a smaller wave, cutting all the way back into the whitewater. Elena waves in the event, and rightfully so, was in a lot of the marketing last year. What an incredible video to watch that, and then seeing the still photos from that is simply amazing. So Elena with a 5.0, and Alina, we saw her wave as well. But even some of the athletes that have yet to participate in a winter sport, that's kind of on their next to do. You were talking about Freddie Matamone wants to get into skiing, and I think they become so, with the limitations they may have in some parts of the body, it maximizes how well their other athletes, and it is incredible to see the variance in sports that they do at such a high level.
Oh, for sure. I mean, talk about the right attitude and perspective these athletes bring with them. I'm reading Mira Nelson's bio. She's got cool sponsors herself: Southwest Airlines, Access Surf Hawaii, and Florence. So getting the hook up there. And her biggest achievement is being called Mommy or Mama. She makes jewelry, biking, singing, and she likes chasing her kids around. And I love her quote. She says, "I have this fire in me to come back I've had as a mom." So Give it up to Mira Nelson. She surfs at Ali'i Beach Break. She was born in Eagle, Idaho. So again, you know, get the documentary going. I want to watch them. I want to watch them all.
That'd be a great series of documentaries that if you're out there and you're thinking, hey, I have this extra money and want to do them, Chris and I are beautifully crisp. The morning is, the colored jerseys just popping on that shot, the sun coming up behind us, and there's Josh Bogle, Team Hawaii, cheering on his two teammates. And his trusty pup.
The official mascot for Team Hawaii. Hey, good luck charms work. I've seen it in the past. Inside of 12 minutes now. Alina in the lead with that 5.67. Nichols second with a 5. Yet to see Nelson activate her powers, but you know it's coming. 20 minutes feels like plenty of time once you get out there, but.
And Alina, our heat leader, she's also a scientist as well as an athlete. And a lot of these surfers have these amazing stories in their professions and their different fields. I know many of them with PhDs and many of them starting foundations. Some of them are teachers as well. And she actually studies spinal cord injuries. And it's just, it's amazing to be part of this event. And those of you that are watching, you should be sharing it on your social media and letting your friends know all about it, because this is the most inspiring event that I know of, and these athletes are all extremely fun people when you see them on the beach as well.
A lot of artists in our field as well. You know, you see a lot of people in there. It's 15 seconds left, and we do have the winner of our first heat of the day on the glass now.
Wrapping up here on the sand, the first heat of the day in the men's sit division, we have Guillaume from France. And talk me through that heat. It was a little bit slow out there. How did you manage?
It's no waves for like 5, 6, 7 minutes. So we had to wait, paddle around, do the strategy position with 5 people in the water. But then the waves came and it was fun. Good wave.
Awesome. You got a 7 and a 6. Talk me through that 7. How were you able to capitalize on it, especially since there weren't too many waves coming through the lineup?
Yeah, I just took 2 waves in the 20 minutes. So the 2 waves were good waves. I chose to go on the left waves, all the way to the beach, actually. So lots of turns and making most of the...
Your team is pretty stacked. So how's that going?
It's going very well. They are just behind us to support me, even for the interview. And there are 18 of us, so it's a full great team, and you can see the atmosphere in the team. It's like that.
Oh, absolutely incredible. What would you like to say?
Quand je serai rentré.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Liv Stone on the sand, getting the best out of our surfer representing France. And I love, you know, the behind the scenes element right there. And, you know, Guillaume just bringing the heat with 18 incredible athletes from Team France. So that tells me they really want to win. And we've got Mira Nelson. Kind of a light water, hoping for a reform. Fades it back to the right. Now just trying to get out of this wave. So nicely done there for Mira. Her first wave ridden in this heat. She only needs a 5.01. Not easy to right yourself on your craft, strap back in, you know, with all this water, doing everything it possibly can to throw her off her board. Looks like she's making quick work of it to get back to the takeoff zone. So we'll see what the judges give for Nelson there. I believe it comes through at 2.33. So everybody in the mix now.
3 surfers in this division, and this is the 3rd year of this. I'm just going to surf with the men, and a couple years later we have a new division. So those of you that are thinking about getting involved in sit-down surfing and parasurfing, contact one of these ladies, contact the High Fives Foundation or the Challenged Athletes Foundation, and they'll get you on a wave ski and get you in the. The ocean is a great healer. It's a great way to. Here we see she just got caught a little bit on the top right there, digging the rail. She would have been right on the face of the wave had she gotten into it earlier. She knew she was behind, so she tried to a couple more paddles. It's like surfing a reef break where you just need those 2 extra strokes to get into the wave, and she was that close to having a great scoring ride.
Here we go, your surfer in red. Lena Nichols, big turn out the back on this one. Nice tail sliding snap, so just completely raising the level. Unfortunately, digs that inside rail and goes down, but the damage was done out the back. That is no doubt going to be your higher scoring wave. This is speed, power, flow, just in a package. Hand it over to you,
This
Anthony.
was radical. Boom, right there, opening it up, and then straight into another turn with limited action into another turn. There was nothing in between those turns. That was a combination right there. She just went turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, executed perfect bottom distance assistance to get back on her board, and she's stoked. You can tell by the way she's paddling. That wave was very, very well ridden.
Oh, she's all fired up. She should be too, because the score is dropping, and it's a big one. 717 for Nichols. Now she's up into the double digits, running away with this one. 12.17 total for Team USA, fending off, and Mira would need a 3.35 to get into the second place position. They're trying to get as many points as possible for their overall team standings and to help get themselves to the next round. So as you see, you know, we have 5 male surfers in the sit division, 3 in the female sit division. So this is kind of, for all intents and purposes, our semifinals right now. Trying to find our finalists. An amazing crew of photographers, you know, obviously expert elite level drone pilots as well, and the production crew has been on every single second of the action. Our editors, our cameramen, directors, producers, teamwork. 15 seconds left. Stakes are high. Alina and Mira need to try to fight for some more points, and I think we're going to see a right. Big carve down there. You can see her just trying to muscle her way through back onto the open face. Now side slips into the white water. But a well-surfed wave there for Garbazov. So her second, she didn't have a second scoring wave, so that's going to help her out a lot, all the way to the sand.
And you can see her at first. She looks like she's going left. So Lena Nichols using her paddle and her rail.
Those good tactics there, holding, not only playing offense but defense as well, holding off Elena right there to, you know, minimize her potential on that wave, but also give Alina a shot at getting a few points, and I think she's going to be rewarded for that one. The turn out the back was pretty nice, and she was going plenty.
Good sized wave as well. And just want to throw out a couple things about the High Five Foundation as we are checking one more replay. You can see them, they looked at each other as well, and then they just let Elena let her go. Elena let Alina go.
If they were free surfing, they probably would split the peak, but
Yes.
there's a world title in the line. You know, you got to do everything you can within the realm of good sportsmanship, which that was a 9.67 for her heat total. Not a bad way to start the day.
Not a bad way to start the day, your first heat of the event. The nerves running for a couple of days, watching your teammates compete, and later heats, some enthusiasm going into their rounds. We have a couple of round 2s today, so possible elimination situations for some of the athletes. High Fives Foundation has dispersed over 12 million since its inception in 2009. A little over 1,000 athletes have been served from the High Fives Foundation. Over 1,800 grants, and just huge amount of effort and resources put into helping athletes better their lives, but also improving para sports.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to spread the message. Yet another division. We're going to be sending out our round 2 of our men stand 1. So these will be 20-minute heats. And, you know, just more at stake here in round 2. It's could be one of your final opportunities to build your overall team standings. And we've got some superstars of surfing. Ant Smith, Clement Clavad, Saguru Nara, and Yvonne Rohr. Argentina, Japan, France, and South Africa represented here. All 4 of these surfers put on a great show in their opening round. I'm excited to see how this one shakes out.
Well, we had a variety of, I wouldn't say strategy per se. The first day was survival mode, basically, in attempting those waves. Yesterday, it was wave selection. And today it's going to be about positioning yourselves for the waves that you would like to catch in order to have the best chance at scoring the highest. So 3.5. The first day we had 2 hours of competition, and this is our 3rd full day of competition. Conditions drastically different.
Tactically sound decision from Nara from Team Japan to stick to this inside. Almost looked like that wave was going to fade his way. Bypassed him a little bit, but I like that positioning. He's going to have a really good, clear view of what's happening in the lineup. And there's nothing wrong with being a little bit sneaky in these heats, especially at the beginning, to put yourself in a good position. At least start off strong with a good score, and that's exactly what's happening now. Nara, Team Japan, with 17:50 seconds left, plenty of time to go. This could be a big heat for Team France and Team Japan, who are no doubt in that upper echelon of overall team standings.
And we almost have 3 different kind of, USA has, if not 18, close to it, Team Brazil. And then you've got that second tier of teams that are building. Italy has several more athletes than in previous years. South Africa is one of those teams as well. There's Elena Nichols getting her help from the water safety team. So right there, we see one of the kind of on the right side, that's Adam Land, along with Jim Russell. They lead the team of volunteers, working hard for 2 days prior to the event, training everyone, because you can't just show up and go out there. There are special techniques for getting these athletes back, and they also have to let everybody know the rules, because they can't interfere and push when it's not a division where they're allowed to assist in that fashion. So huge thanks to Adam, Land, Jim Russell, and the water safety crew doing it hard the last couple days with the big waves.
On his mid-length, I like that a lot, because you can tell this board is nice and loose, but also stable enough that he can almost kind of toe the line, literally, between a longboard and a mid-length. So kind of doing some shortboard style pumps down the line, a couple good little snaps. His positioning in the lineup is pretty good, because you can tell no one's even looking down there except until now. You see White going, oh, wait.
And there is Saguru. I love that cross step that you were mentioning again. And that's not going to score a whole lot of points, but it sure does give us a whole lot of pleasure.
Oh, yeah.
And it's aesthetically pleasing to watch. Showing some style. And style, you don't get points necessarily for it, but I think any way you can make the judges smile, they're going to enjoy that. And we see Yvonne trying to get into that one, just using one arm to get into, paddle into his waves.
Now out the back, we've got Clement Clavad having a look. Ant Smith in this heat, representing South Africa. He is a 2-time world champion. You know, he surfs up and down the coast of South Africa. He loves J Bay, but a paddle. And he's married to Bev. They have 2 cats, and he's a photographer by trade. So give him a follow on the gram. Check out some of his beautiful photography. And now we see some action from Clavad. Went backside on this right. Got into this one. So he's going to have a score on the board there. Passes by Yvonne Rohr from Team Argentina. There's Team Japan watching closely as Saguru Nara has improved his scoreline, 317. Here we go. Ant Smith. Just one turn available there. Made the most of that wave, which closed out pretty quick, but fortunate news for Ant is he's right by the pier, so he'll hopefully be able to make use of that conveyor belt that'll kind of pull him back out to the takeoff zone.
I think he had one additional wave right before that, so he's sticking busy and using that. You kind of get into a little pattern of just surfing right into the rip and going right again, and especially if the other competitors are on the inside. So Ant Smith doing a great job wearing the red jersey. So this is round 2, so heat number 1, the surfers would have been ranked from their team placings from last year's competition. Now here in round 2, the surfers are ranked or seeded according to their own heat scores. So the red jerseys we'll see in this heat number 1 and heat 2, they were the 2 highest seeds. So Ant Smith, the number 1 seed going into today's competition. So there's 8 athletes in this classification. 4 of them are going to make it into the finals. So they're going to take a combination of their top 2 waves from either round 1 or round 2. And Ant Smith looking in a great position and surfing well today also.
You know, Jesse Bellauer in his interview a couple days ago said, you know, quadriplegic surfing is hard. I mean, surfing in general is hard. As anyone who tries to learn it will tell you, this is a really, really difficult sport to learn. You know, and now you try to do it with one arm. Try to do it visually impaired. It just makes an already difficult sport activity that much harder. And that's why I think these surfers deserve so much credit for what they do. Already doing this hard activity, but made harder through what they've gone through. But they all make it look easy, which is kind of a paradigm shift here. 11:40 to go. Let's go down to Alana, the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Liv.
Yep, we're down here on the sand with Elena Nichols taking first in the women's sit division for the second heat of the day here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Elena, walk me through that heat. It was a bit tough out there, a bit grindy, not a lot of waves coming through.
Yeah, what a slow heat. We saw the conditions this morning when we were watching the men's wave ski, and the sets are few and far between, and so, honestly, it feels like I got 2 good waves in that whole heat. I knew I needed to move a little bit inside to see if I could catch some of those closeouts on the inside, and I luckily caught a good one on the inside and was able to up my score. So, yeah, it was slow, though.
Yeah, very, very slow out there, but you were able to capitalize, no doubt. Elena, you have gold medals to your name, so how do you take that past experience now into the rest of this competition, and how does that fuel your campaign?
Yeah, I have had the wonderful opportunity of winning a few of these titles. I did, however, lose the title last year to one of my good friends and like a mentee of mine, and it just is such a great reminder, like, you're never done, you're only as good as your last wave. So I'm just out there trying to better myself as a surfer, and whatever happens in the end is how it shakes out.
Love that. What would you like to say to friends and family back at home?
I love you, my son Gunnar and my partner Roy. I love you guys so much. I can't wait for you to be here. My sister's watching. I love you guys. I'm so grateful I get to surf and do all this fun stuff. So thanks for your support.
Awesome. Good luck the rest of the comp. Back to you guys in the booth.
I loved watching Elena's last wave, that huge score, that 3-turn potent combo. That was just brilliant surfing, and yeah, there's a reason why she is a champion. As we see now, Clement, better looking wave than his opening 183. Saw he had some room to work down the line on that right. So 9.5 left. Score starting to come through. Ant Smith, 227 and a 1.6. Highest single wave score for now is Nara's wave, where we saw him do that cross step. So in my mind, I'm thinking that, the flow element that the judges are looking for just helped out a little bit with the show of style there. And late takeoff, but right to his feet. So Nara on a screamer towards the pier.
Bouncing a little bit on that board, cross-stepping again.
Guy wants to cross step. We'll take it all day long.
Here's Ant Smith, number 1 seed going into round 2, coming off the bottom. Great turn there. throwing spray on his competitor, which is a bonus. And I love that carve right into the white water. Gets nice and compact. Can see him bouncing a little to get a connection to the inside for one more turn. I think that's going to better his scores for sure. That was the best wave of the heat. And seeing a replay of Clément Clavad from France. The goofy footer going backside, avoiding his competitor. Great job there. And he finally gets out in front of the whitewater, cutting back into that as the wave doubles and triples up on the inside.
And that was cool. That was one of those little inside Absolutely right. 717.
Yeah, it was that second turn right there. That combo was spectacular. And yesterday he had 767 and 743. So that's not going to go into it. Look at, he's right on the rocks there.
360 into the rocks.
That is awesome.
You know, South African surfers are just built different, right? I've yet to see a South African surfer show any sign of fear. And, you know, for Ant, who had already done damage out the back on that wave, he just kept going. You'll love to see it.
It's like Jay Bay when you're hitting that inside section right into the rocks. I say it like I know that I've seen it on TV.
Well, you know, with a gold medal in the line, it becomes a by any means necessary type of situation. So that was Nara representing Team Japan, trying to get up on that left, and the wave kind of just collapsed around him, so he couldn't really fight around that one.
So Suguru Nara currently in 5th place from yesterday's scores. He's bettered his position. Both of those waves are better than his 2 scores from yesterday. So he's going to bump up. Clément Clavad was in 4th place. And those waves right there, he's going to better one of his waves. So now is where it all kind of factors in. And we don't have all the math and all the stats down here, but we really are interested in how it's going to shake down. And so just to keep reminding you guys out there how it works, once we get into the semifinals of some of the rounds, it's a regular advancement of a finals situation or semifinals in some divisions.
Well, we have 6 minutes, 14 seconds left. Ant Smith in the lead. Suguru Nara in second. Clément Clavad needs a 4.44. And Ivan Rohrer, representing Team Argentina, needs a 7.34. So we got a big day planned today. The stars of the show yesterday are women's prone. Some of the highest scores we saw of the entire event went down in the women's prone division. So I'm very excited to see what happens in round 2 of the women's prone 1, which will be coming up after the next men's stand 1 heat. So plenty of action all day long. See the Ivan Rohrer. I mean, he's still going for it. He's having to fight against some of this whitewater on the inside to get himself back around towards the pier where he could potentially get back into the outside takeoff zone. Look at that. I mean, he's just running back to the takeoff spot. And out the back now, you see Ant Smith making his way through to the inside. Good, solid speed section to work with. Goes vertical on his forehand again. I mean, come on. This 2-time champion is back for more. And it looks like we could be seeing a board switch for Ant. So he has a 7.17. That way it felt like it might even be better.
I think it was better also. That second turn, the first turn was fantastic. The second turn, I thought he was going to hold it a little bit longer, but he saw that wave was running away from him, and he kind of just checked it at the end to continue on. And how's this? This is when you're really in tune with your surfing. He's gotten a couple of really good waves, but then wants to change boards to get even higher scores. And there you see the 8.67 dropping for Ant Smith. Wow, he is absolutely on fire out there.
Wow, that's a huge heat total. 15.84 so far for Ant Smith, and he still has just inside of 4 minutes to go to potentially get himself back to the lineup and get another one of these right-hand gems. So this is that last look for Ivan Rohrer. It's this whitewater ride. And nearly getting to his feet there. I mean, it's just impossible not to cheer for all 4 of these surfers. But this way for Ant Smith, I mean, what a gem. That's why this score went up into the near excellent range, Anthony.
Yeah, he's in the perfect position right there. Just snaps it under the lip, and he carried all that speed for that turn. That was the money turn. And then just keep it going, putting a little icing on the cake there. Ant Smith is in great form going into round 2, and so he's going to carry this momentum into the finals. I mean, he's in a great spot. I hate to say that he's for sure going to advance, but he's the top seed. He's bettered his scores. I'm pretty sure he's going to advance and carry the momentum into the finals.
If you're dropping high 8s and backing them up with 7s, you're doing something right, and you are definitely on your way to a potential finals day berth. So we do have 4 medals on the line per division: gold, silver, bronze, and copper. And with 2.5 minutes to go, Ant Smith running away with this one. Suguru Nara has made it a heat, though. He's kept him honest. He's going to try to get rid of a 317 at least. Clavant, though, you know, his previous heat, he had some solid scores. Unfortunately, though, for Team France, he's just been a little out of the rhythm of the ocean right now, unable to get those set waves that Ant's been getting.
Yeah, Chris, and going back to what you were saying about the women's prone divisions yesterday, we had those flurry of heats where it seems like everyone was scoring in the good to excellent range. We saw Sarah Almagro from Spain with that 8.83, the highest single wave for a female in the event so far.
And I got a selfie with her right after that. I became a huge fan.
Your fan list is growing.
Oh my God! I think that 4, 5 of the waves of the day came from that women's prone division. So I think the anticipation is building as we run through this stand 1 division. But watch out, Suguru Nara, absolutely flying down the line on this right-hander. Gets the inside section. Can't quite complete the final maneuver, but wow, speed burn. That was great surfing. You see, he just left a little bit on the table there, but I think he's most likely going to get rid of that 317. I mean, speed is never going to go out of style, and this is about as fast as we've seen a surfer go all week long.
And what a great looking wave, and he does a fantastic job. You can see him position his feet, and he's racing for this turn here. Great turn, and just a little bit of a bump right there. You can see that bump affecting the turn, mistiming it a little bit, and he would have loved to have closed that wave out with that final turn. Nonetheless, epic wave for Suguru Nara from Japan, and it's always good to end with a good wave in the heat rather than having to paddle in. So he's bettered his position quite well, putting him in a good position to make the final.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreline now, it's got to feel good for Ant Smith. Not only did he get the heat victory, but he comboed the field. A statement win for Ant Smith, representing Team South Africa. But give it up to Suguru with that 9.5 total. And Clement Clavad, 4.73. And Yvonne Rohr, I mean, this guy showed a lot of heart, a lot of character in this heat. He never gave up. You know, he fought through that entirety of the 20-minute heat. So that's a win in my book when you can show that type of grit. Yeah, not a lot of points for Yvonne, but definitely a lot of spirit. So that's going to be it for men's stand 1, round 2, heat 1. Big things happening for Ant Smith. And we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more of men's stand 1, round 2 action. So don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome to day 4 of competition. We're in Oceanside, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's another glorious morning with perfect little waves rolling through. The swell has dropped off a little bit, but man, it is looking so fun. We've seen some big scores dropping already in competition this morning, as we have seen the first 3 heats already underway. We're now into our men's stand 1 division, round 2, heat number 2, with Camilo Abdullah, Davi Lima, Maxime Clarkin, and Jacopo Lucchini out in the lineup. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Liv Stone. Liv, 3-time parasurfing world champion. It's great to be with you today. What do you think of the conditions out there?
Yeah, it's obviously a lot smaller than the first and second day and third day, so it's like gradually getting smaller, but still waves on hand. I mean, we just saw an 8 come through for Ant, so conditions still good, still favorable for morning heats, I would say, especially since of that higher tide. Was just talking to the water safety crew. They said it's a king high tide, so we have a 7-foot high tide this morning, which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
And so there's a bit of backwash going on, and that inside section towards the pier is getting pretty gnarly, but I'd kind of prefer that rather than a drained out low tide, because they can make turns out there and at least have some open face. So the earlier heats are definitely going to be a bit more favorable right now, and the wind seems low throughout the day. So great waves on hand today.
Yeah, potentially more scoring opportunity now than there will be later this afternoon when that tide starts to drain, like
exactly.
we've seen the rest of the week. Now, I know you had a little walk around this morning, chatting to some of the athletes in the athlete zone. How's everyone feeling out there?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's day 4 of the comp, so it's getting the stoke is still very high. However, it's getting very intense. I was chatting with Sarah, who's in the Prone 2 division a bit, as well as Jacopo from Italy in this heat that we have coming up. I would love to share some really interesting facts about him throughout the heat, but it's getting intense. I mean, like, we're getting closer and closer to that Friday of crowning world champions. So definitely a different energy, I would say, down there. Still stoke, but I think the opening ceremonies, everyone's on this like high and just so excited to get in the water. And now it's like, it's go time. We're getting into second rounds. It's crunch time. It's when every wave matters, so you can feel that intense energy.
That's right. That leaderboard is sitting there, and second round we'll be finding out who's actually going to be advancing through into either their final or their semifinals, depending on the number of heats within the opening 2 rounds, the number of surfers overall. In this division specifically, stand 1, we just have 2 heats in each of the qualifying rounds, so 2 heats, and this will finish out before we head into our women's Prone 2 division, which means that the top 4 surfers out of the 8 in the field will be advancing directly into the final, and they will officially be medalists. It'll just be that battle for who's going to walk away with that gold medal specifically. We've got 16.5 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach quickly. Check in with Ant Smith, who had an incredible heat for Team South Africa.
Ant Smythe from South Africa, congratulations. Top seed going into the day, and you crushed it out there, 8.67. I want to ask you about that 360 at the end of that wave into the rocks. You're just throwing everything, caution into the wind?
I don't know why I did that. I have to say it's probably because I kind of I'm that type of person who likes to get inspired and needs a pump. And I knew where I was. I wasn't in danger, but I thought, let me just throw everything. It fires me up, you know.
Yeah, it fired us up too. It's like a closeout maneuver at J-Bay into the rocks. That's what I was thinking. And then I want to also ask about the board change. So you got that 8.67. There's about 6-7 minutes to go, and you swapped out your boards. Can you tell us about both boards and why you swapped them out?
So the waves look really good, but when you get out there, and I rode a few, they're really burgery. There's no lip to play with, and I just wasn't feeling it on this board, on the other board. And coming off the top, I think I fell on one of the waves. I was getting stuck. So I decided to just change up because I need to carry confidence into the final. And I wanted to give this board a go and see how it felt. So it really was a strategy move. It wasn't to try and get better waves. It was just to feel it out.
Well, great job. Congratulations. And any final things you'd like to say to anyone out there?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my wife who's behind me here for all her support. It's selfish going to chase world titles. And the people around you support you, my family. I really appreciate everybody's support to letting me chase my dream for as long as I can, And then our team, our coaching team. It's just, I've got a warm, fuzzy feeling about all the support I get. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ant Smythe. You're a legend. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. What a legend, Liv.
And winning his second heat of the Parasurfing World Championships here. And he just brings so much stoke, and I just love every conversation I have with him. We were playing air guitar down there on the beach waiting for my next post-heat interview, and he had the South African flag. I had the mic, and we were just, like, jamming.
So good. Well, out in the lineup right now, we have just really small scores. It's been a pretty slow start to this heat, 14 minutes remaining, so 6 minutes without too much really taking place. Maxime from France has just a 1.70, and then Camilo has a 1.07 for Team Portugal. Davi and Jacobo have not taken off on their first waves yet. But you were saying that you had some interesting information on the Italian.
Yeah, so I saw him earlier in the week, and I saw that he had a paddle on his arm because he's missing his hand on one of his arms, hence why he's in stand one. And I'm like, oh, that looks like a very similar paddle to me. So I went up to him this morning before his heat and just asked him some questions, get to know him a little bit more. I've never met him before, so wanted to kind of break it down. Apparently, he's a 3-time Paralympian. So he's a snowboarder.
Incredible.
So cool. And this is like his kind of second love for sport. And so he's been to 3 Paralympics for snowboarding, and surfing is like his passion project almost. But he did say that he's really hoping that parasurfing does get into the Paralympics because he would switch sports and go into parasurfing over parasnowboarding. Very fascinating there. And I asked him a bit about his paddle that he has on his arm because it was so similar to mine, and he says that it's just an able-bodied paddle that people use for, like, in the swimming pool, which is exactly what mine is. Instead, it actually has adjustable straps on it. He's Davi paddling for a wave there. It's super hard to catch waves this morning. So
yeah, it looks really challenging out there to get into it. So a couple paddles, nothing ridden yet. We'll see if our surfer in red is able to get into this one, or maybe green even because he's a little bit on the inside. See if there is some live action. And here we go with Maxime up and riding. Nice little redirect on the takeoff. Goes in for a first big snap on the lip, and he'll kick out. So score to drop through. And that is really interesting that it is such a similar type of paddle to what you're using, Liv, when you're out there surfing.
Yeah, I was actually even so impressed that I'm like, I think I kind of might want to try it at some point. I want to order a paddle very similar to his because it's an adjustable strap rather than mine are just kind of like bungees, and then sometimes they get loose and I can't tighten them very well. So super interesting setup from the surfer in white.
As we take a look now at Davi Lima up and riding, nice couple pumps to get into this wave and a great section up in front of him. Incredible opening turn, sets it around. I mean, this board is looking so nice as he's putting it on rail and just comes in with a nice clean third turn, which will finish off that wave straight in front of Jerson, one of our water photographers out in the lineup. So there's gonna be some nice shots of that wave without a doubt. Let's take another look at it here, Liv.
Yeah, we actually didn't think he was going to get it. So hard to paddle into, but streaming down the line and just opens up with a nice hit off the top and then does a sweeping cutback, throwing so much spray, streaming down the line. Once again, check off the top, and then he has a really nice floater. Super, super well-surfed wave from our surfer in red. So that'll be super interesting to see where that score goes. I'm thinking it's gonna go in the 7s if I would have to guess, because Ant had a pretty similar wave on this very similar size wave going right. So thinking he got an 8.67, Shannon.
Oh, wow. What a way to kick things off for Davi Lima, just 15 years old, out of Natal. And he is a surfer and a swimmer, loves spending time in the water as much as he possibly can. You could really see how comfortable he was on his equipment as soon as he made it around that first section. I'm sure he's one of those surfers that's just in the lineup as often as he possibly can be, as we have a quick look there for him on another ride. We got a little pulse in the action at the moment, so he might be looking to back it up. 8.67 to kick things off for Davi. And Camilo now on the inside live. He's gonna just let that wave roll over his back.
Yeah, I saw Red on the beach getting pumped for his heat. He had his big headphones on, looked like he was totally getting in the zone, coming in at this competition at 15 years old. I'm sure there's quite a lot of pressure coming in so young, so new. However, it doesn't look like that's phasing him. He has so much confidence. There's Sarah from Team Spain getting ready for the Prone 2 women's division.
They'll be coming up next as we just waiting for those last scores to drop through. We got a 3.33 on the board as well, but let's take one more moment to appreciate the 8.67 from Davi Lima.
Right up into the lip, throws the tail, kind of a bit of a layback and a swooping cutback, and throwing a ton of spray and up into this little floater snap. Very creative. I love the use of different use of maneuvers, the variety there. He had a snap, a cutback, and a bit of a floater, so the judges definitely rewarding him on variety of maneuvers there, which is definitely a criteria, because the judges don't necessarily want to see the same swooping cutback maybe 4 different times. So he was able to use 3 different really awesome maneuvers on a wave that didn't really have much on offer, and he was able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I love that. You know, talking to the types of maneuvers the judges want to be looking for, showcasing variety in your surfing, it shows that you are well-rounded in the sport, and that is really important when it comes to competitive surfing. As we got a paddle now from Jacobo. Great effort to get into that one, just unfortunately unable to. He's just got, you know, those couple zeros next to his name so far, hasn't been able to get into any waves. He had a 2.13 to 1.33 yesterday, so, you know, if he's able to get up basically on that open face, he'll be improving his score lines likely. We do have an improvement from Maxime Clarkin with that 3.33 from his scores yesterday, and that's going to come through as his highest score overall. He's also got a 3.07 on the board. So that's going to help him with the potential to jump into that top 4 conversation live. And for our surfer in the red jersey, that has dropped in as the highest wave for him with that 8.67. So that's definitely solidifying his position to be making it through into the finals.
Absolutely. And when we saw in the previous heat, Ant did drop 2 solid scores of a 7 and a 6. However, Davi coming in with that 8-point ride is going to be the highest in the division thus far. So super impressive from the surfer from Brazil, 15 years old. And I know Maxime, I was talking with him earlier. Gosh, he's grown up so much since I first met him. He was just a little grom when he was first at Pismo. So he's grown so much. Talk about the evolution in general of parasurfing from a young grom to now really ripping. His equipment is looking so good under his feet, and I've seen him throw a ton of spray in warm-ups and connecting really well with his turn. So I'm sure he's going to be just a little bit frustrated sitting on that 3.33. He wasn't able to get much of an open face there. He's just got to be patient and wait for those waves to really open up rather than scratching in, trying to catch something that may not look that great just to get a little bit of a wobble on the outside. So wave choice is definitely going to come into factor, especially with Jacobo, which I'm sure now he has 6 minutes left. He hasn't been able to get on his feet, so looking to scratch into anything as as best as he can. Those waves in general, Shannon, are really tough to catch out there with that king high tide right now. You almost have to position yourself right under the lip, just like Red's doing here.
Yeah,
not able to get into it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Putting, you know, that positioning just to be a little bit farther on the inside, even though you're looking out and seeing that those sets are coming, it's like that tricky thing where you get sucked too far out and then the waves aren't actually going to break. So we're going to have a look here from Jacobo. He's not going to be able to get into that. Again, that's just a great demonstration of the fact that that wave is breaking so much farther in than what it looks like. And as I say that, we get an actual decent set and everyone's then caught too much on the inside.
Exactly.
This might line up really well for Surfer in white. To have a look at the left, he needs a score. It'll be his first wave. He's able to get into it. Nice couple paddles. Oh, unfortunately, just can't quite find the momentum to get into that wave. And that's a frustrating moment, Liv, when you're out in a heat.
Oh, no doubt. With less than 5 minutes on the clock, I have definitely been in that position where I've just haven't been able to start my campaign out there. It's been super frustrating. But there's 4.5 minutes. He still has more than enough time to get 2 waves. But what's hard about that is I usually try and get a wave really, really early on, even if it's on the inside, just to get like the nervousness out. So now, like when he stands up, he has to make it count. So that's gonna be stressful for our surfer in white. But that's all about surfing competitions. I mean, anything can happen out there, and the waves can go flat. And Jacobo, he was telling me on the beach, I asked him where he usually trains, and he says that he's been training a lot in Indo in Bali, and he was like, probably not the best for this competition because the waves are perfect there.
Yeah.
So that might come into play a little bit as he's really struggling to catch waves here because in Bali and Indo, the waves are so powerful, so perfect and big. So I'm sure he's just going to need to take an adjustment. To be honest, if I were him, I would move to the inside.
Now, you know, in the years that you were training as hard as you could to continue winning those gold medals or even to win your first gold medal, were you considering a lot in the waves you were surfing prior to a contest how similar it was to the location of the event you'd be surfing?
Yeah, absolutely. I won 2 of the world titles at Pismo and one of them in La Jolla. So I would train a lot actually here at the Oceanside Pier because it was pretty similar enough to Pismo. A pier is a pier.
Very similar.
And I trained a lot for Huntington then as well.
As we got some live action, Maxime now with an opportunity. Oh no, just gets that body weight off center and will take a wipeout on that opening turn. He did well to put himself in position for catching that wave, though.
Man, that was such a good-looking wave for Maxime, just coming unstuck, and I can't help to think, but it's the nerves.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, too, knowing that you're trying to improve those score lines to chase something down, that it's in that risk side of competition, being in the second round, those nerves would certainly be coming into play. As we take a look now at the Italian, is he going to be able to get into position? Not quite. And that is a really challenging position to be in.
Yeah, like I was saying, Shannon, I would train a lot at piers, and I would also push myself to go out on days when it's pretty windy and not so good out there because you never know what heat draw you're going to get for a competition. So I wouldn't always surf the most perfectest waves ever. Perfectest isn't a word, but we're going to make it one
We'll
for
just
this.
roll with that.
And
it's a livism.
It is a livism. That's right. So I would try and put myself in the position of surfing pretty gnarly waves just because you never know what time you're going to surf for your heat. And so now that's not always. I wouldn't always go out on bad conditions, but I would try at least putting myself in those positions. And there's a set out the back, so let's just see if any of our surfers can get into it. And it's either breaking really far out or not breaking on the inside. And I am sure Surfer in White is just more than frustrated at this point, especially with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Definitely, because it's risky to sit all the way out the back and just wait for those waves throughout an entire heat. But also there could be some better scoring potential if it has some size and a wall maybe on the left that actually holds open for a long time. It's going to be substantially bigger than anything on the inside. As we can see now, our Surfer in White, Lucchini up and riding, just quick couple of pumps, and that wave will not really have a lot of power to it for Jacobo. to have any good scoring potential out of it. But he was able to get into that first ride, and he's got a minute left on the clock.
He definitely still has time to paddle back out and get another. Obviously, ideally, he would have liked to have caught that wave with 15 minutes left to be able to really make an adjustment. But he's got 30 seconds, so let's see if any waves with scoring potential are able to come through.
And at this stage, too, on the leaderboard, coming into this round, it was a 5.37 heat total that needed to be improved upon to make it into that top 4. So that's small when it comes to a 2-wave combination. We've got a 1.07 now on the board for Camilo, and we've got that 1.6 that has dropped in for Jacobo. So he's moved himself into that 3rd place position, but it's not going to be enough to factor into him jumping into that top 4 for sure. As we've got one more paddle here, up and riding right before the buzzer is Davi Lima. Great looking style. Nice setup on the inside section as he's just pumping and driving down the line, trying to find a bit of speed. He's going to go for this little finish and connect with it. Stays nice, low, and compressed as he's able to ride out. And he'll be feeling very, very good knowing that he has booked himself a spot into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he stood up just in time for that wave. Talk about buzzer beater. Not that he really needed it, but it will definitely add to his repertoire as he comes through to the next round. No doubt with that 8-point ride, he's going to be feeling pretty good. 15-year-old from Brazil.
Great performance, a 5.17 for last of Davi. It doesn't factor into the top 2 that he needed, but will be taking away that leading position on the leaderboard with an 8.67 and a 6.5 from yesterday's performance. We're going to be right back when we return. The women's Prone 2 division will be hitting the lineup. We've got 3 heats in total to see who will be advancing through.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my 2nd wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We have changed divisions, and we now have our women's Prone 2 Round 2 out in the lineup. Heat number 1. There are 3 heats in total, and out of this round, we're going to find out who the top 8 surfers out of 12 total in the division are, and if these surfers, these 4, will be advancing through into the semifinals later this week. Sarah Amalgro from Spain, Quinn Waitley from the USA, Hannah Dines from England, and Netta Ruveni from Israel have just gotten into the lineup, and they're out there with their pusher and with their catcher. There's a whole team dynamic that comes into play, Liv, for our Prone 2 division specifically. Can you give us a little breakdown of what it is that has gotten these surfers to this place?
Yeah, absolutely, Shannon. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this Prone 2 division, they are surfers who ride in the prone position, laying down there on, you can see on their surfboard, so they won't be actually popping up to their knees or feet. And they require assistance in the water, paddling into the lineup and actually paddling into waves, getting back out there and so forth. So that pusher there, they have the same jersey color just as their surfer that you're pushing in. The pusher and the catcher, obviously the pusher pushes, the catcher catches. And most of the time, the surfer is able to make it all the way to the catcher. Here's a wave.
Quinn Waitley riding. Oh, this is that incredibly turned out completely fine.
Oh
and Quinn is in a great position, but that was wild the way that the board just came nearly close to her head. She's going to ride this wave all the way to the inside, though, and this is going to be her opening ride. Great looking left here for Quinn. Really able to get some speed and momentum now as she's coming through to the inside section. And you can already see the team down there so quickly with the beach chair, and she's just gone flying straight past. They're going to be on it so quickly to get her right back out there. Thankfully, that outside section turned out fine, but that was...
I think I stopped breathing there for a second. I thought that board was going to come down and hit Quinn, but she was totally fine.
As we take a look now at the replay from the first wave of Hannah Dines out of England. Liv, this came through as a 5.5.
Yeah, such a great opening ride from Hannah, cutting all the way back into the whitewash. She chose to go right here at the pier. So smooth with her style, digging in and right off the top. Really nice floater there for her, coming down with a smile on her face. So much control. Her Hannah Dines signature claim is just a huge smile, and I love it.
That was a really awesome end section. And that board, I just love, love, love the look of it. And as we take another look at this,
yeah, this was a complete accident from White. Just tumbled off her board by accident because they knew that Quinn was riding the wave here, and so that almost came down on Quinn's head, but luckily not. You can see Quinn driving down the line with her hand there in the water. She's been working on her maneuvers recently with Team USA, training so hard with that hand in the water, giving her more drive. Quinn Waitley has been surfing for Team USA for years and years and years now, and each year I see her improving on her equipment. Quinn has cerebral palsy, and she's a quadriplegic, so she has mobility effects in her legs as well as her arms, so she needs help paddling into waves as well as getting back out into the lineup.
Well, scores to drop from that first exchange. While we wait, let's go down to the beach, check in with Anthony Vela.
Down here on the beach with the 15-year-old Davi Lima representing Brazil. Excellent heat, but I have a question. You scored that 8.67. The crowd was going wild. Can you hear your fans on the beach after you surf a good wave and you're paddling back out?
Então, está te perguntando que você fez 8.67 e aí quando você terminou a onda, tava o time Brasil inteiro torcendo por você. Como é que foi o teu sentimento? Você conseguiu escutar a gente torcendo por você?
Sim, eu consegui escutar muito lá de dentro. Eu tava muito afobado, querendo pegar uma onda e conseguir essa onda do 8. Eu fiquei muito feliz vendo o Brasil torcendo por mim. Tá muito irado esse evento.
All right, he was a little bit apprehensive because the waves weren't coming. And when he got the wave and we were cheering outside, he was very happy and get motivated.
Excellent. So what's it like being a newcomer and being part of Team Brazil, which has many gold medalists as a team and also a lot of individual gold medalists? What's it like to be part of such an amazing team?
Como é que você se sente fazendo parte do time Brasil, um time que tradicionalmente é forte aqui no Mundial de Parasurf? Como é que você se sente pela primeira vez sendo parte desse país, da equipe?
Eu me sinto muito orgulhoso, estou muito feliz de estar fazendo parte dessa equipe sempre. E é isso aí, é um evento muito grande, é minha primeira vez, eu estou muito orgulhoso de estar aqui com esse time brasileiro.
He's very proud to be part of Team Brazil. It's first time outside of the country. This is his first trip, so he's very proud and ready to rip.
Remember the name, Davi Lima. Great job. Back to you guys in the booth.
So much congratulations to Davi. That was an awesome, awesome heat to watch, especially in tricky conditions. You know, wave selection being really challenging and positioning out in the lineup, but did well, and I really like his sunglasses he's wearing too.
I love it. He has such a cool vibe. He has so much confidence out there too. Here goes Hannah.
Here we go. She's already got a 6 and a 5.5 on the board, which have replaced her 2 waves from yesterday, so she's just going strength to strength at the moment. Flying down the line, she's got a lot of speed, keeping that high line. Little check off the top. She's going to drive hard off the bottom, and wow, this is incredible. We can hear the people cheering behind us, her teammates, other surfers that are competing in the event. That was a great, great looking wave. As we now see Sarah Almagro, she is riding on a great looking ride. So many turns she's already connected together. You can just see the way that board has so much maneuverability underneath her.
Oh, for sure. I was talking with Sarah a little bit before, and that's the board that she rode last year that she just felt super confident on, and it has a bit more weight to it, she said, because of the wind and the choppiness of the pier and the texture that the wave gives here. She wanted a little bit more weight so that she could drive down the line, but it's still narrow enough and has enough rocker for her to be able to turn like she did on that wave.
So impressive as we see the team just grabbing Quinn down the beach, getting her back into the lineup. And we're going to have another score to drop through. So we've got scores to drop across the board aside from Netta in the white jersey.
Here's the replay from Hannah driving down the line. Nice S-turns, carving. Holds this high line here, and I love this check turn that she does right off the top, throwing spray, streaming down the line. This left has so much to offer. She has so much speed too, and then just comes a little bit unstuck here at the end. I think that if she would have completely rode out of that section, she would have had an excellent score. Here's Quinn's replay going right. This is her second wave for the heat today, putting her other hand in the water, trying to drive down the line, hitting some bump in the face from that high tide, but she sticks with it, going left as well, but sticking to the right, having that whitewash push her all the way to the inside and making the most out of the wave as she kicks out there, and the team's ready to get her back up the beach. So great ride from Quinn Waitley there, representing Team USA in blue.
Well, scores to drop for Quinn, but we officially have two excellent scores that have dropped from that last exchange. We had an 8-point ride from Hannah Dines out of England on that beautiful wave, nice high line, even tucked her body into the barrel just a little bit. Oh, as we've got a little accident down on the shoreline with the teams just racing. There's like a race car race on the shoreline with the beach chairs, as well as the surf contest that's going on out the back. So Hannah's just found out she's got an 8-point ride on the board. We also have an 8.17 for last of Sarah Almagro. So incredibly tight heat now for that first place position.
Yeah, that's an interesting score that came through for Sarah. I would like to see that replay because she wasn't able to ride it out fully. I know she had some good check turns out the back, and however, I feel like Hannah's had so much more flow to it. Not to say that I don't agree with the judges. I would just like to see the two waves back to back.
That's good. It's a good idea, you know. There's a lot going on for us as well, so seeing more of what has happened in the lineup is a nice thing. As we take a look at Netta, that was a great looking wave for her. A solid size as that whitewater kind of rolled in from behind her. It set her up in a perfect position to have some speed as she was flying towards the beach. Volunteer crew doing an excellent job out in the lineup right now to assist her in getting back on her board. And that is, you know, a really, really important factor to this prone to division specifically, is that these surfers don't have the strength and the ability, the mobility to move themselves when they're in the lineup back onto their surfboard, as well as then paddling in and out of the lineup and catching waves themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, Shannon. So she wasn't able to make it all the way to her catcher because she fell on the mid part of that wave there. So there's water safety crew all the way out the back, throughout the middle, and towards the beach, so that no matter where a surfer ends up falling or needs assistance, I feel like their reaction time is like way less than a minute. There's no way it's longer than that. They're there to the surfer, getting the surfer back on the board, because a lot of these surfers can't necessarily hold their head up out of the water like Quinn. If Quinn lands face down in the water, it's really hard for her to turn over. So the water safety crew absolutely there for any surfer that needs it, needs the assistance out there.
Yeah, they've been doing an incredible job staying fueled and just rotating when they need to, getting a break, getting a little bit warmer. Thankfully, the weather has been really nice this week here in Southern California. It's been, you know, kind of in the low 70s in midday through the afternoons, and so it's been a really pleasant temperature for those volunteers that are out there in a wetsuit all day long. But let's take another look at this wave from Sarah. Came through as an 8.17.
Yeah, she had two really nice turns on the outside. And then, yep, then she comes unstuck. So great ride from Sarah for sure. She got the work done on the outside, and that just goes to show that the judges aren't necessarily rewarding going all the way in like Hannah was doing. So Sarah had definitely, I feel like, more aggressive maneuvers than Hannah had. but Hannah had more flow. So that those scores are almost the same for very different looking waves.
Yeah, extremely different, but you can really see the judges rewarding those change of directions that Sarah's able to throw together. Even though it wasn't the longest ride, more the quality of what she was able to get done in a short amount of time is what they were looking for on that 8.17.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. 8-point rides back to back. It's so cool to see them right next to each other to just break it down, with Hannah using that length of ride and flow and Sarah using the aggressiveness. I love Sarah's techniques that she uses. She just goes right up into the lip, where Hannah just is a bit more, like, I would say graceful, a bit more flowy, but judges absolutely loving both of it. Water safety here, getting Netta back out into the water.
46-year-old with a smile that just shines so bright, whether she is in or out of the water. She's got a couple small scores on the board so far for Netta, but it does help her situation from yesterday, because yesterday she wasn't able to get herself into any rides. So now to see her with some scores on the board, that's going to be improving her situation simply by the fact that she's got scores on the board. So well done to Netta.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job there.
For Sarah, she's got that 8.17, which does replace her 7.17 from her best of her opening round. She's now going to 8.33. Sorry, 8.83 was her best wave from the opening round.
Yeah.
So she's got 2 8s there. She'll be sitting in that leading position quite confidently at the moment on the leaderboard. Hannah also replacing her 2 waves from round 1 with the 8 and the 6 now, so that's going to help her campaign. We'll have her sitting right up there, nearly tied with Beatrice Duran from France, who had an 8.2 and a 5 in her opening round. So really tight between second, third at the moment, and then Sarah's got that leading position because she's got a couple 8s on the board.
Such a stacked division. I had the opportunity to catch up a little bit with Sarah on the beach, asked her a few questions because I was super excited to be in the booth for her heat. I love her surfing, and I asked her what her goals have been the past few months and years leading up to this, because she did win gold in 2023 and then wasn't able to reclaim that gold in 2024, and she's vying more than ever, fighting more than ever to get back up onto that first position on the podium. But she has a lot of things to juggle in her life. She just graduated with a degree in law. She found out just 4 days ago that she passed all her assignments, all her reports. So not only is she juggling training for the ISA Worlds, but also a full-time college student with a law degree. I thought that was so impressive.
That's incredible. It's so awesome to hear when athletes also pair their sports alongside of their education. It seems to work really well together.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think in order for Sarah and any surfer to compete at the highest of levels, they're just naturally competitive, and they want to do the best with anything in life, right? So with school, for me, I had such a competitive drive with surfing, but also with education. I just graduated also with my degree, and I can see that in Sarah. She's so competitive in the water, but also out of the water too.
3 minutes, 24 seconds to go on the clock. That competitiveness. Just keeping her in the right position out in the lineup right now, looking for a second score. Now, when was your graduation?
I graduated a week and a half ago. I didn't walk or anything.
Okay.
Because I just did all of my schooling online, and it was so anticlimactic. I just submitted my last assignment on the plane, and then I was done. No one to
with your degree.
No one to tell, no one to talk to about. I was just submit. That's done.
Okay. All right. So what's the plan next for you?
For me, I just want to continue what I'm doing now with social media, with my platform, as well as surf as much as I can. My degree is in environmental science, and I would love to use it someday and possibly work with birds in some capacity. I'm a big birder. I've been trying so hard to weave some type of bird in to the broadcast, but I haven't seen one, and probably think it would be pretty geeky, but I've been trying to.
We did have a seagull on screen yesterday.
Okay.
Anthony and I were in here.
Okay, if there are guys.
Yeah, there was a really
crew.
Intense close-up of a seagull that was just standing there.
Wow, I missed it. If you guys could, there's long-billed curlews at the beach. Maybe we can zoom in on them. I could tell you guys some interesting facts.
Oh, we also had is it a sandpiper?
Yeah,
Is that a
there's some
type of bird?
Well,
Yeah.
the little ones.
Anthony and you need to have a chat, actually.
Okay.
We
Is
could
he a
get you
birder?
in to just call the birdie.
Oh,
Yeah.
love it. When it's like slower like this, we can just talk about birds.
Yeah.
Just birds left and right. But love that Sarah is able to juggle that law degree as well as being a parasurfing world champion. Super passionate about her education. She was so stoked to talk to me. She actually lost her limbs at 18 years old and then so she's only been a amputee for 3 years, 4 years, and she has a world title to her name. So impressive from Sarah. And she says that these conditions are ideal for her. These are the waves that she loves, going left, going right. But ideally she loves those left-hand waves.
You can see that that's their decision making too, and where they're sitting at the moment. I like that we had that pulled back view for just a second to really get an eye on where everyone else is sitting out in the lineup. Sarah's sitting out the deepest. They're in a position that would be really good for any of those lefts coming through. As we can see the set rolling in right now, at the moment it is surfer in red with first priority. Blue has second priority. So if red wants this wave and she wants the left, she's going to be able to take it, although she might be in a really good position to take off on the right. We'll see which direction she decides to go in. And there we go. You can see just where her eyes are looking. She's eyeing off that right. Couple turns on the outside section that were just a little bit smaller to try and keep that momentum moving forward. Unfortunately, just bites the rail and is unable to finish off on this one. She's still got a big smile on her face.
Oh, still so happy. I mean, she has pocket eights going into the next round, so for Sarah, they're totally all right that she comes unstuck a little bit. I've mentioned before in Prone 2 and Prone 1, any prone division, it's pretty easy to dig rail here for Sarah. She was able to just barely catch this wave, really lean into it. Goes for her first really nice turn, but I think she digs rail because there's no wave. I mean, it just kind of just like disappears underneath her, and it's so easy to dig any type of rail, especially purling for the prone division. So they're super careful with where they put their body weight. I know Quinn has really struggled with that throughout the years of purling. So figuring out the right board to have enough rocker to not purl, but also to be able to catch waves.
Yeah.
So definitely can see Sarah there with a pretty small board, and that's why she's able to just throw her board up into the lip and get those big turns.
Yeah, it gives her the opportunity to be really radical in her surfing, but also comes with the risk of being slightly harder to catch waves and or keep those trim lines going. Well, a huge victory to our surfers out in the lineup. Hannah Dines from England with a couple big scores on the board. Sarah Mulgrew in that second place position, but both improving on their situations from yesterday. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the hoop.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action. Can really get a good view of that pretty green water. It's like green instead of blue here. The ocean in Southern California, as we take a look now at our surfer in green, Annie Goldsmith from Team Australia. With a little wipeout on the inside section. She's going to have her first score for round 2, heat number 2 of our women's Prone 2 division. Beatrice Duran from France, Ashley Bunting from the USA, Annie Goldsmith from Australia, and Orit Baron from Israel out in the water. Red, blue, green, and white. We'll have a score to come through for first of blue and for first of green as we take a look now at blue on the inside section here for Ashley Bunting. just finding some speed to finish off with. I love that she's got that hat on as well. Protect her eyes from the sun, as it is just so bright outside today. And she's going to be feeling really nice to get that first wave underway. Quick start for this heat.
Yeah,
My name is
absolutely.
Shannon Hughes, joined by Liv Stone in the booth. Liv.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Ashley has made so many improvements in the Prone 2 division here. She's only been a part of Team USA for a few years now, and she got her first heat win yesterday, so it was great to see her having a post-heat interview there and just ripping, representing women surfers and building our numbers. Let's see what's out the back.
Beatrice now with the push, and she's just unable to get into it. Beatrice has a super interesting story. She is in her 50s now, and she's made some adjustments to her equipment specifically from previous years of competing coming into this year. So this year she says they really worked hard on the development of her surfboard. The shaper is rods that made it. It's a 6'2" epoxy.
Nice.
And since April of this year, we'll get back to that in a second because we've
Here's
got...
a replay from Ashley's wave. Carving off the top. This is a great looking wave for Ashley. Just streaming down the line and throwing a lot of spray. This is one of the best waves I've ever seen her on. That whitewash catapulting her into the left, still going. She should be so happy with that wave. She got so much work done on the outside because we only saw like the end of this wave for her going into the inside. So that wave comes in at a 4.5 for Ashley. A great way to start the heat.
Great start for her as we take a look now at this first wave of green as well, 3.17.
Yeah, green style looking so strong with that arm up, balancing her, but she had one big turn on the outside, but wasn't able to follow it through on the inside, hence the 3.17 that came through. If she was able to ride out of that, would have been a keeper for our surfer representing Australia.
Priority sitting with our surfer in green at the moment. White with a push tries to get into it, doesn't quite get there. We have no priority established between red or white at the moment because they haven't actually caught their first wave, so they've had a couple looks but haven't quite been able to get into it. But back to what I was saying about Beatrice. So she, back in 2010, she had all 4 of her limbs amputated.
Wow.
Since then, being in the water has really just, as the story is with so many of their surfers, it's been their life source, right? It's just given them so much hope, I guess, for where their life maybe has turned out to be, which would have been unexpected prior to that. And for Beatrice, her team really worked hard on her equipment and making sure that she was going to have the most maneuverability in the water so that she could surf like this. This is an incredibly beautiful wave streaking down the line. Wow, what a great way to start things off. Really similar to that ride that we saw from Hannah Dines in the last heat that got into that
here with
excellent
Hannah
range. Really beautiful surfing from Beatrice there. Ashley now up and riding as well. And a great looking couple turns on the outside section.
So many waves.
So many
one
waves
after the other.
Great bit of action as we take in. We're going to track with Ashley here on the inside section. So she is going to be probably improving on that 4.5 because she was able to get a couple nice turns on the outside section. We've got a score to drop in for Beatrice that was looking really solid. And as we wait for those scores, let's quickly go down to the beach to check in with Anthony and Hannah Dines.
And do you live close to a wave? How far? We're down here with Hannah Dines, winner of that last heat. Hannah, that 8-point ride you got was so long. Can you try to explain to a non-surfer what it feels like to catch a wave that long?
Just felt so powerful and gnarly, and this is my first ever heat win. I've done this 5 years in a row. Sarah Almagro, she comes to fight, right? And her mum said, oh, well, Jocelyn the GOAT. Jocelyn's last year's world champion from Australia. She said, there's nobody here for Sarah to fight. So I was like, come on, and I gave her that 8. So it feels victorious. Like I don't mind what happens next. Like it's completely fulfilling, and I feel powerful, strong, like a ballerina, but also like really fierce.
Oh, I love it. So you got 4th, your first time competing, and then you've been close to that copper medal again. I think today is sending a message to everyone, and I know you got to be stoked. Can you just explain how you train in England, living so far from waves, to prepare for this event?
Well, it's really confusing because actually I train quite a lot in Costa Rica with shout out to Team Hermosa Riders in Jaco in Pontarenas province. And then I actually live in Scotland. I'm English as well. So I live really far from any waves. I live in a place called Glasgow, and my closest wave is Lost Shore Wave Surf Resort. So it's like a wave pool. So it's really hard for me to train and organize. But when I'm with my boys, then in Costa Rica, then it's really easy, and yeah.
Well, it's working. Congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Can I just shout out to my catcher, Patrick, who had to take time off work. He works for Totus Medicine, and he had to get his manager to sign off on that. I've also got a sponsor, Miriam Farmer, so big up the drugs that keep us alive.
Awesome. Thanks to Patrick's manager and everyone else. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, and thank you, Surfing England.
Oh, awesome. Wow, I love Hannah. That was really, really sweet to hear just all the different thoughts coming into her mind. Everywhere
So
she wanted
many
to
things
go.
at once.
Incredible.
I love it.
That was so good. And the fact that she is, a wave pool is her closest wave to home, but actually just traveling to Costa Rica all the time to surf. What a pleasant place to be spending more time in the lineup as we take a look at this last wave from Orit came through as a 3.0.
Yeah, this is going to really add to her campaign. I totally thought she was going to pull into the barrel there.
So did I. Oh, man.
So she just went right onto her back. Here's the replay from green. Not much open face opportunity for her, so I'm not sure if that's going to really come into play for her overall heat score here, but making the most of it and driving down the line on the inside to try and get back to the pier. So great heat knowledge there for our surfer in green.
Little slow-mo action.
Love
to
it.
finish that one off. 10 minutes remaining on the clock. A 4.57 on the board for Ashley Bunting, as well as the 4.5. So she's currently sitting in that leading position.
But Beatrice, she's got that 6.17, and we know that she can drop big scores. She dropped an 8 yesterday. With her body on the line, she smashed her board on the pier. She's totally fine. But Adam, the water safety head of water safety there, was telling me about how she was just streaming down the line, had so many good turns, and next thing you know, her board is stuck on one of the pylons. So absolutely risking everything to get an 8-point ride. Beatrice.
Is her board the one that had the full crease break through the middle of it?
Oh yeah. So if you watch the replay, she's streaming down the line. I mean, she got an 8-point ride on it. So many good turns, and Adam was like, okay, he was thinking in his head, okay, cut out of it. Yeah, get out of the wave. And the next thing you know, she just hits perpendicular. Her board just smacks up against one of the pylons. But she's fine.
She's fine.
She's got an 8.
Unfortunately.
I'm sure she would say it's worth it.
She's done very good. And now she's improved. That 6.17 she started out with improves on the 5 from yesterday. But yeah, so what I was trying to say earlier, but we just kept getting so many waves, is that basically she used to surf, always as a prone surfer, but with her leg prosthetics attached while she's out in the lineup.
Yeah.
And her coaches started working with her this year and realized actually that the prosthetics hanging off the back of the board were slowing her down in the water, and they were really interfering with her ability to do turns and have some speed and stuff. So they talked to her about it a little bit and wanted to encourage her to surf without those prosthetics, which she was really uncomfortable doing for a while.
Yeah.
She said in April this year, she decided to just go ahead and try it out, and it has been fully game-changing for her. It's allowed her to just have so much more maneuverability. There's no more drag on the back of the wave. The way that these prone surfers are often actually, it's like they're from maybe hips down, they're getting barreled a lot of the time, right? If a surfer is in the pocket on a prone board, you're going to be getting barreled, whether it's your whole body or even just the back half. So for her to think of not having those prosthetics as well has given her a lot more speed and flow within her surfing.
Yeah, that's fascinating, Shannon. I could totally imagine that the weight of those prosthetics, I mean, they're heavy. I've held some of my friends. It's they were way heavier than our legs. So I could imagine putting all that weight on the back of the board is just totally gonna stomp the board up, right? Because we talk about in longboarding, when you stomp the tail of it, it brings the board up and it slows you down.
Yeah, totally.
So very interesting there from Beatrice, and she just looks so much more free, so much more flowy between her turns, not much drag on the back. So very interesting insight there.
I mean, thinking about it this way, that decision, coaches kind of noticing that within her surfing, wanting to test something out different, could be the difference between her one day being, even maybe this week, a world champion with a gold medal and not on that side of things, which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Because she's sitting there with those with that 8 from yesterday. Nice consistency within her surfing. Today, even getting another 6. So she's definitely going to be a surfer to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this event as we take a look at this last wave.
This wave from Beatrice was absolutely phenomenal. Streaming down the line, coming up into the lip and riding out. That board just looking great. I think it's her backup board, considering we just talked about the board that she lost, unfortunately, to the pier. So that wave came through at a not yet, or was that her 617?
That would have been her
617,
just
so
from a different angle maybe.
Yeah, she was able to throw a lot more spray. Ashley's waves coming in at 2.4s. You can see the difference in Beatrice's waves. Beatrice has a bit more function than Ashley does. That's a huge thing to consider here in Prone 2. Considering Beatrice does have a little bit more hip mobility and arm mobility there, she's able to get up into the lip a little bit more, where Ashley's waves have a bit more flow between her turns. Very different styles from different surfers. Here goes White.
Orit with a solid looking takeoff, and she's just done a perfect job of keeping that nose from purling as she's just raced down the face of that wave, straight past her catcher on the inside section. And Team Israel, they're always ones with a lot of team spirit, will be running down the beach to give her some assistance should they need to. As we take a look now at Beatrice setting herself up once again, really trying to shuffle that weight forward. You can see getting her head and those arms weight over her shoulders, and now pulling back just a little bit to make sure she can finish off that turn on the inside. Board's looking really nice underneath her as that backup board goes.
Really well done for Beatrice. Not too much face on the outside, so not sure if it's going to come into her top 2 waves to qualify for that next round. However, she has a big smile on her face. Really well done at pushing all her weight to the top of the board to be able to catch that wave. We've seen with the high tide here at north side of the pier, it's been tough to just go over that ledge. You almost just need 3-4 extra paddles that we saw from the stand 1 division. So she compensated that with moving her chest all the way to the top of the board there. Great work from Beatrice representing Team France in red.
And the runaround now, quick on the shoreline. It's exciting to think about the progression of where the sport has begun with parasurfing from, you know, the first ISA World Championships back in 2015 to where it is now in 2025, a decade on. And to think that each of these surfers, I mean, you're one of them, Liv, who's working out, okay, you started surfing, you didn't have paddles on your hands.
Right.
Now you're surfing with paddles. You're able to paddle a lot easier, catch a lot more waves, working out your own progression within that. And to think of Beatrice also working out that progression of surfing without the prosthetics attached, gives her a little bit more speed and flow down the line. Each one of these surfers starting to dial in their equipment, working out what's best for them. Where is this sport going to be, say, in the next 10 years after we have that Paralympic inclusion?
Yeah, exactly. Let's call live action here, and then I'll get right back to your question, because Ashley's absolutely streaming down the line. Great wave for her. Kind of closes out a little bit, but she'll make her way all the way to the inside.
Yeah, that was a great looking wave. I love that outside section, and she was really able to get a bit of work done there. We'll see if it's able to improve and get into that 5-point range based off of the couple of 4s that she's got on the board so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, back to your question, Shannon. Chris and I were talking in the booth about it. Hold on one second. We have another
There's a
wave.
little flurry of action. These girls are absolutely scoring out in the water right now with the waves that have been coming through. Annie Goldsmith with a really long locked in left, and she's just angling off to her inside rail to make sure she milks that wave as much as she possibly can. She had a lot of speed from the outside.
Yeah, really well done. Would love to see that replay, maybe from the front, to see how close she was actually to the pocket. It was kind of hard to tell from that drone angle. Another great wave from our surfer representing Team Australia. Here's a replay of this wave here. Great push, streaming down the line. Has such a great pocket ride position there. A bit bumpy, but she's pushing to the inside. Has just so much speed. I know she wanted to be able to go up to into the lip a little bit more, but that wave kind of ran away from her as she makes it all the way to the inside. So here's that drone shot. Love this view. It feels like we're right there with the surfers. So rad, just like a little bird watching her. So cool from Team Australia here. Let's see if that will affect her position. I'm not sure if it's going to be much better than the waves that she already has ridden from this heat as well as the heat before.
Yeah, she's sitting on a 6.1 as her highest wave from yesterday, from her round 1 heat. A 3.17 has already improved on her second best wave from before.
Let's appreciate the pure athleticism from Team Australia showing up. 4 guys helping her out, 3 pushing the wheelchair as fast as they possibly can, 1 holding their board, not wasting a single minute for her heat.
Oh yeah, they're not wasting any time.
And she's just like, yeah, I'm just enjoying the ride.
She just gets that time, those few seconds because they're running so fast to just catch her breath, think about the wave she's caught already.
Exactly.
That was amazing. Scores are in a 5.57, so she's sitting in that 3rd place position still, but it does improve her overall heat total based off of the 6.1 that she had yesterday, and that's going to solidify her within that position in the top 8 because she was actually sitting at number 8 coming into today and really needed to get some improvement on her heat total. As we take a look at Beatrice with so much power as she's just gets straight bumped off the board.
Totally thought she was tucking into that barrel. It kind of looks like she got a little bit of a cover up there, a little bit of a shampoo. And she's sitting with some really solid waves. So she's kind of just going for fun, I believe, at this point. She's going to try and really catch an awesome wave to really wow the judges because she doesn't need, like we saw Goldsmith, she really needed that 5.
Yeah.
So Beatrice was more just like kind of loose, having fun, trying to just improve on an 8 and a 6, right? So she's going to send it on some of the riskier waves where Goldsmith really tried to ride out as clean as possible. She needed that 5-point ride to solidify her position in the next round. So interesting heat dynamic there.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Beatrice holding on to that leading position, just a 2.93 for her last wave. So like you said, not going to factor into her top 2. Curious to see if we can get Orit into a really solid finish here. And there's a great looking right, nice clean wave. It looks like it's just tapering out a little bit too much for her to be able to find that speed to connect on the inside. And up behind her, Ashley Bunting with one more opportunity. Great looking wave. She's got a little bit more speed. Will she be able to connect through to the inside section? She does it with a huge down carve. And now setting herself up on rail to finish off with a very, very impressive ending section for Ashley Bunting. So she'll be potentially improving on that score line. We got a 3.77 for her last wave. Now 1 more to drop in, as well as the last score of Orit. Each of these women looking to improve on their situations from yesterday. Ashley yesterday was sitting on a couple of 4s as her 2 high scores. So she hasn't actually improved the situation yet, and she's going to need to get something above that 4.57 in order to put herself up a little bit higher on the leaderboard. But she was number 5 already coming into today's competition, so she had set herself up in a good position regardless. And that will finish out that heat. Scores are in, Liv, a 4.43. So just shy of what could change up her heat total overall, but she should be sitting within that top 8 momentarily. However, we have 1 more heat to go in our women's Prone 2 division before we find out who our semifinalists will be. When we return, Chris Cote and Anthony Vela will be in the booth to call the action.
Surfing Championships live from Oceanside, California. Here we go again. Darielle is on fire.
Conditions are pretty good. I just got a nice ride, and yeah, I saw the wall and I was like, okay, I gotta do the maneuver right here.
And with the highest single wave score of the day, it's Colombia's Freddie Marmon coming through with a 9.9.
Great balance. She is just right there on the foam ball. Nice carve off the top.
Joel Taylor from Team Australia coming in with an 8.67.
Great looking wave for the multiple gold medalists.
You know, I love that our heat
is everyone's charging, and there's more girls in the male division than ever, and I love to see it. I love that there's new girls, and I welcome everyone. It's fun out there.
And that's a wrap for day 2 here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We'll see you here on the beach in Oceanside bright and early tomorrow morning. Straight back into the action. This is Women's Prone 2, Round 2, Heat 3. Chris Cotier with Anthony Vela. And the action in this prone division has not disappointed one bit. In fact, this is one of the premier divisions that we've seen of the entire week. These women have been putting up huge scores and more to come. Georgina Melatini, Celine Riard, Nolithando Macalima, and Monique de Oliveira. Brazil, South Africa, France, Argentina. International superheat in the water. Chris Cotier here with Anthony Vela. And so we see a lot more people in the lineup. And as the last couple of heats have shown us, we do have pushers, we have catchers, and this is where teamwork makes the dream work here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And we're going to get things up and going for Makalima. Team South Africa getting into it. Nice little left-hander. I mean, just unbridled enthusiasm with every single wave she catches. That right there, folks, is the joy of surfing. And when you can mix that type of joy with great wave selection in the span of a 20-minute heat, you're onto a good start.
That was awesome. We were all kind of leaning forward trying to help her.
Literally.
And I think we did help her. She just got into that wave, and you can tell how stoked she was. She's been very energetic throughout the event. As we're down there doing beach interviews, she's always supporting Team South Africa. And you can see her just trying to push all of her weight down to drop into that wave. And she is able to drop in, even using her foot to kind of push the wave. She gets into it. A little bit of a turn there, and it took so long to get into the wave that perhaps there was not as much scoring potential.
And this is Monique de Oliveira, another one of the most surf-stoked competitors we have. I mean, you can just feel her energy when she drops into these waves, leaning into these turns. And, you know, she was an incredible performer yesterday in pumping waves, and it looks like she's off to a great start as well with 16 minutes to go. First score comes through for Celine Riard. It's a 4-point ride, and she's back at it again. Racing across this right-hand pier bowl. Gets to the inside section. Perfectly executes. Kind of a head dip, high line. Gets the down carve. This is going to be a big number for Riard. Team France stoked.
What a great ride. And it's just nonstop, Chris.
Melatini now from Team Argentina. Fading into this left-hander. Right in the pocket. Beautiful pocket ride there for Oliveira or for Melatini. And they're going to do this to us, I think, for the next 15 and a half minutes. It's just going to be wave for wave for wave. This division is just, it's just been incredible. And I'm going to be saying that all week long because they are showing no signs of slowing down.
And you mentioned it earlier today in a previous heat, kind of in anticipation of this round. And now that it's actually happening, it's living up to literally everything that you said. And the competitors are nonstop, catching so many waves. There's no fewer than about 14 to 16 of those orange shirt volunteers. And there's Nolutando once again.
Oh, nice drop there. Coming around that section, so definitely getting herself in the most critical part of that wave, grabbing the attention of the judges. Scores are starting to come through for those opening rides. Georgina Melatini, Team Argentina, comes through with a 7-point ride. So now we have Nolithando, second wave ridden. So she pairs a 3.07 with a 2.83 on the board. Riard with that 4. Now out the back looking for a backup, and Monique de Oliveira, the 2.33. So this heat is well underway, and the scores are already improving. As our surfers make their way back to the takeoff zone, let's go down to the glass. We got Shannon Hughes.
From you out there. I would love to know a little bit more about your decision earlier this year to start surfing without your prosthetic and how much that has helped you to improve your performance overall on your board.
It's helped me because I can do faster. And because the prosthesis, comment on dit, traîne dans l'eau.
Was much easier with the prothèse. Yeah, and that stops the slide, the prothèse gets stuck on the water, you know.
Yeah, so surfing without them has allowed you to have a little bit more speed and flow.
Exactly, yeah, it's much lighter without anything, so it's easier to move, easier to surf here.
Well, I think it's paying off so far because you're in a really, really good position on the leaderboard based off of mostly that 8-point ride that you had yesterday, although you connected with the pier. How are you feeling today surfing on a different part of equipment and with slightly smaller conditions?
It's difficult for me because the board isn't mine and it isn't adapted for me. So I can do what I know. Je te laisse compléter.
Yeah, it's a new board, so we have to get a new feeling on a competition. So it's not the best time to change a surfboard. And like she said, we put some foot strap on the board, and so we have no more foot strap. Yeah, so it was different, but no choice. Huh?
Well, so far it's paying off. You're surfing absolutely beautifully out there. Is there anything you'd like to say to your family that's tuning in back home?
Une France. Ben, merci à tous les supporters. Je sais qu'il y a toute ma famille qui me regarde et tous les copains aussi. Je vous remercie pour votre soutien. Ça fait plaisir de se sentir soutenu même de l'autre côté de l'Atlantique.
Thank you so much. Well done. We'll get back to you guys.
Thanks, Shannon. Another surfer from Team France with a heat win. Starting to see a trend here. And at the moment, it's Céline Riard from Team France with a 6.17 and a 4. So into the double digits with a 10.17 heat total. But look at Georgina's scoreline. She's still looking for a backup, but already with that 7-point ride, putting herself in a solid position. Macalima in third for now. And Monique de Oliveira currently sitting in fourth, but still plenty of time left. Next heat coming up. We got Medina, Lacoste, and Silva. So Puerto Rico, France, and Brazil.
See Silva warming up right there, practicing on land, which is a great thing to do. As the land doesn't move, so it's a stationary environment. Great to practice to get the balance ready, and then you get out into the ocean where there's a lot of water moving around. And so getting that muscle memory prepared on land will help you in the water. We have a banger of a heat right now.
Yeah, Céline Riard. She surfs in Hossiger. She rides a 6.6. She says surfing is very important for her and her health. She has multiple sclerosis and surfing saved her. And you can just tell she surfs with a lot of passion, a lot of joy, and she's definitely going super fast, which I know the judges appreciate. You know, this division in particular is all about the subtleties. You know, your turns are pronounced when they go down the line, but the judges know full well the effort that it takes when you're laying prone like this, depending on, you know, how you're using your body to make those maneuvers. You know, they're watching every bit of the rail in the water. They're watching your body positioning, and they've been spot on throughout the entire week. Not an easy thing to do, as we see now. It looks like your surfer in white could have the edge on this right-hander. And I think we're going to see Monique de Oliveira representing Team Brazil. Almost gets into that one. It looks like the offshore breeze might just be ticking up a little bit. And that was just literally an inch away from, could have been potentially a great wave. But Melatini now, this is going to be Georgina's backup score. First wave came through huge 7-point ride, the highest single wave score of this heat so far. So Georgina fading right. She's just good, smooth movement down the line on this wave. So that'll be a proper backup score for this surfer representing Team Argentina. Wow.
I was thinking the same thing as we saw Monique de Oliveira from Brazil just fall off the back of that wave. You can just see a little bit of the whitewater and the offshore play a factor into that. And there is our surfer from Argentina, not able to get into the open face. And you can see her adjusting her position on her board right there. And this was a great little double up section right here. You can see that back wave that she's on catching the front wave, and then she speeds up at the end. So that's what a double up is, when one wave in the back that's going faster catches the wave in front of it. Oftentimes that helps the scoring potential of a wave.
Here we go, Makalima, Team South Africa, pure energy down the line, going super fast. I would say of all the 4 boards we have in the water, this one looks really cool, unique. You could tell there's some serious technology going into the board and the way that Makalima is maneuvering this board down the line. I mean, it just looks like the perfect pairing. She's sitting on a 3.07 and a 283. I have a feeling that that 283 is out the window. That was a nice ride.
That was a nice ride on the open face. There is some size to that wave as well, which the judges are looking at that also. From the previous heat, we saw 2 riders. Sarah Almagro got that 8.17, and the English surfer got an 8 for a longer wave, but it was just a little bit smaller, and I think the judges rewarding that bigger wave. And then you see the 100-meter sprint right there.
Oh, this is awesome. So you have your teammates here in green. You got our volunteers right here giving it their all.
Yeah.
And the stoke right there from Makalima. What an awesome ambassador for para surfing. And, you know, there you can see a good look at her board. So, you know, multiple straps. It looks like it's a, you know, it's definitely has some thickness, but a nice pulled in tail that keeps her loose on the face of the wave. And it's probably a relatively light surfboard for the size of it. I mean, you could just kind of see how it was being held running down the line, but really cool looking board. You can tell there's some serious hidden technology in that surfboard as well. But at the moment, that's the board that could help project Makalima into one of those top 2 spots. But currently, we got Georgina Melatini, who's just backed up her 7 with a 5. She is now into the double digits with a 12-point score total. And Celine Riard with a 617 and a 4 right there. So those top 2 surfers battling it out. The next 6 minutes is going to be telling as to if Team France can go back-to-back in these last 2 heats. But again, the Women Prone 2 division living up to all of our expectations and more. And yeah, more action. It's going to be surfer in white. Representing Team Brazil, Monique de Oliveira. Good, clean, smooth drop. She's into the whitewash. Kind of looking right, looking left. Trying to figure out the best path to getting as many points as possible. That was just good flow on that wave. A beautiful drop. And there's a team ready and waiting. And here we see Georgina Melatini on another solid looking right-hander, trying to pump into that one. It just kind of snuck up underneath her, so she wasn't able to get that inside connection. Job well done on out the back. Not sure that'll better that 5-point ride.
And as we look at the overall leaderboard to make it into the semifinals, the South African Makalima is in 9th place currently, and she's trying to move up into that one of those top 8 qualifying spots. Unfortunately for her, the surfer that was in 8th, Annie Goldsmith, bettered her position, and also the surfer in 7th bettered her position. That was Hannah Dyens, who logged that 8-point ride in the previous heat and got to do her first ever heat interview, and it was her first ever heat win, so she had an extra layer of stoke about her and her team. So great job to Hannah Dyens from that previous heat. And so Nalutando has some work to do in order to make it into the semifinals with 4 minutes to go. She's going to need to score something in about the 6 range to try and move up a couple spots into one of those advancement positions.
Yeah, time is really running away at the moment, inside of 4 minutes left. Leaderboard stays the same. Georgina in that top spot. Celine Riard in second. Makalima would need a 6.24 to get up into one of those top 2 spots. Last score has come through for Oliveira, 2.97. So I love that everybody's really involved in this heat. Tons of waves already ridden. Chance at one more. Good news is there no set out the back, so got Makalima's pusher able to swim right back in, get it right back into the takeoff spot.
And not have that situation that happens to most surfers where you paddle for a wave and miss it, and then you turn around and pay the price for missing the wave, and a larger one behind it.
Classic.
Behind it.
That's a classic surf situation.
That is. So our surfer from Argentina doing a great job setting up some good scores in this round and in round 1 to put herself in a good position in the semifinals. Of course, we've seen over the last 5 years of this event, Australia taking 4 of those 5 titles, with Jocelyn Neumuller taking 2 of them, Emma Dieters in 2022, Sam Bloom in 2020. Sarah Almagro is the only returning champion here in this event this year.
Ooh, a nice little inside left for Makalima. Perfect positioning. Right in the pocket there, and a good clean finish. Looking for a 6.24. I mean, score or not, she surfed that wave beautifully. So with 2 minutes left, maybe one more opportunity for Makalima. Give it up to Georgina and Celine. And Celine Riard from Team France, you know, we saw in that last interview, Duran, who had the unfortunate meeting with the Oceanside Pier in her round 1 heat, actually just snapped her board right in half. So had to kind of regroup and try a different board. So we see one of the coolest, most joyful competitors that we have in the draw, Monique de Oliveira. She's got a couple great scores, a 2.97 and a 2.33. Just so fun to watch surf. It makes you want to surf when you see her riding waves. And the same can be said for Celine Riard. Nice fade back there, straight into the power section. Comes around it. Here's the oncoming whitewater. We'll get kind of the bank to straighten things off. Hanging on there through to the inside. Job well done for Celine Riard. Second highest single wave score, that 6.17. She can be very proud of the way she surfed that heat.
Yep, and she's looking good in order to advance. Unfortunately for Monique de Oliveira from Argentina, from Brazil, excuse me, she is looking in a position outside of the top 8 as our Argentinian surfer is up on one more wave.
Victory lap.
Yes.
Georgina Mellatini putting some big numbers up for Team Argentina. They only have a handful of team members here this year, but you can bet with a performance like that, that is going to inspire many more surfers from Argentina to get involved with Paris surfing. That is a huge tenet of what we're doing here in Oceanside at the ISA World Paris Surfing Championships. This is just spreading the awareness. You know, I'm sure there are a lot of surf communities around the world that don't know that something of this magnitude exists. So hopefully they're tuning in, they're getting excited and motivated to build their skills and come back next year. So with that, of course, your Prone 2 division, just another stunner of a heat. Big scores have come through, and at the end, it's going to be Georgina Mellatini getting the win. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. Do not go anywhere. It's the ISA World Paris Surfing Championship.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
And we are back. New heat in the water and a new division. This is your women VI2, round 2, heat 1. Solid lineup here. Alele Medina, Aline Lacoste, and Cecilia Silva. Puerto Rico, France, and Brazil represented here. So this is our visually impaired Division 2 group. And straight from the jump, already decoding this mysterious lineup. Medina from Puerto Rico. Great start there.
And she's been in form from warm-ups through competition and at the end of the days as well. Down on the beach doing post-heat interviews, watching her warm up. She had her earphones in. She was running up back and forth. As we look into the Parasurfing Vision Impairment 2 division, surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the International Blind Sports Association or Federation, sport class B2 and B3. So the IBSA is recognized by the Paralympic Committee to classifying different sports, and so the ISA Parasurfing uses those same sport classes. The B2 and B3 classification is the VI2, and the B1 classification is the VI1. So the whole classification system is way beyond my scope of understanding all of the meticulous, important details of each different impairment. But good thing we have Dr. Mo in the house helping us with that.
Yeah, Dr. Mo, who's, I mean, she's really good at making these really intricate and complex, you know, things just sound so simple. She was in the broadcast booth yesterday, breaking it down for us, so hopefully we'll get her back in here. Dr. Mo is a legend. We're so happy to have her here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. So out in the water, you see there's a team. These surfers who are visually impaired are getting audible clues, or I wouldn't say commands, because it's more of just you know, helpful hints as to when to paddle. We heard a pretty cool piece of information. They're not out there saying go, 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 because that sounds a lot like no. So they have kind of developed their own language in a lot of times to give their surfers the best chance. 16:30 to go. First score comes through for Medina. It's huge, a 6-5. So as these surfers wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to Liv on the glass with the winner of that.
Down here on the sand with our heat winner, Georgina, representing Team Argentina. Felicidades, Georgina. Talk us through that heat. How did you feel out there?
¿Cómo te sentiste afuera? Cuéntanos del heat.
Bueno, primero, muchísimas gracias por la nota. La verdad que me sentí muy feliz, siempre disfrutando cada hit paso a paso y vamos ahí con todo para llegar a esa final que es nuestro objetivo.
She said that she was very, very happy in the water, like confident, and yeah, she's enjoying the waves, and the goal is to make the finals. So he's going like step by step to go to the finals.
Okay, buenísimo. What have you been working on the past year to get to yourself in this position? What is the strategy, whether it's boards, heat knowledge? Can you give me a little insight there?
Sí, ella dice que le cuentes en comparación con el año pasado, qué has trabajado este año, qué has cambiado y qué has mejorado en comparación del año pasado.
Creo que lo que he mejorado bastante es mi visión en el mar, poder tener mucha visión de las olas, ver a los otros, ir formando mi propia estrategia en base a lo que los otros hacían también. Eso fue lo que a mí me sirvió para este año poder mejorar mucho más, pero creo que todavía podemos mejorar muchísimo más.
Yeah, she said she improved like the way she read the waves. Okay, she was looking the past years like the other competitors. Okay, how they serve the wave, how they read the sections, and so that's what she's working this year to improve his read of the ocean and the strategy of the waves. You know.
Okay, bueno. Okay, now you can speak in Spanish to your friends and family back in Argentina.
Okay. Muchísimas gracias a toda la gente de Argentina que ahí me está siguiendo día a día, que están apoyándome. Gracias a mi familia, a mis amigos y a mi hermoso pueblo de Camet Norte, que ahí me están siguiendo todos desde allá, que me están alentando. Esto es para ustedes. Espero que estemos juntos ahí corriendo las semis, porque yo siento que están ahí conmigo. Así que gracias a todos por estar apoyándome. Gracias mismo por estar con nosotros también.
Okay, muchas gracias, Georgina. Felicidades. Gracias. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Liv. That was great. 13:45 left here in women's VI2 round 2 heat 1. And no update yet as to the whereabouts of Cecilia Silva. Potentially on the inside riding waves there, but at the moment it's all about Medina and Lacoste. And that sizable chunk of points there, that 6.50 looming large in Medina's scoreline. And it looks like Medina could be on another gem of a wave. Beautiful carving snap there for Medina. Comes around the section again. Another hard turn. She is surfing her way to an excellent score, no doubt. See what she has on this inside section. Goes up for the snap in the shore break. But wow, that combination of two searing carves out the back. Definitely going to get the attention of the judges. And you could hear the beach going wild for Medina.
Wow. She absolutely rips. And, I mean, obviously, that's why she's the 3-time defending champion at such a young age as well. And she's been in California for a while training. She actually did a contest at Cardiff Reef a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't a para contest. It was just an open contest.
Oh, it's like a surf club contest.
Surf club contest. She got 3rd place. So kind of cool. Just out there with no spotter, no helper, just doing it all on her own and still ripping. And here we go. Perfect takeoff, opening turn, using her arms to cut back. A couple of pumps right here, keeping that board on rail. And this turn right there was the money turn. Rail to rail surfing, making the connection. The wave is doubling up right here, gets a little more speed and falls on that last turn. But those first couple of turns, the damage was done, and she is sending a message. We'll look at it one more time. You can see her kick and scratch to get in, and just great rail surfing and linking her first turn into the second turn right here. Just so much spray, so powerful. That whole rail was under the water, and Alali Medina from Puerto Rico absolutely ripping. So she rides for Rip Curl Women, and we know Aaron Brooks was a WSL Rookie of the Year, so Alali went to the Rookie of the Year party, and she was saying how stoked she was to get to meet some of her favorite surfers, Lakey Peterson, Aaron Brooks, and others. And my response was, those girls were lucky to meet you, and I'm sure they were as stoked or more stoked to get a chance to meet you. And
I DJ'd that party.
What?
Yeah, I was working. I didn't get a chance to get out there and meet one of my top favorite Medinas at the moment, you know?
Well, thanks for the invite.
What? I was working. No, that's really cool. I mean, it just shows you that the community is growing. And I would say Medina is definitely a rising star in the sport of surfing, and showing us why right now, with one of the highest scores of the contest so far, earned every bit of it as well, a 9.5. So Medina from Puerto Rico coming through with a huge heat total already, 16 points, and still this heat's only halfway done.
Highest single wave of the event on the female side, just a couple of scores higher from the men. Great job, great surfing, and just engaging rail to rail. And Chris, it's always an interesting thing in sport where some of your heroes, as you become at that level, end up becoming your friends. And it happens in all sports. And Tiger Woods writes about it in his book where all of a sudden he's at Stanford and Jack Nicklaus comes to visit him. And you can imagine what that's like. And a lot of the surfers say the same thing. And, you know, at 16 years old with 3 world titles under her belt, she now has younger kids looking up to her, and she's going to step into the role that some of those other Rip Curl athletes have been for influences for her. And it's always an interesting transition because you're just a normal person, but you're doing extraordinary things.
Well, she's got to be the coolest kid at her middle school. I mean, 3-time champion already at only age 16. She's also a competitive dancer. She is works at the dance academy. She loves to draw, surf, dance. She surfs all over in Puerto Rico, including Hobos Beach on her Paisel Power Tiger. There we see Silva now. All right. So we were wondering, Silva on that inside section, she's got a .37. She's putting in a lot of effort to find a wave. And, you know, this is cool to see the start of Cecilia Silva's, you know, which we think is going to be a long time competitor here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. I mean, you can tell she's got the heart and she's developing her skills, and hoping we get to see a ride right now from Silva. Tough go right there, but I love the effort. You know, like to me, I watch a wave like that, and that's just as exciting as, you know, watching a 9.5 in a lot of ways, because it just shows her passion for what she's doing. Things getting a little bunched up in the mid portion, in the middle area of the lineup. You saw Lacoste there disengaged from her board. She's back on it now.
And there is a way to get a sort of paddling or interference as well. That not one of them. She's just off her board. But if the judges see you kind of intentionally on the way out paddling and you're on your board, you know, you're supposed to go into the white water of the wave to allow the surfer to continue on their wave, which is in general good surfing etiquette when you're surfing in free surfing. But that was not the case, as she was off of her board and not in complete control, as we see Alali again.
I mean, is Medina just going for the perfect heat right now? Another gem of a wave, and it just kind of flattens out underneath her. And look at that tenacity, right back on her board, straight back to the takeoff zone.
And I'm glad let's go, Silva. You got it.
And we see the pop up. Oh, so close there for Cecilia Silva, representing Team Brazil. I mean, surfing with so much heart right now. Yeah, no, there was zero hesitation. She knew exactly what to do. Grabs her board, gets straight out there to ride another wave. There's her coach saying, we got this next one. And again, remember this moment, because, you know, when you come back 2026, Silva's probably going to be out the back dropping 8s herself. I mean, the trajectory that we see, the skill level developing with so many of these parasurfers is like nothing I've ever seen before.
So here's that last situation we were commenting on. Alali doing a great job of not going on that wave. And if she had been on her board and paddling and paddled to the shoulder instead of paddling into the white water, that might have been a paddling interference. But if you're off your board and trying to get on, no harm, no foul. And great job by Alali to pull off that wave. She's got about 1 million waves anyway, so no big deal for her. And I'm glad you brought up the dancing aspect of her. She trains with her dad, both in surfing and her on-land physical activities. But I can imagine how much dancing would transfer to surfing, as you're basically dancing on the water, so to speak, but being able to have full function of your body and maneuvering it in different ways is a great complementary sport to surfing, I can imagine.
I mean, if I could surf anything like Medina, I'll go ahead and sign up for a dance class, because she is absolutely ripping right now. A nice, good, clean, smooth style as well. This women's VI2 division shining so far. It really is the Medina show. 9.5 and a 6.50. That's one of the highest totals we've seen of the event so far.
And so Alali is looking to break some records this year. Melissa Reed, former champion of this event, she won in 2021, 2020, and then previously she won as well 2018, so she was a 3-time champion. Alali came in and won 3 times in a row. Projecting forward to finals day, if she were to win again, she would be a 4-time champion in this classification, in this division, and that would be a record for this division. But I'm going to have our statistician, Chris, check and see if anyone else has won 4 times in a row in any of the classifications or division, and we'll get back to you, but I believe she might be on a record-breaking performance this year.
Feels like it. And here we go again. Alali Medina. Solid roundhouse cutback. And a great read right there to maximize the potential of this wave as she makes her way through to the inside. And there's that cool looking style we were talking about. So just nothing out of place. I mean, she rode that wave probably as good as it could have been ridden. This opening turn, searing.
What I love about this first turn is she gets so high in that cutback, and she's set up perfectly to do another turn. That wave kind of fattened up, but she really set herself up with that first turn to get all the way back into high on the wave. And as you said, just projecting that board forward. That wave kind of didn't have as much to offer as her previous 9.5, but some amazing surfing once again by Alali Medina, the 16-year-old from Puerto Rico, riding that 5.4 Paisel Tiger that you mentioned. And it's got to be one of the smallest boards in the event for any of the surfers in the stand-up division. I know some of the lay-down surfers might have smaller boards, but she's riding a tiny board, able to execute those turns in a compact area.
Yeah, I just have this feeling like we're seeing something really special. I mean, already with 3 titles, we knew that she's an absolute phenom. But the way Medina's surfing right now, you know, the improvement that we're seeing year after year after year, we're looking at a surfer that is literally going to change the game of para surfing. And like you said, competing last week in a club contest, I could see Medina fitting nicely on the QS at the world, the ISA World Surfing Games level. She's, got to be in the conversation to be competing in the juniors.
For sure.
I mean,
yeah, for sure.
She could sweep it. It looks, the way she's surfing right now, she could compete at any level.
Against any competitor.
Exactly.
Yes, I would have to agree with you. And, it's great that you mentioned how she's continuing to improve. And it's like taking like a fine gem and then, polishing it year after year and comparing her surfing from her first title back in 2022, which in 3 years, our bodies develop so much, and she's just adding more strength. She's adding more endurance. And with her cross training, she's adding more flexibility and being able to translate that into her ocean knowledge and reading waves. It really is incredible. And let's not forget to mention Aline Lacoste from France out there looking for another ride. And we've been talking about Alali because she's been catching so many waves. But on cue, Aline must have heard me, and she's going to be up.
Yeah, here we go, just up. So we'll get a little bit of credit for standing up, for her hands leaving the rails. And it looks like Alali Medina in the right spot at the right time. Yet again, paddles into this wave. Quick carving snap. And how about the connection between surfer and spotter? I mean, she has been in the perfect spot for so many of these waves. And the second she gets up, I mean, she knows exactly what to do. There's no hesitation. Perfect style and pure stoke. And that is the makings of a champion. Like, we're talking dynasty type of stuff here.
Yeah, that's so interesting. You talk about her competing, in the junior series or the qualifying series, and I would have to agree with you. you see any female surfer out there and in any stop, and she's surfing as well as any of those girls. I know she's stoked on her new wetsuit sponsor coming from Puerto Rico to California. So thanks to everyone supporting her and her new wetsuit sponsor.
That Paizel surfboard looks perfect under her feet as well. I mean, just everything's connected, right? The board, you know, right? You can tell right when she stands up. Again, she just knows exactly what to do. Spotter got her in the perfect spot. So that was just excellence on display. She does improve on that previous score with a 9.5 and a 7.50. So that's got to be the highest heat total for any female in this entire event. Earned every bit of it. So we're going to take a quick break, but really looking forward to talking to Medina after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is the ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back. We are in the women's VI2, round 2, heat 2, and straight into the action. This is Sarah Gibson on a beautiful right-hander to start this heat. We got 20 minutes on the clock. Top 2 waves will be scored and added up for the overall heat total to see who was in those top 2 spots. So a great start there for your surfer representing Team Australia, Sarah Gibson. As we wait for the next set to roll in, we talked about a dynasty in the making. Medina went out there and posted one of the highest heat totals of the entire event. That is perfection. Let's meet Medina from Puerto Rico.
Coming to you live down here on the sand with Alali representing Team Puerto Rico. And Alali, walk me through that 9.5. That was pretty insane.
That wave was so good. I was just trying to surf it calmly and to the best of my ability and not like overdo it to prevent falling.
Yeah, exactly. And I hear you chanting on the beach, but it was in Spanish, so I didn't quite understand it. What does that chant mean?
It's like, I'm Puerto Rican, so you know it. It's like who we are.
I love that. How does it feel to represent your country?
It's such like a big, like my heart is full. I feel so grateful for everything and just like orgullosa of having the opportunity to represent my country and put our flag up.
Absolutely. 3-time Parasurf world champion. She has 3 gold medals to her name. What have you been working on in the past year to get yourself ready to vie for that podium position to take gold once again?
Training a lot in and out of the water, going to the gym, doing physical training back at home, drills, watching a lot of competitions from the WSL, and just being focused on my goal.
Incredible. Now you can speak in a little bit of Spanish to your family and friends back at home.
Muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo. Saqué un 9 puntos, no me lo esperaba. Y nada, vamos con todo.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Liv. That'll be fun. I mean, in the next couple years, Anthony, we can say that, yeah, We were on the Medina bandwagon a long time ago. And she is worthy of having a huge fan base, just not just by her surfing, but how she carries herself and represents not only Puerto Rico, but the surfing as a whole. I mean, we're stoked to have just seen what we just saw.
100%, and she's someone I would want my daughter to look up to. And we can say we started the idea of her competing on the tour. By we, it was mostly you, but I'm jumping on that as well. And just a great ambassador for sport in general.
Sarah Gibson with a wild ride. Goes down on the takeoff, but has already put together a pretty decent start with a 4.33. Melissa Reed, that 3.17. You got Ryoko Nishikubo representing Team Japan. So another hotly contested match in the lineup right now. If you look back at Team England.
Melissa Reed, our top seed in this heat. One turn and then falling behind on that one. Melissa Reed was our second place overall qualifier from round number 1. So the top 4 from these 3 heats are going to make it into the finals next heat. Ling Pai from Canada, Eloise L'Oreal from France, and Emily Purry from the United States coming up in our third and final heat. 3 heats, 3 surfers in each heat, going from 9 down to 4. So looking at our top 4 from yesterday, Alali, Melissa Reed, who is in this heat, Ling Pai, and Eloise we'll see in the next heat. So they were the 3rd and 4th seeds. So right now, Sarah Gibson from Australia, she has bettered her situation. She's currently in 5th place overall from round 1, and she needs to get into 4th place, and that 4.33 is going to help her situation.
Stakes are high. I mean, with every heat today, we're now starting, it starts as a marathon, right? But here's where you're going to start to see some urgency developing with a lot of these teams that need to try to get as many surfers as possible into the later rounds with bigger numbers to potentially get themselves on the podium on Friday. So it's Wednesday, almost 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time here in Oceanside, California. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from Oceanside Pier. Consistency is rising throughout the morning here as the tide about to make a turn. But as we've seen throughout the entirety of the last 4 days of competition, I mean, there are plenty of waves to go around. A little bit less consistent today, but what we're seeing is quality. I mean, in that last heat, 9.5s going down, high 7s. We've seen 8s throughout the day. So plenty of opportunity out in this lineup. And if you're wondering what VI2 means, it's our Visually Impaired Division 2. We have 2 separate visually impaired divisions, VI1 and VI2, one each for men and for women. And one of the surfers yesterday, I believe it was Melissa Reed in a post-heat interview, was describing what she saw on the waves that she was riding. Basically, one eye completely blind, the other had just kind of like a small pinhole. So she could, just see glimpses of the wave coming at her, maybe the jersey of the spotter that she has in the lineup with her. But other than that, it's just a very, very slight angle that she could see. And the word bravery to me comes to mind when I think of this division and all the visually impaired divisions, because I just can't imagine what it would be like to be in a lineup, regardless of the size of waves, without full use of your vision. Yeah, it must be a huge fear to overcome, but I'm not seeing any fear with any of the surfers in this division so far, that's just another incredible statement that these surfers are making every time they paddle out.
Couldn't agree more. And she used the analogy of looking at the camera and she could only see some of the lens.
Just like a pinhole into the lens.
And it's a great analogy and a great point that you bring up. And so they're still bringing in all of their other senses and to see the incredible surfing that we're seeing from them with the limited vision, it's not limiting their ripping. which is something that's universal. And we can sit and appreciate what they're doing on screen and out in the water as Blue having a look.
Oh, here we go. Sarah Gibson, afterburners on, takes the speed line on this right-hander. A beautiful surfing. Love the way she's extended her arms, kind of like flattens out her hands, just adding to the style element, which the judges are gonna probably see that and go, okay, so we got a lot of flow on this wave. The speed was obviously there. Full commitment on the paddle and the drop in. That's gonna be a big number for Sarah Gibson.
You can see her using her knees to get up off the top, coming down off the bottom. If I were coaching her, I'd try to help her get a little bit lower by bending her knees, comparing her to some of the other surfers, and making that turn, that last turn, if her knees were bent just a little more, lowering her center of gravity. Great takeoff, perfect positioning. Like you said, she was flying down this wave and right here carving back into the power source, and then just losing a little bit of speed after she made that initial cut back. And one more view, there you see her spotter giving her some encouragement. And that turn right there was excellent. And another turn. And then just right here, she lost a little bit of speed and couldn't ride out of that last maneuver. That view, I think, those turns look better on that pier view than they did from the front view.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, full commitment, that bottom turn especially. You could just see it gave her a speed burst.
Afterburners were on.
All right, so we're halfway through women's VI2, round 2, heat 2. Sarah Gibson jumps into the lead, 4.33 and a 4.13.
So Melissa Reed was our second seed from round number 1, and the third and fourth seed are coming up in the next heat, and they now are going to have some work to do because the surfer in this heat in the lead, Sarah Gibson, she's bettered both of her scores, so she's jumped into third place, and the girls in the next heat are going to know this probably.
Melissa Reed representing Team England. A little right-hander. Gets to this inside section. Nice little snap there. Another turn. Good combo for Reed. She makes her way to the inside section at a third. So a 3-turn burner there from Melissa Reed. So Team England has something to celebrate. She started off with a 3.17. That feels way beyond that score.
She waited a long time for that wave, and it was worth the wait. That was a great-looking wave. As we're looking kind of at the team standings, here we go. Sarah Gibson having a look again.
Yeah, Sarah Gibson right now is looking razor sharp. Perfect positioning on the takeoff there, and just trying to add that turn in, and that was the case of one of those waves that, you know, maybe being the second wave in the set, it just flattened out a little bit through the midsection, and she wasn't able to get that transition into the inside. She's already sitting on 2 solid numbers though, a 4.33 and a 4.13. Now it's up to the judges to tell us what Melissa Reed did on her last wave.
So Cecilia Silva in a previous heat, for our Brazilian competitor, she's not going to make it to the finals. One of our French competitors, one of 2 French competitors, Aline Lacoste, she was in 6th. She didn't better her situation. Another French competitor is out of the competition. So now coming up in the next heat, Eloise L'Ariel, she's got some work to do to keep the hopes of Team France alive, to try to advance into the final and earn those valuable points. And the points, they go up exponentially. It's not just a gradual, incremental raise of the points. And so the higher you place, the more points for your team.
Yeah, Anthony, that is the bittersweet part of this competition, because I mean, I would love to just watch all of these surfers for more, you know, more heats. But this is high-level competition, and this is where we're going to start crossing out names. But we're also going to be start adding things up, and we're working our way to the finals, which is going to go down on Friday, live from Oceanside Pier. 7 minutes left. Melissa Reed again, so her second score comes in at a 5.33. Now she's trying to get rid of 3.17. That first turn was beautiful. Gets into that inside section and boom, rides out clean. Melissa Reed. So it goes back to back, improving her wave total. So the 5.33 on her last wave, I mean, that was literally 30 seconds ago. She got right back to the takeoff zone, flipped it, and I have a good feeling that she's going to delete the 317, and the judges do too. 6-point ride. So now Melissa Reed extends her lead with an 11.33 total. Sarah Gibson drops to second. Pair of fours. That is just a great heat IQ there. You know, the competitive know-how that Melissa Reed has developed over the years is showing right now. She saw a chance, she took it, and she made her competition pay. Sarah Gibson now answering back. She's got a good looking inside section to work with. Just flirting with the lip there and tearing down the line on this right. I think you could tell she kind of put her hands up, sensing the pier was looming, coming at her quick. And luckily we have some safety crew members kind of underneath the pilings there. Yesterday we saw a brutal wipeout where a surfer from France, Duran, actually smashed into the pilings as a prone rider and was able at literally the last second to kind of defend her body with her board. Unfortunately, the board took the brunt of the crash, and you know that board was about 3.5 inches thick, snapped in half like a twig.
Better her board than her body, and smart move by her to put her board in front. But it shows you the level of commitment that these surfers have.
Oh yeah.
We saw Ant Smythe do the same thing, throwing that 360 basically onto the rocks, and you can tell that Sarah Gibson wanted to keep going, but I think the guys are there saying, no, don't do it, don't do it.
You're doing fine, you got a pair of fours, and we have a good feeling about that last wave. You know, of course, the equation, we always talk about speed, power, flow. It was all there for Sarah Gibson representing the Irukandjis Team Australia. So potential to increase her scoreline. And Melissa Reed, she was sitting on a 3 and solid numbers, 3 and a 4, but then within the span of a minute, under a minute, dropped a 6 and a 5.33, completely changing the trajectory of this heat. Now with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left, you see Reed in the red right there. She just keeps putting herself in the perfect spot for these right-hand runners.
Yes, great surfing from the 3-time champion Melissa Reed from England, and showing her surfing prowess and why she has earned 3 world titles and building on each previous wave, scoring higher and higher and higher. And look at this set. We've still got some swell. Everybody duck diving. Beautiful duck dives. That Team England there, it was in unison. We had some synchronized duck diving. Oh, once again, it's a routine. Look at this set.
Nah, that was a solid 5-wave set. And look at Melissa. We're just talking about her positioning throughout this whole heat. She's almost right there for another. 3 minutes, 18 seconds left.
And we're getting to the sweet spot of the tide. We saw that 6.9, almost a 7 high tide at about 8 a.m. So we're 2 hours away. That's a pretty steep tidal change. Over a 7-foot difference, over 8 feet difference in tide, which is one of the largest differences in a tidal change that you can have, going from almost a 7 to a negative 1.4 coming up later at around 3 o'clock. So right now, the next few heats, we're going to see some of those cleanup sets. That's what just happened there. That set larger than anything that we've seen previously, and all the surfers getting caught inside. And Sarah Gibson putting her foot in the door to put herself in advancement position. Melissa Reed securing her second place seed. She's got a 7.17 from round number 1, and she's going to be dropping that 5.3 in her overall score, and that's going to secure her pretty nicely in second place. Alali Medina is essentially on another level with her surfing. She's dropping scores in the excellent range, as the other surfers haven't scored any in the excellent range yet. And if she can surf mistake-free in the finals, it's going to be hers to, you know, kind of take from the others. But don't count out Melissa Reed. She's got that championship DNA. And give her a couple of good waves, and she'll definitely tear them to shreds.
Yeah, sometimes veteran knowledge, you know, really can go a long way, especially, you know, depending on the timing of their heat. If it's an afternoon heat, you know, that ocean kind of awareness can come into play. But yeah, the storyline's developing as we head towards final day are becoming really interesting, really fun to follow.
And we haven't seen any waves from Ryoyuko, so I wonder if she did not paddle out. Or no, there she is. Or no, is that the next heat? Yeah, I think that's the next heat.
I believe so. Or if it is, Nishikubo, maybe just out there, you know, again, trying to get her campaign rolling. This is an extremely difficult pursuit for a visually impaired athlete. You know, it's one thing I would say to skate or snowboard, which is going to be hard in itself, but when you're dealing with the elements and dealing with just the unknown, you know, there's no, you can't time the cadence of the sets coming through. So I wouldn't doubt if Nishikubo is just kind of doing her research and kind of going to apply that to future events. As we see a paddle there from Sarah Gibson. Can't quite get into it. That means Melissa Reed has now the opportunity for a victory lap. Solid surfing there for your multi-time world champion, Melissa Reed, representing Team England. Put her on the list of favorites to get to the podium on Friday. Surfing like that, I mean, she's going to be a lock towards finals day. So that's it for women's VI2, round 2, heat 2. But we have so much more action to come. Looks like the waves are sticking around and just getting more fun by the minute. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, then we're going to flip the booth. We're going to bring Shannon and Liv in on the call. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We'll be right back.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. I'm here with amazing, beautiful baby mama, Shannon Hughes. We're calling live action, Shannon.
Well, thank you so much, Liz. It's great to be here with you. As we see Ling Pai, she got some action during the commercial break on a great-looking ride, a little top to bottom to start off with. And she's feeling comfortable out here in Oceanside because though she represents Canada, she is a home resident of this community and loves surfing here at Northside Pier.
Yep, I see her out there quite often. This is a replay from green. Up to her feet, surfer in green representing Team USA. John White out the back helping and coaching her into waves. Big smiles. She has made so much improvements from last year. Yeah, we were talking about Ling Pai. She's out here quite a bit in Oceanside. I see her and her husband Chris, who is also on Team USA. And power couple there for sure, shredding together.
Great to see the two of them representing. So Canada, USA up against France's Eloise Luriol with that 0.77 to start things off with. It's been a little bit slow in competition today as far as majority of the heats have gone, although those women's prone to heats had a little pulse of action. There was quite a few back-to-back rides, which was really exciting to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this heat goes, just because when I feel like there's a lot of action in the previous heat, then there's like a lull heat. So let's see if there are set waves to be had. I mean, Ling got that awesome right into the pier, and she's made so many big improvements over the years. The bit of a smaller board there and doing a lot of really nice turns, feeling so confident.
Plenty of time on the clock. We can see that that wind is just starting to kind of puff, give a little bit of texture to the surface of the water. Ling Pai in position now, as well as the surfer in blue, Eloise. And it's going to be Ling with the opportunity, taking off, angling for the left. And we'll see if she's able to ride through with the white water here. Great stance, great balance to continue that trim line. Nice turn on her backhand. She's demonstrating so much control while she's up and riding. She would have been looking for that feeling of really connecting with that green face on the left. Unfortunately, that wave just closed out a little bit for her, but she was able to get a really nice ride regardless for our surfer in the red jersey. Emily Purry on the paddle back out, just getting news from her coach that there is that solid size set breaking right in front of her. And now Eloise up and riding on a great looking ride. The goofy footer Liv representing out there.
Yeah, absolutely ripping. Eloise from France. She was a bronze medalist in 2024 and she's 16 years old. Eloise and her teammate Aline. Aline's first year here representing Team France in the VI2 division. VI2 is partial vision impairment, so it's totally dependent upon the athlete, Shannon. You know, Alali's vision is different from Melissa's, and they all see a different variety of maybe colors and shapes, and it's not fully blind, of course, and I know Alali can still see part of the wave, but yeah, VI2 is that partial vision impairment.
So relying still on that sense of vision, but also, you know, that feeling of being on the wave, hearing what's happening around them as well. Everything's a little bit more heightened because of that limited vision that they possess. Well, that second heat in round 2, we've got the winner down on the glass with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Melissa, I had the honor and privilege of announcing that last heat and watching you. At the very beginning, you're doing good, couple fours, and then you just flipped the script, dropped 2 awesome waves back to back. Could you just feel that momentum turn when you got that first wave that was your highest score?
Yeah, it was just kind of getting a little feel for it. We're not used to clean sloping waves back home. I complained about the low tide mush, but actually I was like, I think I prefer that. So it's just kind of changing the surfing style and just getting used to something a little bit slower, a little bit fatter.
Well, in the heat previous, you had surfers out there dropping 9.5s, and I'm sure you heard the announcers going wild and the beach going wild. Does that motivate you? Does that fire you up when you hear numbers like that being dropped?
Yeah, I mean, it's super difficult here because within 10 minutes the tide totally changes, so I never really look at what's happening in the heat before because it's a totally different event in the next heat.
Now, you know what it takes to get a gold medal, right? You've done this before a few times, so let's talk about the next few days. Friday's going to be finals day. What are you going to do leading up to that to ensure yourself a spot on the podium?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to continue trying to eat healthy, get in the sea, have fun. I mean, took a little time off of competing, and I just had fun surfing with my mates this summer, so that's the main reason I'm here now.
You're making it fun for all of us watching. Congratulations, moving through. Melissa is on a roll.
She certainly is, and she's in a great position to hold on to that podium opportunity. And we'll see if she's able to get herself with the gold on the podium as well. She's going to be really hungry to get herself back into that leading position. Aleli Medina in this division specifically has been on an absolute winning streak since she entered this event for the first time. She's had multiple golds and has yet to be taken away from that gold medal position. Melissa Reed, prior to that, was a surfer that was really dominant with those gold medal finishes, and every year it comes down to a really close finish between the two of them for that gold medal position. So we'll see if Melissa's able to get it back from Aleli this year, though we've had some great waves being ridden by other surfers. Coming into today, out of the results from their round 1 heats live, it was Ling Pai for Team Canada, who's currently in the lineup, that was fighting for that kind of 3rd place position behind them with her high scores. So that 3.83 so far has helped to improve her situation and getting her into a better position to hold herself up into the top 4 to be advancing through to the finals. That said, also Team Australia had a great showing earlier on with Sarah Gibson, getting a couple 4s on the board for a 9.2 heat total, has actually jumped herself into number 3, which would knock Ling Pai down into number 4. So Ling's going to want to make sure to try and continue improving the situation to hold on to that finals place finish at least, as she has some great competition out in the lineup against her. Emily Purry for Team USA with a quick in and out on that wave. She's going to get a 2nd score on the board. We're down to 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining on the clock in our visually impaired 2 division, where surfers have that low to partial vision. And like you were saying, Liv, you know, the story is different for everyone. For some of these surfers, it's that deteriorating vision that is continuing to deteriorate and maybe changing, you know, year by year.
Right.
They may end up in that visually impaired 1 division at some stage within their surfing career.
Right.
If they have that continued deterioration of their vision, some born with it, some that has been happening throughout their lifetime.
Yeah, that's why classification from Mo Johnson and the ISA is just so important, because, you know, certain people's disabilities are never going to change. Like, my arms are the way that they are since birth. I really don't have to be reclassified. But some people's disability, I don't want to use the word necessarily get better, but just have more mobility and then ultimately get reclassified in a division that's more fair. And it's the same with VI. You know, if their vision gets progressively worse over time, unfortunately, then it would be in that VI1 division, which is little to no vision at all. And then some people's vision does get better. So I think disabilities here are just kind of ever changing, ever evolving with a lot of different classifications. We see that a lot with surfers in the Prone 1 and Prone 2 division. Some surfers, they kind of almost outgrow that Prone 2 position to where they're like, okay, I have more mobility now, and I can paddle way more than I ever thought that I could before. Here goes Blue.
Great looking wave for Eloise. Angles off to the right. That was an incredible bottom turn, drove to the high line and just got caught off the back of the wave. But that takeoff and opening turn would have felt so nice.
Oh, fantastic wave from Eloise here from France in Blue. She was streaming down that line so nicely. I have never seen her so confident before. She was a little bit shaky on her last heat, so coming out here with a lot of confidence and picking and choosing those rights that she's feeling so comfortable on her backhand. She stood up really early and was able to get onto that wave just as she would have liked. Well done from Team France in Blue. Eloise, just 16 years of age. She's so well spoken. They had a post-heat interview with her, and she was just saying how it's so important for her to be here, not only for an individual competition, but also just to be here with the community and representing her nation, and ultimately just loving being with people just like her and being a part of the community, like I said. Here goes Ling, I think, paddling in for a wave.
Having a long scratch to try and get into that wave, just unable to. Paddle now out the back for Eloise, and it's just a pop-up slightly too early, which in these higher tide conditions, though, the tide is dropping now, so we're off of that major high tide and we'll be moving towards low tide through the rest of the day. Still important to get those extra couple of strokes in before popping up to her feet. And there we go with Ling, the Oceanside local. Great looking ride, top to bottom, drives through that next turn, and she's in a beautiful position to be finishing out right here under the pier. Hopefully she's kicked out early enough to avoid contact with it. There we go. So she's a surfer that actually knows this break really well. And she has said before that she once got hooked by a fishing line, had to go to the ER to get it removed because there's so many fishermen here off the pier. And she said since then she's actually been pretty scared surfing out because it's difficult for her, of course, to be able to see those fishing lines specifically. As we take a look at Eloise with a solid drop, and she'll take a quick dismount for that one. So for Ling, I think, you know, she's kind of spoken out before that she gets a bit nervous every time she does get close to the pier.
Right.
Not necessarily for the pilings, but actually because of fishing lines.
So interesting. I've definitely been hooked quite a few times from those fishing lines, but never had to be hospitalized. So that's definitely pretty gnarly on Ling's part. I can't imagine that. Yeah, depending on the time of day and day of the week that you're out here, you're just see like 20 fishing lines, and I try and like weave all in and out, and sometimes I look up at them and they're like, sorry, and I'm like, okay, like
yeah,
there's not really like, just go a little further out so you don't hook people instead of fish.
Yeah. The apology doesn't mean very much when there's the potential to maybe change it in the first place to avoid the situation from even happening.
Oh, exactly. But it's pretty sketchy because usually they go pretty far out into the lineup, and then I paddle out close to the pylon, so I'm actually going underneath all their lines. And then I've been pushed by a wave, like I'm sure that's what happened to Ling, where she got pushed by a wave into actually one of the lines. So super gnarly situation there, especially in the summer when there's a lot of fishermen on the pier.
Yeah,
just
it's
one
wild.
of those things.
Fish love a little current change. They love a tide change. So it's understandable that the fishermen want to be there where the actual fish are at. But unfortunately, it coincides with sometimes where the best surf is as well.
Exactly.
So 5 minutes remaining on the clock. A beautiful view of the Oceanside Pier here that we were just chatting at. It's a great location to come down, take a walk on the pier all the way out to the end.
Exactly,
Stand out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, and sunsets here. You can go all the way out to the end and watch the sun dip below the horizon, and it's just so beautiful.
Now that you're not calling Oceanside home and you're a little bit farther away from the coast, how are you finding that change? You know, there's some surfers here that we've heard from already in competition today that aren't living really close to the ocean. What's it been like for you moving back to Pennsylvania and not having this Pacific blue right in front of you every day?
Yeah, it's hard, but when I am here, I make the absolute most of it. Like yesterday when the comp finished, I went right down to Tamarack and got in the water with some friends. So anytime I'm here, I try and get into the water as much as possible. And yeah, I'm based now in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and it's home. You know, like I have my family there and friends, and I'm super grateful to be back at home, especially with me not competing as much as I used to. So it's definitely an adjustment, but I'm 2 hours away from New Jersey, so I've been catching some really awesome waves there on the East Coast. A great friend of mine, Bruce Boyle, I've been getting in the water with him. It's actually so cool because when I grew up in Pennsylvania and I first got introduced to surfing, I started to go to Jersey before I moved out to California. And I used to surf with Bruce, very involved in the High Fives Foundation, and he gets a lot of surfers with disabilities in the water. And so now, after 7 years, I get to reconnect with Bruce and go surf East Coast waves because he was one of the first people I ever caught waves with. So it's definitely a full circle moment there, and super blessed to be able to catch waves when I can.
We got a paddle now from Emily.
Not able to scratch into it there. It seems like their strategy is get 2 solid waves on the inside and get to your feet, and then I saw that they paddled out next to the pier, and I'm sure that's John helping her out, like, yeah, let's get 2 inside ones and then let's see what we can get on the outside. So well done with following through with the plan.
Yeah, here we go, up and riding now. So that was probably a bigger whitewater than those earlier two, the 1.23 and the 0.4. I love that thought of strategy from her, you know, starting out just to get scores on the board, to make sure that she has scores moving forward, and then from there to look to push herself maybe a little bit beyond her comfort zone, but knowing that she's competing in competition, she's in a safe environment, and to try and get out there and get something that could potentially boost those scores a little bit higher. And it's really nice hearing that, you know, that you're able to reconnect with that surf community in New Jersey specifically, that you kind of started out surfing.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's awesome for them to see as well how much your surfing has progressed. Obviously, with your multiple world titles to your name now, you're such a different surfer than you were when you started out there. And so now for you to be able to go out and kind of own the lineup instead of being one of those learners in the water as well. Ling now with a great looking left tracking along with this wave. That was a nice takeoff for her. She's going to redirect onto the inside, and we'll see if she gets a little bit of a reform here as well. There's definitely some potential. Little pumping here as she goes from left to right, gets a couple turns through on the inside section. She's looking to improve on that 4.17, and the board is looking really nice under her feet. Like, it's stable enough for her to not lose her balance in the whitewater, because sometimes it's hard in the whitewater to even put some of those turns together if you're on too big of a board. But also you need something with enough kind of float to it to actually continue riding in a stand-up position there.
It definitely seems like Ling has that board absolutely dialed. I'm interested to see if she's going to paddle out and get another, but I love Ling's style. She's so low on her board, and especially because she knows that if she's getting kind of bumped around by some whitewater. Here's a replay. Really nice drop. I love how she holds rail there on the takeoff just to ensure that she rides out clean and then is able to go. She originally wanted to go left, but then decided to go right because that wave didn't really have much on offer for her. So stable on her feet, nice and bent at the knee so that she can ride out smoothly on those little turns on the inside. So really smart surfing by Ling, and love that style of just being really stable.
Scores in for last of Ling. It's a 3.13, so it doesn't factor into her top two waves. We're down to 40 seconds on the clock. This heat feels like it's just flown past.
Gosh, I can't believe that. I thought we just got in the booth.
And it will be the finish of our round 2 for the women's visually impaired 2 division. So out of this, it's going to be up to contest technical director Eric Kramer, who's doing all the maths up there, to see who advances through in those top 4 positions. They will move directly into the finals out of this main round 2, with surfers taking their top score from both their first heat and their second heat, their top 2 waves between the 2 of those. As we see Eloise with a great looking ride to finish off with, up just before the buzzer. She's got so much speed and momentum moving down the line, had a great drop out the back to start off with, a little bit of pumping here, and this is going to be an excellent way for her to finish things out. She's currently looking to improve on a 2.73 as her low score. Hasn't quite gotten there with the scores that she has on the board right now. We'll see if this wave is able to factor into it. We will know that there's a score to come, and I think it's going to be through pretty quickly from the judges, as no one else was up and riding catching any last wave. And it's a 2.83, so it actually does narrowly increase her heat total overall from yesterday. So that'll be in the hands of the judging panel for who advances through in those top 4 positions, heading towards finals day at the end of the week. And when we return from the break, we're going to be into our men's visually impaired 2. So same division, men will be hitting the lineup. We've got 2 heats total to find out who's going to make it into the final 4 coming come finals day here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've got more action to come. When we return, Lib and I will continue the conversation.
Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing. recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
A better world through surfing is what the ISA is all about, as we see an excellent opening snap from our surfer in blue, Luis Nicolas Medina from Team Chile. I mean, wow, so sharp on the buzzer to get up and riding on this opening ride. So many turns connected together, a lot of power, a lot of spray being thrown as well. Shannon and Liv in the booth here, and Liv, what a way for Luis to start off his campaign.
That was absolutely fantastic.
We'll get back to Liv in just a moment. We got scores to drop in for Luis. We got score to drop in for Alexander as well. And just a really solid way to kick things off. We've got France, Chile, Japan, and Israel out in the water, Liv.
Yeah, that was a fantastic opening wave. I would love to see that replay again if we could just see it and break it down one more time, just because we didn't see it in live action and then it came through as the replay, because that first turn was spicy. Oh my gosh, he threw so much spray.
Yeah, that was a really, really awesome way to see things start off with. And we can see another little set starting to approach. Everyone's moving to get into position out in the lineup for this division. It's the visually impaired 2 for the men. We just saw the wrap up of the women's visually impaired 2 division, which includes surfers with low to partial vision. They're all out there with a spotter, and so some of those surfers have enough vision, you know, to be able to see that there's maybe a wave coming, but they can't quite see the shape very well, or necessarily where they need to be for positioning or anything like that. So they've got a spotter out there that's giving them heaps of communication as far as like, this set's really good, we're going to go left or right, talking them through everything out in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, Shannon. You can see their coach out there. However, they are not able to physically touch them at all or help them in any competitive way, whether it's to get back out into the lineup or to catch waves. So they are just their eyes out there.
Well, that last heat was a big finish for our women's VI2. We've got Chris down on the beach with the interview.
Thank you so much, team. We were just having a conversation about, you know, in that vision impaired division, you were talking about everyone kind of sees things differently, but maybe you could describe your experience when you're paddling into a wave. What are you seeing?
For me, I really can't see a whole lot until it gets very, very close to me. So it really helps to have a guide out there. I'm learning to spot it when it's really, really close, and then I kind of pull, I turn around last minute. But when I'm paddling out, I'm seeing really, really faint lines if I'm lucky, but I really don't see the sets coming out the back at all. And then when I'm on the wave, depending on the lighting, I really can't see what the wave is doing a whole lot. And I don't see the textures, I don't see any details. So if I'm looking at you right now, Chris, I don't really see any of your features. So if I saw you on the street and you said hi to me, I would never respond because I wouldn't know who you are. Yeah.
But now we know, now we're friends. Yeah. And you know, the overall community, the parasurfing community coming together this week, it has been a magical time. Are you finding yourself connecting with surfers from all over the world in all different walks of life?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is my 7th ISA. I met my husband just before the first ISA, so I'm definitely connected to this community these days.
I love that story. Now, Team Canada, I mean, Canadian surfing is having a moment. You got Aaron Brooks on the championship tour as Rookie of the Year. You guys have fielded an incredible team this year. What does it mean for you to be flying that Canadian flag on your board?
I'm so proud to be Canadian, and I'm so grateful for the support that we have. We have Shannon Brown, who's an awesome head coach. We have Albie Sears, who is a great strength and conditioning coach. So I'm just so lucky to have the support and the love from Canada.
All right, well, good luck moving through. Watch out, world. Team Canada's coming for you.
Thanks so much. Congratulations to Ling. So well spoken, and yeah, love to see the dynamics of what's unfolding at Team Canada. It sounds like they're on a really good projection upward, and they got some great surfers, world champs across the board. As we take a look now at Pierre, as he is just throwing spray on his backhand for Team France. This is a very highly contested heat, as we've already got a 7.5 on the board, Liv, for First and Medina.
Yeah, great start to the heat here, Piero?
Piero? I think I said it wrong the first time.
That's okay. Yeah, great opening ride for him, so we'll see where that comes in
threw a lot of spray on that backhand wave, going right into the pier, trying to make the most of that pier bowl wave that pops up here at north side that's so iconic. He was able to get some nice slashes, and the judges will be comparing that wave to Luis's wave, Medina in blue representing Team Chile with that 7.5. See if it's anywhere close, if Chile's wave was maybe a little bit more progressive, a little bit stronger. It seemed like in my mind when we just saw that, I don't know if Red's is going to be right up there. Might be like a 6.5. But then again, it was also the drone angle. It's a little bit harder to tell like how vertical they got.
It's so challenging to see. The drone looks really beautiful.
Yeah,
it's nice to see
definitely.
the color of the water. It's cool to see that kind of bird's eye view of the surfers, but it's very challenging for us to actually see what's happening on the face of the wave because we're not getting to see the face of the wave really. So it's nice when we do get to see that angle as well, that the judges would be more so looking from, being able to see the height of actually, you know, how tall the wave is, how critical some of those maneuvers were. Like we're looking at right here, we've got a couple paddles out the back, not quite able to get into it. And we've got some teams with their flags down on the beach. Out in the water, France, Chile, Israel, and Japan. We've got a solid score on the board. So Team France, competitor out in the water, Piero, has dropped an 8.23 live. So he is improved on the score from Luis out of Chile with that 7.5. We've got another opportunity now for Piero as he is up and riding. Just driving, pumping down the line, goes in for a big layback on the finish. Can't pull it out, but that looked really solid. Answering back straight away is Luis on his backhand. Softer wave. He's now driving, setting himself up here through the inside, hoping that he's going to have an in section to connect with, and that in section does not connect with the pier.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Hopefully that connection is not with a pylon. Yeah, great opening ride from France in red with an 8.23. Can't wait to break down that replay because I totally called that a 6.5.
It's the drone angle.
It's the drone angle.
I'm saying it's the drone angle for sure. Good looking wave coming through here. It is our surfer in green has first priority, white has second priority. No priority established yet between blue and red. And that may have just been actually their spotters that are out the back right now because those two are on the inside section. Still waiting for the first, for that last score of blue to drop in. We do have a couple small scores on the board for Alexander Shub out of Israel, a 2.67 to start off his heat. And for Shigeru out of Japan, he has that 0.57 next to his name as well.
Here's the replay from the almost layback attempt from our surfer in red. Streaming down the line, I kind of thought he was going to do an air with this setup, and then boom, layback, and just kind of dug the nose of the board right then and there, because that would have been a gnarly score. Laybacks are one of my favorite maneuvers that I can't attempt, but I love watching.
Things to work on, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
2.47 on the board for that last one for Piero, and a 0.5 for that quick in and out now that we just saw for Medina, that last wave for surfer in blue. He does have that 3.07 on the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, look how close it is between red and blue. It's a 10.7 heat total and a 10.57, so it's honestly anyone's wave. Here's red's wave. That drone angle again. He had a nice turn out the back and then up into the lip for another solid slash, and then isn't able to ride out with a clean hit at all, but got two great turns, one big slash on the outside and another one coming into the inside. So judges were awarding that big turn out the back with a second slash. So 8.23 for surfer in red to start off this heat.
Yeah, really rewarding those first two turns, giving more to the quality than the quantity, which is pretty standard of surf judging, regardless of what discipline is out in the lineup. So you can see the flags for Japan and Chile Team spirit at these events is always really, really incredible, and I think it really speaks to the heart of the ISA, you know, making the world a better place through surfing.
Absolutely.
Bringing peace through surfing globally as well.
I mean, look at the 3 different flags waving there and big smiles on everyone's faces.
It's a really special opportunity every time that an ISA event runs. There's typically about 5 in the calendar year between World Surfing Games, the juniors, which has an under 16 and an under 18s division, and then longboarding, stand-up paddling, which will be taking place next week in El Salvador.
Back-to-back events.
Back-to-back
Let's
events.
go.
Actually, I think for the team, they're going to be that are, you know, flying over to run that event as well. This event finishes on Friday. Some of them might be flying out Friday night. The rest of the crew's flying out on Saturday, and they start that
My
contest.
word. Yeah, Alex was telling me about that back-to-back. Here goes Green starting off with a super nice bottom turn. Riding a longboard here. I love the style.
Yeah, nice little trim line for Shigeru as he's coming through to the inside section. Looking really cruisy. Found a little bit more speed, and he'll kick out on the inside. He's got that kind of thruster set up on the longboard, which works well for conditions like this, especially if he's competing against surfers riding smaller boards and short boards. He wants to try and be a little bit more radical with the longboard that he's riding and really try and get some dynamic turns thrown in amongst the pack.
Yeah, Shannon, you're a longboarder or mid-lengther?
I'm
Both?
a longboarder. Who
Longboarder.
rides mid-lengths?
Who rides
you know.
mid-lengths? Okay.
I prefer a little bit extra foam.
Yeah, fair enough. Tell me a little bit about how like fin placement and whether it's like a single fin or a thruster, because he has 3 fins that are set up there, how that really comes into play when he's thinking about wanting to be more radical.
Yeah, so when surfers are riding a longboard that has a single fin, they typically have 50-50 rails, which means the rails of the whole longboard are really soft. They don't have like a hard, sharp edge like you have on the tail or the rails of a shortboard. That allows the surfing to be a little bit more traditional, have a lot more flow and grace to it than you would have maybe more progression, like what we're seeing in the replay here from this last wave of the surfer in blue out of Chile, Medina. This is a great looking left for him.
I believe that was that the replay from earlier, or is this his second wave?
This must be that opening ride, so that's that 7.5.
Gosh, that first turn, I said it before, he just threw so much spray, and you know, the wave kind of died out. That's why like I feel like they went 7.5 on it, just because he wasn't able to really do 2 big maneuvers out the back, and he had that one really nicely timed snap, kind of layback almost. He just threw his fins into the wave on the outside, and I feel like if that wave would have just offered a little bit more out the back, he would have gone excellent.
Here we go, up and riding Alexander. We've been waiting for the youngster out of Israel, just 17 years old, to really continue his campaign. He's got that 2.67 on the board, and here he is just pumping, setting himself up down the line. Great to see him get that second wave. He's riding a really small shortboard as well out there, and he's looking really comfortable on it.
This is replay from Red's wave. Previously nicely timed, a little bit of a carve in the pocket, but just kind of dies out from underneath them.
So he started out with that 8.23 for Pierrot, and for him now, he's just been trying to build on that scoreline, but hasn't had much success in finding a wave that's going to stay open for him. He's been able to connect anything else with, just that 2.47 to back up the 8.23.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand the take of that wave. You know, he wants to stay fresh on his feet. Dropping in here, here goes blue.
All right, nice opportunity for him to try and build something. However, looking at the quality of that wave in comparison to, say, that 7.5, you can see there's going to be a huge difference in even the scoring potential for something like that, right?
No, exactly, and seems like he's really going to try and eye off those lefts because those turns were so solid on the left. As a goofy footer going right, feeling a little bit, it looks like he's just a little bit more wobbly on those right-handers, so trying to pick off a left. We have the current condition report here, 2 to 3 foot waves, a little bit of wind. Nice slash though. I stand corrected when I said he was a little bit shakier on the rights, but he just threw a nice turn on his backhand, so.
He's done really well in this heat finding that 7.5 has put him in a really decent position to make sure he gets himself into the top 4. So I'm just having a look at the leaderboard results at the moment from their opening round now into their second round. Out of this round, we'll have 4 surfers that advance through straight to the finals because there's just 8 surfers total in the division. So for our surfer out of France, Pierrot, he's got an 8.23 on the board now. That improves on one of the 2 7.33s that he had in his opening round heat.
Right.
So he's absolutely going to be making it through. He'll likely be holding on to that first place position, although we do have one more heat to surf, heat number 2 for this round after this. For Luis, for Nicholas Medina, he's got that 7.5 on the board now, improves on the 5.67 as his best ride from his round 1. So he's also going to be sitting in a much better position, jumping all the way from 4th up into 2nd on the leaderboard at the moment. And then for our other 2 surfers, they've got some work to do. For Alexander specifically, he was sitting on a couple of 1s, so that 2.67 and the 2.2 are actually going to replace the 2 scores he had from yesterday, putting him into a 4-point heat total. But at this stage, a minimum, it's going to have to be an 11.57 heat total to get a surfer that is underneath the cut line all the way up and above that 4th place position. For both Louise and for Pierrot, they're already sitting above that 4th place position, and these scores are now going to be improving, which has upped the requirements on the rest of the field.
Oh, I love that breakdown, Shannon. Thank you for that. It's a make or break, 2.5 minutes left, and White from Israel and Green from Japan, they're really going to have to capitalize on the next wave that they paddle into in order to vie for position in the next round. Like I said earlier, Shannon, the vibes are definitely different down there in the water and on the sand. It's crunch time now. I mean, some of these surfers aren't going to make it through, and even though it's part of competition, it's not fun all around, you know, to see someone work so hard all year round and then not make the next round. Unfortunately, that's a part of competition, but that's what also makes it so exciting.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's the great opportunity to progress this year and then to walk away and to know what to work on moving towards competition next year, to scope out the field of your fellow competitors and see, you know, what kind of equipment people are riding, what kind of turns they're doing, what kind of waves they're able to surf, and look to progress to be in the same sort of real competitive category as them come the following year of competition. We're down to that final minute. We just saw a paddle there from our surfer in green from Fujisaki out of Japan. He is a great competitor, loves surfing actually at Queens in Oahu. I've seen that break specifically as the favorite for quite a few surfers in this. And I think it's because of that Adaptive Surfing World Tour now. They get the opportunity to surf in Hawaii at least once a year with an event that's happening there, which is really awesome. And it's giving these surfers exposure to some of those really world-class fun waves in the surfing scene. As we take a look now at Medina on his backhand, setting himself up here down through the inside. Is he going to be able to make it back to the green face? He shakes his head.
Yeah, he can tell. He was like, you know what? Nope, that's not going to be better than my 7.5 or 3.43, but he should be stoked. He put together a great heat. Just unfortunately that there was nothing he could have done. That wave just was not offering a lot of scoring potential.
Down to 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and he's already got the job done. So really, at this stage, it's okay if he doesn't improve on that 3.43. Really, the more important kind of factor coming down to the last few minutes was for both Green and for White, for Israel and Japan, to try and get themselves into that leaderboard, which unfortunately looks unlikely at this stage, but we'll leave that in the hands of the team that will be doing all the calculations as we take a look at this last ride from Alexander Shub. That was a great opportunity.
Unfortunately, he stood up after the buzzer. Gosh, that's heartbreaking. That was such a good wave.
And that would have been his best wave coming through in this heat without a doubt. So unfortunate, but great that he was just ready to go all the way through till the end. And the young surfer out of Israel will have some time to reflect and reset coming into competition for next year.
Oh, you can just see the emotion there, slapping the water. And, you know, I've been there. I've surfed tough heats, and you know, I mean, he has the potential to be able to hit the lip and just wasn't able to capitalize on the waves that he had in that 20 minutes, and we saw there that he could have gotten the scores. It just wasn't the right timing, and that's so hard to watch.
That is how competition goes. Well, we're going to be right back. When we return, we've got our second heat for our men's visually impaired 2 division. Out of that, top 4 surfers of the 8 will be advancing through to the finals.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the surfing here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California. Shannon Hughes alongside 3-time World Parasurfing Champion Liv Stone to call the action. And Liv, that wind has really changed in the last 20 minutes, and it's making this a very different playing field from the last round of heats that we called.
Oh man, yeah, that wind just totally switched on, and not in the best direction either. It's putting a lot of bump on the face. Here's White.
Here's White, David Lewis for Team England, up and riding on the inside. Wearing the spring suit out there, feeling like it's nice and balmy here in California compared to the gray that he typically surfs in back at home in England.
Oh, no doubt, for sure. It's definitely a beautiful day. However, like we were saying, that wind is a huge factor right now. You can see how bumpy it's caused the lineup to be, and surfers in this VI2 division are going to have to maybe change their heat strategy a little bit and make sure to cleanly ride out of waves. It's not as smooth as it was this morning, so it's going to be much more difficult, and I think we have a taker here on this wave. Oh, nope, up and out. I got a water safety report from head of water safety, Adam Land, and he was saying the king tide at a 7-foot high tide. It was a bit ideal this morning, other than it being kind of tough to paddle into, but more face opportunity. And he said as soon as that tide starts to drop out, it's just going to suck along the pier, and the current's going to get a lot gnarlier. Waves are going to be a touch smaller. Still fun waves to be had, but that pier is going to come into play. Completely tide and wind dependent here at the north side of the pier in Oceanside, California. I've been out on so many days here. This was my home break for years and years and years, where I'm sitting out at 9 o'clock. I catch some good waves. Waves are awesome. 10 or 11 comes around, and then boom, that wind just roars through the lineup and makes it, it's like night and day, the conditions, where you could easily throw a turn in the morning and ride out. It feels good, it feels smooth, and then as soon as that wind hits, it's choppy and super tough to connect those maneuvers and to throw spray and ultimately like stay attached to your board.
Yeah, it's wild how quickly it has just changed, and it's a bummer because I'm looking at the clock. It's just before 11 a.m. here. The rest of the week, aside from the opening ceremonies day for 3 days of competition, this wind didn't really turn up until maybe 2.
Right, yeah,
and
maybe
then
1 or 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 1 or 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Even yesterday, the wind never really got that intense. It was just the tide that was really tricky for the conditions. And so today, to already have that breeze up at 11 o'clock means it's going to just be getting stronger and stronger. As we take a look at live action here with surfer in blue, Jack Jackson from Australia. That was a nice couple turns on the outside section, well placed. And so we're going to have that first score to come through for Jack. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat. It was a very impressive performance from the Frenchman.
Oh, impressive, no doubt. Perot, you seem like one of these guys that just does everything at a very high level. I was stalking your Instagram, surfing, skating, snowboarding, ripping on the guitar. So I really appreciate all your skills. So you're looking out here in the water and conditions are switching back and forth all day long. You obviously know how to adapt to the changes. What was going on in that 20-minute heat that got you so fired up?
I felt like the tide dropped pretty fast and got kind of mushy, and like the right next to the pier gets a lot of current, so not super easy to surf, but still, still okay compared to the last years and everything. So it's still fun, and next day is gonna be good. So.
Now, can you describe to me the experience that you have on the waves that you're riding? You have a spotter out there trying to just kind of helping you get into position. When they say go, what happens next? What's going on physically in your mind when you're riding these waves?
So Teofil, my best friend, is guiding me, and he knows me pretty good, so he knows what I can do and what kind of way I like, so he just get me on the good spot. And then when I surf, it's mostly like I'm blind on this side, and this side I have only 10%. So backside I'm all the time surfing blindfolded, kind of. So it's more like the feeling I get under my board, and that's why it's kind of hard when you surf weak waves like we had on the right, because not much feeling under the feet makes it a bit harder, but just got used to it, I guess, and trying to do something. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work, and that's it.
Well, you made it all work, representing so well for Team France. You guys have come through with an amazing squad of surfers. You guys talk about the overall team goal of getting that gold medal back, or are you kind of just cruising, having fun with the group?
Yeah, we're cruising, having fun. We're focusing on the Pacific coast at the moment with a little bit of lime, as you guys do here. Perfect. Trying to switch on the Modelos, but we like Pacific coast for sure. Makes the team happy.
Yeah, so no, you're getting involved. This is one of the capitals of the world for what you're talking about. So maybe we can get involved in that a little bit later. Keep surfing like that. They're going to be on me.
Thank you.
A super impressive performance from Perot. Really interesting too to hear what his vision is like. The fact that when he's surfing on his backhand, he essentially feels like he's completely blind because he can't really see from that right eye around. As we take a look at a great looking snap here.
Oh my gosh, Roy from Costa Rica absolutely shredding that wave. 2 to 3 solid, really good turns. I love that turn out the back. Here's another view. Oh my gosh, taps the end section and he freaking claims it. Let's go. I love that claim. What did he take his back? I've never seen a claim like that.
It was like he was kicking a soccer ball.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, football is like a huge thing in Costa Rica. Wow, comes in at an 8.83. Roy Vargas from Team Costa Rica dropping an excellent wave score. Look at this end section. Has so much lift in his tail. He brings up his back foot. What does he do? He kicks. Yeah, that was definitely a soccer move there. I love it. And hopefully he didn't hit his board because that wasn't a great fall.
That was a risky claim, that's for sure. Any claim involving the legs on a surfboard is high risk. An 8.83 on the board for Roy.
I love seeing the emotion from Roy. I'm just blown away by that wave. Like, so greatly timed into the pocket, so much flow, and then that end section was spicy. I love it. Spicy is the word for the day.
Yeah, spicy is a great word for today, that's for sure. I was just reading through a little bit of Roy's story, and the emotion in that claim, I feel like that's also really compounded in his story to the loss of vision that he's had to deal with over the last 6 years. So he started to get this like kind of red, itchy eye, thought that it was just like a normal maybe eye infection or something like that, went to a doctor prescribed some drops for his eye. So he like went every day, or when the drops would run out, he'd go back, they'd prescribe him more. And this was happening for a little while, and one day he ran out of the drops, didn't have enough money, or didn't have it sorted to have second drops on hand, so just went a day without getting any. And his eye was really bad the following day. So we went back to a different doctor, and that doctor actually recognized that there was something more serious going on.
Right.
There was some degeneration going on like behind in the actual eye tissue. As we take a look at David Lewis from England, up and riding now. Great stance as he's found that little whitewater on the inside section. So for Roy, had he maybe had the real problem discovered a little bit earlier, potentially there would have been some hope to try and save that that loss of vision completely in his left eye. But what ended up happening was he has lost complete vision in his left eye. He's got vision in his right eye, but due to that loss of vision in his left eye, it's affected so much of his life from a balance and a dizziness perspective, and it's been really hard for him to overcome that in his sporting life because he loves sports so much. So it was this long journey of kind of like realizing that he was no longer capable of just doing the normal everyday kind of athletic stuff that came really easy to him because the loss of that single eye. Now though, with him discovering the adaptive surfing community in Costa Rica, which you've spent a lot of time, Liv, sharing with us already, just how much that community is thriving. There's a lot of access to surfers of differing abilities within Costa Rica. For Roy, discovering that group specifically on Facebook, finding out about another blind surfer named Henry Martinez, that he is out there catching waves, it inspired Roy to get himself involved, to reach out to the group and to find out how he could be participating in this sport. From then standing up on waves for the first time as a surfer before becoming blind, to then surfing for the first time with the loss of one of his eyes, was really challenging from a balance perspective. He found it really, really difficult to stand up and surf. Now, the progression that has come through in time of being surrounded by that community is just unbelievable.
Well, and I can imagine, I don't think,
you're fine.
You can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I thought my mic
It's
was
a little
out
bit
there.
soft, but
okay,
I
got
can
it.
still hear you.
Thanks, Shannon. Blue up and riding there, quick up and down, can't quite make it through to the inside. Yeah, wow, Shannon, thank you for telling me that story. I did not know the backstory there, and I can imagine it was so difficult going from surfing before the vision loss to after. It's like you have to completely learn how to surf again, like almost from ground zero, because you have to figure out what a new normal is, and a new normal for Roy is an 8.83. Let's go. That was so impressive, and I love just the emotion that he brings. And yeah, we've talked before about the Costa Rica team just bringing so much stoke, so much pura vida, and yeah, just incredible to see there. It was actually really funny. We had a loss of a broadcast the first day. We were having some technical difficulties, and Roy, he won his heat, and he came up to me ready for a post-heat interview, and I was like, hey, you know, I'm sorry, we can't do it because like our system is down. And he's like, no, like we still can, in some English, and I was trying to speak Spanish, and so I just grabbed the mic and we did a post-heat interview. No one was filming other than his coach, and I was just like,
That's
and
great.
he was like, speak in Spanish. I was like, oh, ¿cómo estás? And so he would answer in English, and we just had an awesome time doing this random post-heat interview that no one was watching. But Roy, he was answering it, looking at the camera like it was a perfect post-heat interview. And we were just having a blast, lots of laughs there. And he really appreciated that I took the time to just chat with him because, you know, he won, and everyone wants to be, you know, if they win, they want to be able to have that post-heat interview.
Sabelo from South Africa up and riding now. Great looking stance, quick pop up to the feet, and now just redirecting on his forehand, the inside section. That was a really beautiful ride from a surfer who's doing a lot behind the scenes in South Africa. He works a lot in rural communities as a voice for like mental health advocacy and accessibility for people of all different kind of phases of life. Roy up and riding now. He's looking to improve on that 1.67 for the two-time world champion in this visually impaired 2 division. So the surfer that knows how to get things done when it comes to surfing an individual heat, but also doing it through an entire event consistently. 6 minutes remaining on the clock, and we've seen the boys having a little push-up competition here, Liv, behind the scenes.
Chris Cote and Anthony, they've been trying to do as many push-ups and to make us laugh on camera, but we are not going to do so. We will stay strong. Roy definitely going to improve on that 1.67. I think he got the work done on the outside. On his backhand, he was so strong with that 8.83, and I think it's going to go into a really good score. And you know what? I just connected the dots here. If Roy wins, I can go down, give him a real post-heat interview. He will be on camera. So that'll be a full circle moment there. The mic will be on for Roy.
The mic will be turned on. The camera will be turned on. We will get to hear, the entire world will get to hear the passion of this man who has just had to relearn how to surf after losing part of his vision.
Here's a replay from Roy on his backhand. Deep bottom turn right up into the lip. That was a spicy turn. Wow, that is absolutely going to be rewarded, possibly in the excellent range. Connected it all the way to the inside. Not much else on offer. Does he claim it? I'm not sure if he does. I kind of feel like he does a little something. A smile and a heart. Oh, Roy. And his dismounts are always so sketchy. Be careful of that board hitting you. Okay, it came in at a 7.93. Roy has an 8.8 and a 7.93, solidifying his position in the next round with a total heat score of a 16.76. So much amp and stoke for Roy from Costa Rica.
Yeah, this is really impressive. He's actually, with that heat total, he's just jumped into the leading position. He's jumped ahead of Pedro Gagliano from France. They're both sitting in that 16-point heat total.
Wow.
Roy is just narrowly ahead of him and has done a fantastic job to solidify himself with a position into the final.
That makes things interesting because we just had a post-heat interview from Pierrot from France, feeling super confident. I mean, both surfers are putting up awesome heat scores and feeling super, super confident on their boards. So I'm so stoked to see what the rest of the week has in store for those two surfers, no doubt, and the rest of the men's VI2 division. Absolutely stacked. I love when it's that competitive rivalry. I can see so much stoke and energy with Pierrot from France, and he's so competitive. He's definitely bringing it all, and Roy just seems to be having like so much fun out there. I think Roy has this looser way of surfing, that pura vida that we were talking about, and it absolutely is coming through with the heat scores. Sometimes when you go out there and you kind of forget about being so intense and so competitive, it's when I surf the best. When I'm out there just having so much fun and loose with my surf, because sometimes when I put so much pressure on myself to have to like get the best turns, it's like then the best turns don't happen. And I've always surfed my best when I put less pressure on myself, and I can see that in Roy's surfing. He's having so much fun.
Yeah, he is really, really enjoying himself. He's certainly finding the rhythm out there. So he's done well to put himself into that leading position. Jack Jackson is still sitting in the top 4. He's going to need to improve on a 5.57 in order to get himself a little bit higher in that 4th place position. That was a really nice re-entry on his forehand. He's got a 6 and a 5.57 from yesterday for the Australian, as David Lewis is up and riding on the inside. He's got a little bit of a steeper face to work with on that wave, which was a little bit of a crazy section to be coming into as he came closer to the pier. You can see with that rip that's running as well. He's done really well to navigate that through the inside section. We got 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and David Lewis has just jumped into that 3rd place position ahead of South Africa. And one really cool thing that I heard from Roxy Davis, who's one of the coaches for Team South Africa, it's Roxy Davis and Sam Christensen. Roxy is a multiple South African national champion, and I want to say she has at least 10 national titles between her junior career, her longboarding career, shortboarding career, all across. I'll have to double check with her on the numbers, but she is an incredibly fierce competitor. She has competed on the world stage wearing the South African blazer multiple times across different disciplines. She is the, kind of leading up what's happening with the adaptive surfing community in South Africa and in Cape Town specifically at the moment. She said that at the end of every day, the team, they're all staying together. They got one big Airbnb together to try and cut costs and make it financially viable for the whole team to be able to be here present and to be able to have access even to more helpers for behind the scenes and everything. She said at the end of every day, after dinner and everything, they're all sitting around together and they lead like a circle of gratitude, and it's something they've decided to do every single night, and it's led by the athletes, and they won't let anyone go to bed until that gratitude, everyone gets to have just a moment of speaking their gratitude for the day. And I think that's just a really beautiful way for their team to stay connected and to really keep their sights on what's important this week.
Wow, I love that. And coming so far from all around the world, Team South Africa absolutely representing. I love their stoke in and out of the water, and I love that they do that gratitude, because sometimes when you have a tough heat, that's really what you need. You need your community behind you. You need to be able to be supported. Roy, our heat leader, taking a bit of a victory lap. Oh, just showing off for us at this point.
Solid snap on the forehand, driving down the line. Maybe we'll see him pop for a little air sometime later this week.
Oh, for sure. I think if he has 2 good waves, he's gonna try and throw something crazy at us. But yeah, just back to South Africa, like they come from so far across the country or across the world, and I've taken that trip a few times. You've lived in South Africa.
Yeah, we both spent a lot of time
quite
there.
a lot of time in South Africa, and it's similar, I feel like, to the Costa Rican culture, where they're just always so supportive of each other. Staying in the same place is incredible, and just having like that sense of community and family.
Yeah, it's a really, really beautiful community. It was great to see Sabello out in that heat. And for Roy to earn himself another post-heat interview, this time we're going to record it. We'll be right back with more action when we return. Chris Cote and Anthony Vela on the call.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
And we're straight back into it. We got some hammers paddling out into the lineup. Women, prone 1, round 2, heat 1. This is a big heat right here. We got Sarah Betancourt, Kathleen Beatty, and Natalia Vindas Perez, Costa Rica, going up against 2 surfers representing Team USA. Chris Cote with Anthony Vela. Anthony, the beach is going off right now. The vibe on the sand has reached a whole new level. So much support, so much enthusiasm, and so much inspiration being drawn with every wave that's being ridden. What is going on down here?
The atmosphere is electric. And for those of you that have never seen a webcast booth, we're inside of a room. We're talking to what we see on the screen, but outside, when we get a chance to go outside and feel the energy on the beach, it's palpable, it's electric, it's energetic, and the surfing is definitely inspiring the crowd to get excited. The ocean delivering conditions for the surfers to go out there and rip, and it makes us want to cheer more.
Well, we got 17:30 to go. Surfers finding their spots in the lineup while we wait for the first wave to be ridden. See a paddle here. Yeah, it's going to be Sarah Betancourt, of course. Leave it to Sarah to find a diamond in the rough. A nice little right-hand runner. Throwing in some turns, going down the line, staying in the power section of this wave. She's going to ride this one all the way to the sand. And it straightens off wisely in the shadow of the pier. So we are officially on with just inside of 17 minutes left. Betancourt is going to wait to hear what the judges reward her for that last wave. And while we wait, let's go down to Liv Stone on the glass.
Okay, listos. We're down here on the sand with our heat winner, Roy, in the VI2 men's division. Roy, you dropped an 8-point ride. I saw that claim. That was an incredible wave. Walk me through how that wave went.
Okay, hello everybody for California and Costa Rica people. I try in English or Spanglish, whatever. And okay, yes, in the first wave, I see the good peak, and my coach Alejandro say, Roy, go, go, go. Okay, I go and catch and try the maneuvers, yeah, and the peak, and I speed and I feeling good, yeah, and good point.
Wow, that wave was spicy fuego. Wow, an 8-point ride. And tell me a little bit about that claim. Was it a football? the claim.
Oh, this is the clean, yeah. It's the soccer goal.
Oh!
I stay is, how do you say, safe? Seguro. Seguro, safe, yeah.
How does it feel to represent Costa Rica here during the ISA World Parasurfing Championships?
Well, one more time, I stay here in California, and I like represent Costa Rica in the World Surf Championships. And yeah, every time I come to California, I like it because California is a nice place. I love California, the people, and the organization for ISA World Parasurf Championship. It's the safe, good, the guys reward the boards, and it's perfect coordination, the lifeguards, everything is excellent.
Okay, buenísimo. Now, you can speak in Spanish to friends and family back at home in Costa Rica. What would you like to say?
Claro, un saludo para mi esposa, para mi hija, para mi hijo, para mi mamá, mi papá, los amigos de Playa Grande, amigos de Minnesota, todos los amigos de aquí de California, todas las personas que están ayudando a surf adaptado en general para que esto sea posible, y las personas que me han ayudado a mí con tablas como Chevor, como Al Merrick allá en Jacob, y también este año tengo un wetsuit nuevo de O'Neill y esto me hace sentir cómodo en el agua, estoy caliente. Así que un saludo todo para Costa Rica y bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa, a ver si estos resultados al final vamos ya a puntuar para estar entre los mejores del mundo una vez más.
Buenísimo. Felicidades, Roy.
Gracias.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Pura vida.
Pura vida.
Pura vida. What a performance. That big 8 was definitely claim-worthy. Probably got to be one of the highest waves of consideration for the highlight package at the end of the day. Social media team for the ISA has been spot on in finding the best waves surfed throughout our days of competition. Expect more of that. Just literally a few minutes after we wrap up, there's a big highlight package that hits ISA Surf on the gram, and you do not want to miss it. Truly, truly spectacular stuff. We got 13 minutes, 58 seconds left. As expected, Sarah Betancourt starts off with a bang, a 617. And that is exactly what you want to do to get your campaign rolling. Catherine Beatty came through with a 1-4-3. Perez starts with a 1. So everybody on the board, and still plenty of time left.
That's what we like to see, everyone getting involved. And the surfing from Roy was phenomenal, but the claim is also up there amongst my top 5 claims of the event. That one has moved into first place. The soccer kick goal and safe, that was a fantastic claim and hard to do, standing on one leg, kicking the imaginary soccer ball. As these surfers are kicking around the next wave, they're going to attempt to take. And as the tide continues to drop, if we see right there, the 2025 World Parasurfing Championship in Oceanside previously hosted the 2015 ISA World Junior Surfing, which is coming up in a couple of weeks in Peru. Two-time Olympian Leonardo Fioravanti, he made history when he won the under-18 junior title back here in Oceanside, first Italian to win that. As Catherine Beatty up and riding.
Just fighting around this whitewater section to get to the clean face of the wave. Decides to fade back just a little bit. It's a good decision there because it could be something for her on the inside. A little snap there. Now she fades to the left, so nicely done there for your Team USA representative, Catherine Beatty. Starts off the 1-4-3. I think she's going to improve on that wave. So this is unassisted prone surfing, prone 1, round 2, heat 1. So no pushers, no catchers, no spotters in the lineup. These surfers using their own power to get into these waves. And looks like a paddle there from Perez. Just can't quite get in there.
There's no pushers or catchers, but you will see the water safety team in the orange jerseys. They're allowed to help get the athletes back situated with their boards, and then the athletes will have to make it back out through the lineup and into the lineup on their own accord. And Catherine Beatty on that last wave, multiple changes of direction, although in the whitewater does not score as high as those same turns on the open face of the wave. She earns that 3.0. So we've got 2 heats in this classification, the women prone 1. This is round 2. We'll have 2 heats of, this heat has 3 surfers, the next heat has 4 surfers, and then the top 4 overall surfers will move into the finals, and that is a combination of your two highest scores from round 1 and from round 2. And as the tide drops, you can see the women, the surfers closer to the pier on the takeoff zone versus in previous heats. Sarah Betancourt trying to better some very high scores from yesterday, an 8 and then a 6.17. She has a twin with that 6.17.
Just, I mean, literally squeezing the juice out of this wave. She's got about 4 or 5 turns through that inside section, and she's already sitting on a 6.17 and a 5. I mean, you can tell when a surfer grabs the momentum early on, and it just, you have that feeling right now. We're starting to see a special heat developing for Sarah Betancourt from Team USA. She is just an absolute incredible spokesperson for parasurfing, for surfing in general, and of course for Team USA. You know, there's a reason why I think a lot of people probably call her captain, because she truly is like a Captain America style leader in this sport and on that team. And she's showing it. She's basically proving it with every single wave she rides. She's already sitting on an 11.17 heat total, but I think that's going to be improving on the strength of that last wave. I mean, all the way through. That was really cool.
That was super cool, and showing why she's won 4 of the 5 titles up for grabs, 4 of the 5 gold medals up for grabs in the last 5 years. So in the 2020s, Sarah has been a little bit stingy with the gold medals, winning them all. Emma Dieter is the lone other winner from Australia. She won in 2023. And it's great to see Sarah showing her surfing prowess after having a neurological disorder lead to her struggling to kind of figure out. These athletes have to figure out, you know, you're on one path and then all of a sudden things change and sends you on another path, and you have choices to take that path in a positive direction or take that path in a negative direction. And everyone that's here has taken that path into a positive direction.
Yeah, it just feels like Sarah woke up and chose violence today. That last wave, she just went off all the way down the line, and the judges respond with excellence. An 8.27. So Sarah Betancourt on that Benway shape, way into the lead. And that's a pretty cool kind of backstory as well. Benway, longtime announcer, technical beach announcer here for the ISA. He is a multi-talented human himself. He's a polyglot, speaks multiple languages, you know, DJ, makes music, but also a really great surfboard shaper. Actually, one of the kind of forefathers to kind of these short, wide boards. He calls them 50-50 wave skates. And Kelly Slater was somebody early on that cited Ben as an innovator in the field. And recently, in the past 5 or 6 years, Ben's shaped more than a few boards for the parasurfing community, including the board that Sarah Betancourt's on. And you can tell her connection with this surfboard is just perfection. It's like complete control. And you can tell this board's probably put on ice between competitions because it's looking as fresh as ever.
And as you see her on that Benway shape, whitewater takeoff, and does well to navigate this kind of double up as she prepares for all the money coming right here. And here it goes. Setting up, getting her board ready, get some speed, bang, first turn. Sets right up again, second turn. Throw in some spray, and 1 more to finish it off. 2 more to finish it off. 3 more to finish it off. Sarah Betancourt taking it all the way to the sand. And a lot of times the judges reward the work out the back. She took it all the way to the inside and earned points.
All right, Team Costa Rica, this is Perez with a late drop. So we'll get a little bit of credit for what she did through the mid portion of that wave. You saw getting some kind of an airdrop as she paddled into it. So definitely a critical maneuver. There's Team USA supporting from the beach, and it's working because Sarah Betancourt is way into the lead. 14.44 heat total. And it's, at this point, I mean, she's been doing this for a minute at a very high level, so it's not surprising that she has 2 big numbers like this, still with 6 minutes left to go.
And she's getting those numbers. You look out at the conditions, and you're not thinking, oh, there's excellent scores out there on offer. But even if it's not on offer, she's going to snatch it and grab it. And Sarah Betancourt showing her form on her Benway shapeboard. Great to have Benway as our live beach announcer. Chris, you mentioning him speaking multiple languages. And each thing that he does so well. Like you hear him speak English, there's no accent. He speaks Spanish, he has a Spanish accent. You hear him speak Japanese, Japanese accent. His shaping is at the top level. Meticulously crafting boards, collaborating on boards, and it's all just from passion for this particular discipline of surfing, parasurfing. Ben really spends a lot of time looking at everyone's equipment, talking about equipment, and making boards literally all over the world. Wherever the ISA takes him, he'll find the shaper there and shape boards, and it's awesome to have Benway on the team.
Yeah, I think the gathering of the parasurf community is just imperative, because not only we're watching high-level competition, we're watching Catherine right now make her way to the inside section, but for the surfers and the shapers, the designers of these boards, I feel like every year with every event, it's the ultimate kind of R&D, right? The ultimate scouting report. And they're not hiding each other's equipment from, they're sharing all this information, the best practices, the best placement of these handles, everything that goes into making these boards, which is, it's a different type of surfboard, but made fully custom and fully functional for the athletes that are riding them. So I think that's why we see a lot of improvement with the shapes after each and every contest, because they're here sharing ideas and, I guess learning from each other, as we have, so many nations represented here coming from all corners of the world. It's just a really cool aspect that, has reverberations after this event's over.
Couldn't agree more with you there. As we see Sarah Betancourt making her way out, we just saw Catherine Beattie on a wave as well. And we had, as many know around the world, those fires earlier in the year, January, the Palisades fire and the Altadena fire. Catherine Beattie, who makes her work as a television writer and co-executive producer of the show NCIS, she lost her home in Altadena. And lucky for her, she's rebuilding now by the beach. So she's making her move. And there you see her whitewater takeoff. Great job taking off there, but not wasting any time angling over into the green part of the wave, cutting back and reading this wave extremely well, milking the most out of it. That's Catherine Beattie, the 39-year-old from representing the United States. And here just ending it with a nice rebound off the whitewater there. So after her house burned down in the tragic Altadena fires, she decided, you know what? I am a surfer and I'm moving to the coast. Altadena, roughly 45 minutes to an hour to the local beaches. And she's now getting a chance to train with USA coach Courtney Conolog a lot more. So out of something bad, something good is happening. And we wish her the best of luck in relocating to the beach and all of her neighbors and friends back in her hometown of Altadena.
And we got 2 minutes left there. 3.67 comes through for Catherine, paired with a 3. Sarah Betancourt in control and command, and you can call her captain for multiple reasons. She is an actual captain in the United States Marine Corps, so we thank Captain Sarah, for her service. And she has proved to be just an incredible leader in the parasurfing community, not just for Team USA, but in the entirety of the sports world. And I could watch this wave all day long.
Yeah, that's that high 8.27, and she did such great work on the inside. The judges had to reward it, and that was that was an incredible succession of 5 turns that I counted on the inside. Team USA raising the flags, supporting their country, and these two, Catherine Beatty and Sarah Betancourt, they're going to hopefully stay in that top four. Sarah Betancourt's looking like she will advance into the final, and Catherine Beatty currently sitting in fourth with one more heat to go. She's bettered her previous scores from round one and doing well in this heat as well. In second place, Natalia Perez from Costa Rica. She's going to look to better both of those scores if she's going to try to make it into the finals. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I could have one more look here. And Beatty. Quick up and out, 25 seconds left. Just looking at that score line for Captain Betancourt. 8.27 and a 6.17. That is a massive total, 14.44. Definitely surfed her way into the highlight reel for her last wave as well. So that's going to be it for women prone 1, round 2, heat 1. That was a star-studded affair there. Big numbers coming through. Team USA has to be excited with what Sarah and Catherine did there. And for Natalia, I mean, she made the team proud as well. Put up a 2.17 and a 1. But definitely putting a lot of effort into that last heat. Puerto Vida Nation of Costa Rica has fielded an incredible team. So I can't wait to see what happens next. Speaking of that, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more action. The women's prone 1, round 2 continues on. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
We are back. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. In the water, we've got Paloma Oñate, Grace Kennedy, Roberta Galizia, and Solange Ballet. This is women's prone 1, round 2, heat 2, and we're straight into the action. So this is the division where these surfers are using their own power to get into the waves. There's your lineup: Spain, Australia, Italy, France represented here. We're going to see a lot of waves ridden in this heat. All 4 of these women have come correct to this contest, well trained and ready. Grace Kennedy from Team Australia is already on the scoreboard with a 4.5. That's a nice way to start. Still has 17 minutes, 20 seconds left.
And that score is huge for Grace because she currently had been surpassed by Catherine Beatty in 3rd place. So now Grace jumps back in there. So first and second kind of established her. First place, Sarah Betancourt, overall she's in. Paloma Oñate currently in 2nd place. Grace Kennedy in 3rd from this heat, and Catherine Beatty bettered her situation. So Roberta Galizia has some work to do, as does Solange Ballet. So we'll see what happens. Just got some official results from contest director Eric Kramer. that you can find on the ISAsurf.org website from the earlier rounds. And I enjoy it when the conditions get like this, a little bit more mixed up. And when the waves are good, you're expected to ride them well. And when the waves kind of deteriorate, when you do get a good one, I feel like I get extra stoked, and it challenges your ocean reading knowledge. And we'll see what happens in this heat with these surfers.
We're now just inside of 16 minutes. Watching Force of Will right now. Roberta Galizia kind of got sideswiped by that last wave, just out of position. She's back on board. Give it another shot. The women's prone 1 division. The last chance for these surfers to fight their way into the top 4. Not too windy, definitely a lot, some texture on the water. But the athletes we have on hand, they're going to make the most of it, no doubt. So wherever you're watching in the world, let us know. Tag us at ISA Surfing, and of course the ISA Surfing page on the gram has all the information you need, the scheduling, everything you want to see, and beautiful photos, videos as well. Wrap-ups of the day. 15 minutes left. Looks like we do have a paddle now. Grace Kennedy, Team Australia, fighting hard into this one. She's riding. You see a nice speed burst on the takeoff there for Grace. Now she's fading towards the pier. We watch Grace Kennedy wrap up her wave all the way to the sand. So length of ride for sure in the minds of the judges now. And there's a little catch on the inside, so Grace will paddle back out, gives us the chance to catch up with Liv standing by.
All right, we're here live down here on the sand with Sarah Betancourt, 4-time Parasurf World Champion. She just won her heat with an 8-point ride. Walk me through that wave. How were you able to navigate it out there with this crazy wind that picked up?
Yeah, it was a little choppy at first, but I found my position and I was staying exactly where I wanted to be. And when I saw that wave come, I was like, ooh, I want it. But I realized I was actually a little too far to this way. I was too far to the right. So I was like, you know what? I bet you I can still get in front of that section. So I just paddled hard for it. When I got it, I just dug the rail in and held on. And it's Ben Way's magic board, right? It just does magic stuff. So I held on. I was able to get past that section. And then it just opened up. And I was like, oh, look, I can hit that. And I need to come back. And I can then hit that. And I need to come back. And it just kept presenting itself all the way to the pier. And I was like, well, I'm not going to stop now. And John White was there. He's like, hey, you can kick off. I'm like, no, there's one more. And then there's one more. It was just really cool.
As long as you don't collide with the pier, that's all that matters. Love that breakdown. And do you feel like your equipment has been dialed now? You're 4-time Parasurf World Champion. What have you been working on the past year to get yourself ready? Because it looks like it's all clicking out there.
It really is clicking. Honestly, one, the mental game. I think it's really important. My mental state of mind is just fantastic right now. Really focusing on accepting the nerves, acknowledging them, and then walking myself through, I know that I can do this. I know I can do this. I'm confident in my equipment. I'm confident. And it just really helps me stay in a very calm, confident state of mind. And then I've been working on wave entry. And I think, although I messed it up a little bit, I'm getting better at that. I'm better at reading the ocean, better at knowing where to be and where I want to take off, seeing it. And that makes all the difference in the world, honestly. And yeah, I've been working on actually something I haven't done in the contest yet, but I really want to, and that's the arm drag pivot that so many of the men do. I love it, but I just get so, like, my hands kind of get stuck. I need to get in my head, but I really want to do that, like, off the lip and then stick that arm in and then rip the nose over. I want to do that. Maybe finals. Maybe I'll.
Oh yeah, I can feel it coming. Definitely. Thank you so much, Sarah. What would you like to say to friends and family back at home?
I want to say a big hi to my 2 sons, Tyler and Kyle. I love you. I miss you. And then thank you so much to all my sponsors, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Operation Rebound, Move United, December Fight America's Fund, Gary Sinise Foundation. Thank you so much for all you do to support all of us.
Fantastic, Sarah. Love the energy. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh my gosh, unbridled enthusiasm, and we are here for it. Sarah Betancourt is a legend on so many levels. It kind of baffles the mind. She was a captain in the Marine Corps, multi-time gold medalist here. It just seems like everything she does it at the highest level possible. Sarah for president? I mean, can we start this movement right now?
Is it too early to vote? Can I send in the early ballot?
I'm in. I'm on the Sarah Betancourt bandwagon for sure.
You know what's really cool is, you know, it seems like champions are never get happy with their result. Let me rephrase that. They're always searching for more. And I love that she's so specific on things that she's trying to do, like the hand drag. And it's bad news for her competitors if she continues to improve, because she's just a legend in this discipline and in life. But I love that she's working on those fine details and meticulous in her approach and specific things. You can't just say, I want to get better at surfing. You have to have specific, measurable, achievable goals, and she does, working on her entries, working on the hand drag, and that is awesome.
That's a great point. I mean, most of us would come in from a heat like that and think we're pretty hot stuff.
Totally.
Right. Oh, I got an 8. You know what? I'm doing everything right. Sarah, though, she's a different type of person. She's going, yeah, stoked on that, but guess what? I got more. I got some things to learn on, and I'm probably going to learn them by the time the final starts. She's just that good a surfer. 10 minutes, 18 seconds left. Here we go. Solange Ballet, Team France. Nice late drop there. Nice, controlled. Now she fades to the right. Building some speed through the whitewater here. Recovering from a near rail dig there. So the judges are going to give her some credit for the action-packed wave that she just surfed. We're inside of 10 minutes left for team members on the beach. So, I mean, yeah, they could help get the surfers back on their board, but when it comes to paddling and putting yourself in the takeoff zone, this Prone 1 division is under your own power. And we're seeing a lot of powerful performances throughout the day so far. It is 11:45 here, so just about midday. Wind is a little bit more of a factor today than it has been in the past few days. And with the tide draining quickly and the wind starting to swirl a little bit, it's going to make for some challenging conditions. Luckily, we have some of the best para-surf athletes in the world who will make even tough conditions look really fun. And I'm going to put Galizia on the list now. Just a cruisy fade. Fading to the left, now kind of turning it over to the right. So nicely done there for your surfer representing Team Italy. Currently in second place now with a 2. That's going to be a sizable score as well. She surfed that wave pretty much as good as it could have been surfed.
And you can see her just literally being dragged away from the pier. And that's where our water safety team comes in, helping the athletes. You know, they're risking themselves to get scores. And the volunteers are risking themselves to prevent injuries. And so great job there. Great surfing, great help. And there's the beautiful Oceanside Pier. The other day I was asking you, I was like, wasn't there something at the end of the pier? And it looks so different looking out across that pier and not seeing the restaurant that's been there for many, many years. And you mentioned the great job by the city and the firefighters to save the pier. It's all made of wood, so if a fire is somewhere, it could have easily taken down the whole pier. So thank you to everyone who helped save this beautiful, iconic pier.
Yeah, there was a fear that, you know, Oceanside just would not be the same without that pier. I mean, it really is an icon of this area. Say, you know, of the many piers we have in California, I'm going to put Oceanside Pier up there. It's probably one of the top 3 most famous landmarks. You know, it's hard to battle with the Huntington Beach Pier because it's been there for so long. But Oceanside Pier has a surf history as well. I mean, so many events have come through here, going way back to U.S. Championships. Stubby's Pro was a huge event that went down here at the pier. The Supergirl Pro, which is one of the largest all-female surfing events, comes here every single year. I mean,
so what would be
there's a WSA here this weekend as well. You know, so basically every weekend there's a surf event here at Oceanside Pier, and that's because this is one of the most consistent waves on the entire West Coast. I mean, and any given day there's going to be something to surf here.
So thank you to the City of Oceanside for allowing these events to happen, including this one, and also Visit Oceanside. We appreciate all of your support on social media, sharing some of the incredible stories of the athletes in the event, all the incredible images and photos found on the ISAsurf.org website. But you know, you've got to get permits and you've got to get approval and all of these things, and they could easily say no, but they understand the importance and the value of not only having surfers from locally come in and surf in these competitions, but come from around the world and get a chance to visit Oceanside.
Yeah, I mean, Oceanside is definitely a surf skate centric zone. There's skate parks just inland. We actually have the California Surf Museum just a block away to the east. And you want to know about surf history, take a trip to the California Surf Museum here in Oceanside, and you'll see some just incredible historic surfboards, some really cool displays talking about the history of surfing, past, present, and future. Some iconic boards in there as well. So Oceanside is all about being outside, being in the water. You know, this pier provides so much, right, in the way of tourism. You know, you'll see dozens of people fishing off the pier, surfing next to it, swimming next to it. This is a training platform for lifeguards as well. So it really, it's much more than just something to walk on. You know, it provides a lot for this city. See the Heat getting ready to come out next. And this is, look at Roberta Galizia. So with a 3-2-3 and a 2-0, kind of ramping up the consistency here, leaning into this right. So Paloma Oñate just needs a 5.6, a .56 to get herself into one of those top two spots and improve her team's chances.
Great, some great shots of the next round surfers getting ready for their heats. So after this heat number 2 of the women prone 1, we'll move on to the men prone 1. That division will have 4 heats. Solange Ballet up and riding.
Oh, here we go. So with a 4.67, Paloma Oñate representing Team Spain. Now it's looking for a 2.26. She had a decent turn through the mid part of that wave. That's going to make things interesting with 3 minutes and 47 seconds left. We do have to wait now for another wave for Solange, as well as a score to come through for Galizia. And there's your Australia surf team flag. The Irukandjis bring the sting. So an Irukandji is a little jellyfish that really packs a punch. That's hence the name.
Is that wave from Paloma Oñate from Spain?
It was enough. So that one good turn, you know, that's sometimes all it takes is one big turn. And that's what we got from Paloma. Judges reacting with a 4.93, paired with a 4.67. We've got a new leader. That drops Grace Kennedy into second. Solange goes to third. Roberta Galizia in fourth. And here goes Grace, trying to get rid of a 3.83. Quick start here. This wave could reform. Grace is going to just kind of navigate herself towards the pier. 2 minutes, 45 seconds now.
And I love that strategy of wearing the goggles. Because a lot of times you get some salt water in your eyes and it takes a little, you got to wipe the salt water off of your eyes. But if you're also using your hands to navigate and control the weight distribution on your board, you can't do both at the same time. So wearing those goggles allows her to keep her hands focused on the surfing and not let the salt water, especially on some of those late whitewater takeoffs, not let it affect her wave riding. And this heat, just so many waves ridden. These ladies are surfing so well. Grace Kennedy, the Australian, putting a couple of scores up, moving her into second place in this heat from Jervis Bay, Australia. And Oceanside, got the forecast for today, 2 to 4 foot faces, light wind early, light to moderate onshore in the PM, exactly as forecast.
Thank you, Surfline.
Thank you very much, Surfline. We've got that negative 1.4 low tide coming up in about 3 hours. And so...
Wait, 3 hours? We're going to be draining out for 3 more hours.
3 more hours.
Well, if anybody's up for the challenge, we know these surfers are. I mean, they have showed us time and time again that through resilience and practice and, you know, the right mindset, you can accomplish anything. And I think this afternoon is going to be a test for all the rest of these heats. But it sure is going to be fun to watch, and it sure is going to be fun to take notes, you know, on how to do it when we think the waves are going to get weird. Solange now looking to get rid of a 2-3-0. 40 seconds left. We're going to see a flurry of waves, keeping the judges on their toes. So Paloma is in the lead. Kennedy second. Belay third. Like Roberta Galizia is trying to fight her way into that one. This is Belay looking for a 3-7-0. I love that at the end of these heats, these surfers start to send it. Just take off on anything.
And Catherine Beatty from Team USA is going to be on pins and needles. She's sitting with a 7.0 total combined score in 4th place. So Solange with that 6.93 is going to be in 5th. So unless she bettered her score on that last wave that we just saw, which is going to be close, I don't know. Comes in and short, and unofficially looks like USA advancing 2 surfers into the finals to go along with Spain's Paloma Oñate and Grace Kennedy from Australia. Completely unofficial. Check the ISA website for official results, but from our maths, we'll see how that goes.
Exciting stuff. You know, I love when you get your finals set with a full day, you know, to think about it and, you know, kind of build up the excitement, build up the hype. Finals day is going to be epic, but we've got a lot of surfing to get through until we get there. So your men's Prone 1, round 2, heat 1 will be taken to the water next. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Stay tuned.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my 2nd wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Big heat coming in and another big heat going out. We're going to continue on in our prone division. Coming up right now is men's Prone 1, round 2, heat 1.
And Chris, if I can just say one thing before we get started, I believe I incorrectly made that call, and when doing the final check, it looks like Solange, when she added in her 2.43 from the first round, she got 7.06, as we'll get back to that.
Well, you did say unofficially, so yeah, you pre-saved.
Pre-saved.
Yourself. Well, Kai Kolis has been a star throughout the week. He's palling out in his round 2. He had a great heat earlier on, and here's who he'll be going up against: Parker Olenek and Okakazu Maishiro. Japan, USA, Australia in the mix. So a lot of points at stake in this heat. And I'm going to give Kai the nod for best hairstyle of the weekend. He's got multicolored stars, you know, in bleached into his hair to represent his team of Australia. Just a cool kid, and great start here. I think this is going to be a nice score for Kai.
Yep, riding down the line, and there's that arm drag, and he uses his right hand on the bottom turn and his left hand on the top turn, as we heard Sarah Betancourt talking about that, watching the guys do it. And Kai, in one of his post-heat interviews, he was asked about his hair, and I guess at the last event, the professional event back in Australia, he had a leopard print, so now he's got to do something each event, so he changed it to the Australian stars.
Well, he's doing something right because he's already on his almost on his second wave. I think through his research, watching from the beach during that last heat, he saw something to his liking, just to the left of the pier. So it's a peak, but it's a little bit, you know, widened as the tide drops. So that right is going to start to get a little bit more bowly, and it is a slight gamble to go over to these lefts and kind of just stick with it over there, because it feels like the pure bowl right is almost machine-like. There's always going to be something. There's always going to be a little bit of open face to work with. But these lefts just have a little bit more zing to them right now. And the judges, they must agree, because Kai's first wave came through at a 5.5. So a great start for Kai Kolis.
And we saw yesterday as the tide was dropping, the lefts started to become the area where the surfers were getting the highest scores. And you get to have waves by yourself.
So Kai again. Oh, big float with the airdrop. Come on. That was radical surfing from Kai Kolis, and I loved that he was. You could tell he was projecting something, but the fact that he went up and got engaged in the lip and boom, airdropped out of it, landed in the flats. That was one of the maneuvers of the event for sure.
That was awesome, and the timing of it. Boom, and he even took an extra stroke while he was up there free falling, just to make sure that he didn't get caught behind that. And take another look. You can see his hand changes his hand on the handle, and then you can see him looking at the landing, which is key in skateboarding as well. And there were so many things to break down on that one radical maneuver. That was so hard to do. We can't even say it enough. That was amazing.
Well, judges liked it as much as we did. 8-point ride. So Kai Kolis now with an 8 and a 5.5. He's going to make his way back to the takeoff zone. Let's make our way down to the beach and get to know more about the winner of that previous heat.
Inside we have our heat winner, Paloma, representing Team Spain. Talk me through that heat. It was a little bit windy out there. How was your heat strategy? How did it change with the conditions?
Okay, we knew it was windy. It conditions your surf because you have more instability, and everybody works in windy condition, but with a disability, I think it's kind of harder. So we knew, so the strategy was pretty simple. Get 2 waves. We got good scores in the previous round, so try to improve at least your back wave. So I think we made it.
Okay, Brienne, can you talk to me a little bit about your board setup? I see a pad there. Is that to keep your chest up, and what is that used for?
Yeah, this is my first customized board. It's Carbon House, and this piece is more for the belly, because I lack muscle strength in some parts of the back, so it compensates and it allows me to curve better the back and better position the shoulders. Many people put it in the chest. For me, it works better here. And yeah, it's a lot of testing, a lot of try. So till you get the centimeter perfect. And of course, this is custom made. It wouldn't be possible with the effort and the thought of many people. So I just want to thank everybody overall. Fundación DISA, I'm here because of them and because of all the training we have put with the Fundación team, Fundación también team. I thank you for this year. Thank you.
Okay, buenísimo. What would you like to say in Spanish to your friends and family back at home?
Que gracias, espero que le transmita la felicidad. Estamos súper bien y quiero pues nada, que agradecer a todos los que me han escrito y están viéndolo y que vamos a por más.
Okay, thank you so much, Paloma. Back to you guys in the booth. Good luck to your next heat.
Thanks, Liv. Paloma rules. I mean, I just love that we watch her in the water, and it's just game-faced, totally serious, super competitive. She gets to the beach and just becomes the nicest person in the world. Paloma has earned a spot on many people's list of favorites. Her performance so far this week has just been really, really fun to watch. Inspiring. I mean, it literally makes me want to go surf when even after she's riding the waves. I just see how she carries herself, and it makes me want to get in the water, which I think is a goal for a lot of surfers out here. And this guy as well, Kai Kolas, who is now literally at the forefront of progression in Paris surfing. He already did a huge floater airdrop, and right there, straight up into the lip. I mean, making things look so easy. We know they're not. His scores are going to be growing. He's got an 8 already. He's going to try to get rid of a 5.93. Team Australia has to be very grateful that they made the call to get Kai Kolas on the team, because he is shining right now.
Yeah, good call, guys, getting him on the team. And they look pretty relaxed because he's in a great position for advancement. Team USA trying to advance their surfers. And in the women's Prone 1 division, looks like Catherine Beattie may have just been edged out by 0.6 1/100ths. And there you see cool graphic about Oceanside being the host of the 2015 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. ISA hosting World Championships in many different surfing disciplines. And Leo Favoranti made history back in 2015, winning that junior title, the first for Team Italy. Italy having a strong team here in Oceanside as well. And their National Surfing Federation doing a great job with all of the different disciplines. Their stand-up paddling team has an incredible team. They're be heading to El Salvador next week for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and they'll be sending a team to the Juniors Championship coming up the following week in Peru.
Big things happening in the surf world, and big things happening for Kai Kolas right now. His last wave does play a factor, improves slightly over that 5.5. That's a 5.93. When you look at Kai's resume, it's stacked. 2-time AASP Prone World Surfing Champion. He is your 2024 ISA Prone World Champion, 2025 Australian Champion, and the 2024 Australian Para Surfer of the Year. This kid has to have a whole extra room in his house for all of his trophies, because he just keeps on winning. And right now, it's like he's the only guy in the water. I mean, he keeps finding these little left-handers that are providing really cool cuppy sections. You see him bottom turn, get right up into the lip. And again, when you see a surfer in the flow state, things get special, and that's what's happening right now for Kai Kolas. It's almost like he just can do no wrong. The waves just keep coming right to him.
He is finding them, and he's been in form this year. As you mentioned, all those titles, and he won all 3 stops of the AASP World Tour this year, and he basically can't lose, or hasn't lost. But Joel Taylor, his teammate that we saw in that last shot, he's going to want to come back. The 2 Australians have won the last 2 titles Joel Taylor back in 2023, Kai Colas last year, and here's why he's been virtually unstoppable. He just gets so much speed. His timing is impeccable, and he's very aggressive with his maneuvers, and that combination of those things, being aggressive, having great timing, and the ability to go execute those maneuvers, it's a great package to have as a surfer. And throw in the youth factor, and that helps also.
Yeah, I definitely see more medals in Kai's future, that's for sure. He's only 18 years old. He does list his sponsors as mom and dad.
I was just going to say that. Some great sponsors to have.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that that's changing. You know, he's getting a lot of attention right now, as he should. So that board's going to be covered in stickers any day now.
And for businesses out there, you know, surfing, it's great to have the in-industry sponsors, but the out-of-industry sponsors, another word for sponsor is spokesman. And companies get, you know, actors and these different people to be spokesmen for your brand. But if you listen to any of these post-heat interviews, these athletes are incredibly well-spoken and would be great spokespeople for your company. Not only that, you would be helping to support athletics, which does a great job at inspiring people and bringing people together. That is the value of sport. And there you see our judges. They have little partitions in between them in order to, so they can't look and cheat off each other's scores. There is the priority board. First priority is red, second priority is green, and blue has third priority. And you'll see head judges in the back. You'll see contest director Eric Kramer, the refresh guys doing the tabulation. The spotter, the cameras are, the replay cameras are to the right of that shot there. And there is the basically 16 people that make each heat happen. Parker Olnick from Team USA. And at this point, some of these rides on the inside, there has to be a point where you want to pull out of that wave and maybe paddle out the back. That's always kind of a gamble on, do I keep going or do I get out the back and try for another wave? And Parker Olnick keeping his head up out there, looking for his helper to turn him back around and back out to the lineup. One thing that Kai Colas needs is a nickname. Everyone's got some nicknames, so anyone out there listening?
I mean, an easy one right now would be the Hammer.
The Hammer, I love it.
Been just hammering this heat. 8-point ride, just improved again for his backup score, dropping a 7.77, putting him in that conversation as having one of the highest heat totals of the entire event. I mean, he's smashing his way into the final, right? I mean, this kid's unstoppable. Our partners down here, High Fives Foundation, the Challenge Athletes Foundation as well, KHR, and Resident Services. And Access Tracks is a very important part of this event. So you can see on the sand the gray pathways that give our athletes who are using wheelchairs, wheeled devices, their path to the water, you know, back to the contest area, and of course, visit Oceanside. And I think after some of the visuals we've seen over the past few days, we're gonna have a lot of new visitors to Oceanside because not only have the waves been looking super fun, the weather has just been perfect. The coffee's been good. You got a Panikin coffee and tea just around the corner. You got our on-site Java provider as well. So plenty of options for any taste out there.
And these events wouldn't happen without the sponsors, so we appreciate it. And Access Tracks especially, providing all the flooring for the athletes to be able to maneuver around. And what started off as like a school project then continued into a full-time, full-fledged business. So
I love stories like that.
Yeah, it's so cool. I believe it's Kelly. I have to go check on that, but we appreciate her continuing to support the parasurfing movement, and Kai Colas continuing his dominance. The Hammer, the Hammer.
We'll give it up to Action Sports Productions as well. Our crew has been on top of the action from day one, and not a wave has been missed. I mean, all the scores have been launched onto the screen in front of you. So elite level operators all around us, bringing you every second of the action. So with 2 minutes, 10 seconds left, Kai Kolis way into the lead. But Parker Olnick, 2.40 and a 2.33. Could be in that conversation to potentially crack into one of those top positions. And Maishiro with a 3.5. It's the third highest single wave score of this heat so far. Looking to better that back up a 0.77. Minute and a half left.
So Parker Olnick has some work to do in these closing rounds. I know Liv Stone mentioning him as one of her good friends, wanting him to get in that top 8. He's currently in an 8th, but Okikazu, he only had one scoring wave in round 1, which was a 4.83. Adding that 3.5, he's already jumped up to Parker. So with this being the first heat of the round, it's not looking good for Parker unless he can come home with some fireworks in this final minute. The Team USA representative, the first athlete recruited by the University of San Diego, or San Diego State, excuse me, and loves shaping, loves life. Really cool kid. Again, I wish we had more time to just sit and hang out with the athletes and really get to know them. We get to know their stories, but there's so much more behind the stories to each athlete as an individual, as a human being, and it's a great collection of amazing athletes and humans.
Serious characters too. A lot of really funny people in this contest.
This is true.
And most of the time their post-heat interviews, they're just, they play it straight, but we've already seen a couple that I'm still thinking about, and boom, going vertical. Kai Kolis. That was huge.
He's like, no big deal. That was huge.
That was a beyond vertical snap there. You saw him driving straight off the bottom. He caught up to him just in time. So he could, for all intents and purposes, have just replaced that 8-point ride. So the 7.77, he's already done some airdrop floaters. He's gone left, he's gone right. He's really done it all in the span of that 20-minute heat. This is going to be a big number.
That has to be. That turn was
so shocking.
Gnarly. And I love it, just surprised us because we were on another shot and then boom, they pulled it up right in time so we can see. And you forget that there's some sort of disability, and then you see Kai just sitting there. I mean, and that's the beauty of the ocean, just making us feel weightless. And he was weightless on several of those turns that he did, especially that last turn, throwing it up there, and huge airdrop. That first wave, it was like a 2-foot airdrop, but that one was way more than 2 feet.
Well, Kai is definitely the most progressive surfer in this Prone 1 division. I mean, he just put on a clinic there, pretty much put together a whole video part. And can't wait to see what Kai says in his post-heat interview. So that's going to be it for men's Prone 1, round 2, heat 1. We're going to flip the script to heat 2 of the Prone for the men's. We're going to bring in Shannon and Liv on the call. This is going to be a fun one to watch, coming right up after these brief messages.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California for another great day of competition. Conditions are getting a little more tricky as that wind has popped up in the last hour or so. It's just past 12 o'clock in the afternoon here on the west coast of California, or the west coast of the United States in California. Not that California has an east coast.
It's okay, that's a little baby mama brain we got there.
There we go. Well, out in the lineup right now, Australia, USA, and Italy in the water. Joel Taylor, Jacob Pacheco, and Alessio Torcati. Looking for the opportunity to improve on their round one heats. We saw some minor improvement in the previous heat. Kai Coles, of course, took out that leading position, put together a really solid couple of scores where he had an 8 on the board. He had a couple of 7s, which was awesome to see that consistency coming through from his performance. So we'll see him sitting likely in that number 1 spot. Although Joel Taylor, who's currently in the lineup, is sitting very close behind him based off of yesterday's result, with Joel holding on to an 8.67 for his best wave so far. So we'll see if he's able to get himself another excellent score and take out the leading position from Kai.
Right, throwing out some big scores for sure. Kai always putting on a phenomenal performance. We talked about the wind coming into play here, and the current's going a little bit too close to the pier, probably for the water safety's liking there. But that's no excuse for Kai. I mean, like, he got 2 7s and an 8, so there are still rideable waves out there, no doubt. Yes, do the conditions come into play? Absolutely. Did he get like a ton of turns out the back like this morning? Like all those surfers were able to really find open face waves? No, but Kai has adapted and changed, and just like this next group of surfers, they're gonna have to just figure out how to drop in, hit the lip, and try and do as much as they can on the outside. So we've chatted before, Shannon, about surfers just needing to make adjustments depending on what time they surf. It's a sport that is completely different than any other sport.
As we take a look at some live action, we saw that last one from Alessio looking good. Joel Taylor looking really solid on his opening ride as well. And Jacob just getting kind of caught in that funky rip next to the pier on the finish of his wave. We're not sure what happened on the outside section, but he would have ridden for quite a ways because he was sitting on the outside next to Joel as he took off on that ride. So nice to see everyone getting things started. Back to you, Liv.
Yep, Joel deciding to go left on a bit of a faster wave, and you could see he had so much speed and got a few turns to start off this heat. So great way to start with 5 minutes. 5 minutes that have gone by, and then Jacob got a right, a little bit slopier, not as fast. That's kind of been the theme that we've had here at the north side on Oceanside. The right, yes, it's open. You can slam a lot of turns and do a lot of cutbacks. However, it's just a little slower, so it's not as critical. It's really interesting to see what big scores come from the right or the left. We've had Freddie and Jose throwing out really high scoring 9s on those lefts because they're so fast and critical. But the rights are consistent, and you can throw out some 6s and 7s and really get some good solid scores on the board, especially when you need a good wave score from this round robin format, to where they're taking your 2 top scores from the 2 different heats here. So Jacob's looking to improve on some lower scores here, and it hasn't quite dropped yet, but we'll see if we can get a replay.
Well, Alessio now riding on this wave, he's in a great position to just be kind of paddling straight back out, hooking around for the right kind of waves that he's keen to be catching out there in this heat. Second round for our men's prone 1 division, which is surfers that ride the board in a prone position that do not require assistance paddling out or catching waves on the way in. So he is getting a little bit of assistance right now just to get through this really shallow section where actually his fins could even be like dragging in the water.
Yeah, exactly.
But once he's out past that, it's up to him to be paddling into his own waves and catching, paddling out to backline and catching his own waves. With that, 14 minutes on the clock, we saw an excellent performance from Kai Coles in that last heat. He's down on the glass with Anthony Vela.
Great heat. Man, you are absolutely sending it on those closeout maneuvers. And we were analyzing the arm change and having one hand digging into the water and the other hand. Is that something that's happened organically in your training, or how did you develop the technique in order to do those critical turns?
Well, actually, when I first got into adaptive surfing, I watched Bruno Hansen's movie, and that's what he did back in when he surfed. So I kind of tried to copy that, and then I do a little bit of my own thing, but that's originally where I got it from, yeah.
Awesome. It's funny that you mentioned that because Chris Cote we were wondering when your movie's coming out because you put together a whole series of clips right there just in that heat. What are some of your favorite waves to surf around the world?
Well, I live on the Gold Coast, so only waves there, but we also do trips to the Mentawais once a year or every second year. So I love HTs and Iceland and telescopes over there. Yeah, they're probably my favorite breaks.
All right, well, great job. You want to do some shout outs to your folks back home?
Yeah, Grandma, Rossi, guys are going through a hard time. We miss yous. And then the rest of the family. And yeah, wish yous were here, but see you when we get home. Woo.
Well, great job and keep ripping for your family. Congratulations. Sending it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Kai certainly making his family proud back at home in Australia. And, it's a long week when you're in the midst of it here for a World Championship with 7 days of so many things going on. Plus there's clinic days in the lead up before that. But it also goes by so quickly. I mean, by the time we get finals day, it's like, wait, I thought we had just started like yesterday.
I feel like we just had opening ceremonies. It's pretty wild. I can't believe it's day 4 of competition here at the North Side Pier and Oceanside. Watching Kai's replay, just outstanding performance. I mean, the conditions are grindy. He was able to get an 8, and that vertical drop was mental.
Taking a look at some of the those results from last year's 2024 World Parasurfing Championships for the Prone 1 division specifically, it was Kai Coles who took away that gold medal. Sarah Betancourt for Team USA, she had another win today. She had a great looking heat yesterday, and she's that returning gold medalist for this specific division on the women's side as well.
Yeah, Sarah doing also a really nice job with grinding through these low tide, high wind heats. I had a post-heat interview with Sarah and just asked her how she was able to manage these conditions, and she's always so positive, even though the waves aren't as good.
Queen of positivity.
Oh, for sure, always a smile on her face. And she's like, yeah, it was tough, but I stuck to my game plan, and that right just really opened up really nicely for her for that 8-point ride. So it's really about picking and choosing the best waves. This isn't like a perfect point break that like Kai was talking about, going to the Mentawais and surfing like really more consistently perfect waves. I mean, okay, Oceanside can get really perfect. We've seen some of the mornings here. You couldn't ask for anything better, but when the tide changes like this, it can get pretty tough. And so definitely have to, at a beach break, have wave selection in your repertoire, and it's really a make or break of a heat.
Yeah, wave selection makes breaks every single heat. Doesn't matter how good or how bad the conditions are.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty much every heat is decided based on wave selection.
Even at in Australia, those point breaks.
Well, we'll take a look at some live action here. We could see that Joel Taylor was having a look at that wave. Jacob Pacheco having a look.
Totally just got like bumped off his board there. Pretty bumpy out there, so it's really important to like hold a line and then go for a turn once you feel like a little bit more stabilized.
Yeah, those takeoffs can be tricky too on these lower tides. They just get a little bit steeper as we see Joel Taylor going up to hit the lip. Nice performance. redirects, and he's going to kick out as well really quickly, just noting that his big scoring potential is in that outside section and that he could get big enough scores to potentially improve on his second best wave in maybe worse conditions than what he had competed in his first round. That 5.5 has already done it, actually, as I'm taking a look at the scores right now. It was a 4.43 for his best in round 1.
Yeah, when those first opening rounds of this division came through of him having a highest score of a 4, I was pretty surprised because like I know that he can do stuff like this. So I think he was probably pretty frustrated with his performance earlier on and absolutely making up for it with that 5.5 and waiting for that second score to come through. Very similar airdrop. Here goes Jacob.
Nice looking pocket to take off in, finds the connection with that opening section for a first big turn, and now he's going to redirect to find that if he can get a couple more paddles here just to try and gain a little more momentum to try and connect to the inside section. And it's so frustrating when you just get caught right at the top of the whitewater rather than being down at the bottom of it where the power is. But great to see him with those 2 turns on the outside, and he was really right in the pocket on takeoff as well.
Yeah, and he really needed that score to add to his overall score line here to make it into the next round. Really well done by Jacob. It was interesting to see there the difference between Joel from Australia. He kicked out right away. He got 1 big turn, kicked out, and just can't help but wonder like if Jacob would have just kicked out as soon as possible, because now he's pretty far into the beach. There's the water safety there. They're in waist deep water, so now he has a long paddle out, whereas Joel, he was able to just like kick out and go right back out. So I mean, I think it's worth it for Jacob to be able to paddle and try and get to that next section, but would it really only add like 0.5 or maybe 1, maybe not? So because I mean, it seems to be like the judges this week are really just looking for those big maneuvers out the back.
Yeah, I would say if it's just going straight in the whitewater, I mean, any surfer that takes off in the whitewater to start, they haven't found that green face, like for a first turn or something, their scores are going to be limited to maybe 2.5 points. They're not going to get into that 3-point range unless they hit the green face. So thinking of it in that way, I think there's a lot of scoring potential on the outside. If a surfer decides to hang with the whitewater, unless they're really able to get some of those turns in and proper redirections, it's unlikely to add more than probably half a point to their score. So that decision making from Joel has given him a 7.33. It's also conserved his energy, which I think is probably the most important thing. Where for Jacob, like you said, you know, he's all the way on the inside. Now he's got to spend the time to paddle all the way back out there, as well as, you know, having expended so much more energy on that wave and then on the paddle back out to get himself back in position to try and get another wave or 2 within this heat. Scores are in a 4.33 live.
Oh, nice. 4.33. I mean, because he had that good, nice check turn at the back, so judges were rewarding him for that and couldn't quite get in much else just because of trying to go all the way to the inside. And I'm wondering, too, if it comes into play, the judges want to see you having control. Joel did that big turn and kicked out right away, and then Jacob didn't seem like he was as in control because he was fighting and fighting and fighting and then just didn't, where I feel like the judges like more of like a pronounced out of the wave. Like that was like trademark what Joel was able to do there. Yep, I'm out the back, I'm doing, you know, kind of what you want, and then I just feel like, yeah, Jacob wasn't able to get that inside section because he probably saw Sarah's wave, which went all the way in, which gave her an 8. So it's honestly just a gamble.
Well, we can see that Jacob was back in position. Definitely took off on that ride. It looks like he had a little nosedive, as we have a little treat for the birder in the booth.
Yes, this is a common grackle, I reckon. They are very interesting birds, and they eat the little mollusks at low tide, the little clams down there. Very interesting eyesight, and they're very, very loud screeching birds, and kind of bully birds. They're bullying to the songbirds. Anyway, bird fact. There goes Jacob's wave.
Bird fact, the bully bird on the broadcast, as we see Jacob full commitment to send it on that one. Alessio on the inside is doing a great job, and you can see his teammate there running by the shallows trying to tell him to like angle over farther, continue taking off on that right so that he has a slightly easier paddle to get back out as well. You can see him check his watch. He's still got 5 minutes on the clock, and Alessio is doing a great job for Team Italy. They're a team that's continuing to grow in numbers each year that they arrive here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's great to see that with a really unique kind of surfing community coming out of Italy, that they're increasing their numbers of, exposure for their adaptive surfing community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I spent some time with the Italian team in the athlete booth, just asking them some questions, and I know no Italian, but I was trying my best, and they taught me ciao bella, so I've been saying that to all the Italians. But yeah, they seemed super stoked to be there. Such a supportive community there, and they shared a lot about their equipment. I was talking to two of the prone guys, and then Jacopo from the men's stand 1 division, and super interested in just growing the sport as a whole, no doubt about that. Look at the current just sucking into the pier, creating a whirlpool.
Yeah, that's why we've got those volunteers there specifically right now as well, because that current is going to be nice on the paddle out, but there is the risk factor that it's actually so strong that it sucks the surfer straight into the pilings. As we take a look at Joel Taylor, former professional bodyboarder who had a spinal cord injury out at Pipeline a long time ago, spent 20 years out of the water, confined to his wheelchair, and when he was able to get back into the ocean, it was just such a life-changing experience for him. It feels like, his whole life is different now, raising his kids back at home. He's got a couple of sons alongside with his wife, and it's just been the best thing to see someone that had a professional career spent in and around the ocean specifically.
Yeah.
Think of spending so much time away. I mean, Liv, if you, it would be like you just not getting in the water now for 20 years.
No, I cannot even imagine. I think I would go a little bit mad there. It's interesting to hear about Joel's story, him being a bodyboarder, because that board kind of looks like a bodyboard. I mean, that tail
it's like
is
a modified,
so wide.
Yeah. And it's
short.
Slightly shorter, so, he would have his legs dragging off the back of it. It obviously reaches the, any equipment specifications that it would need for him to be competing on it here.
Right.
And as far as it being bodyboarding versus surfing, you'd have fins on the bottom of his board where bodyboards don't have fins.
Yeah.
He also wouldn't be wearing fins on his feet, of course.
Yeah.
So those would be probably the main differences between the equipment he's riding right now and his bodyboarding career. But great to see, and you can really tell, I feel like the reason that he's able to just have so many radical maneuvers is from that experience beforehand. As we take a look now at Jacob on the inside section, just leaning into this one, holding on to that.
Yeah, really nice way that he's holding the board and really directing it up into the lip. He wasn't able to get as vertically probably as he would have liked, but great board control from Jacob Pacheco representing Team USA.
Joel there just ducks out of this wave, has a little look down the line.
I was going to say, I think he's barrel hunting.
I would agree with you.
If the wind was going the right direction and there was enough swell, we would definitely see him in a barrel.
And for him, he's already got that 8.67 from yesterday. This 7.33, actually the 7.33 and the 5.5 improve his heat total, or his score line from yesterday. But he's easily into the top 8, so that's not a question for him now. Now is even figuring out what is possible in these kind of conditions for his surfing, because he could end up surfing semifinals or finals with very similar conditions later on in the week.
Yeah, exactly. It's really fascinating to see how people do in the opening round, because they're a little bit more comfortable because they know, if I don't do super well right now, I have another heat. But then now this second heat, it's like you have to get a really good wave. And if you didn't do very well the first heat, then you really got to step it up the second. And Joel Taylor, representing Team Australia, has done exactly that, building upon getting 2 better waves than he did the other day. I always liked that round robin approach. There goes Joel.
Nice tag off the lip. Little slide out 360 on the inside, making it look really, really fun out there.
Look at that. I saw him practicing that earlier. He wasn't competing. He was down the beach, and I thought that was Joel doing a 360. It'll be interesting to see how the judges reward that, because it was just in that smaller whitewash area, wasn't on a super critical part of the wave, but he got the work done on the outside, and then you could see he was just having fun with it. He had a smile on his face, and just wanted to show the judges that he could do a 360.
Well, there's the buzzer. It'll be Joel Taylor from Team Australia with the win. Back-to-back wins for the Aussie team, with Kai Coles taking out the win in the first heat. We've got 4 more heats in total. 4 heats in total. A few more to get through in our men's prone 1 round 2. And a lot more action to come when we return. We'll be into heat number 3 for prone 2 round 2.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to Oceanside, California. Taking a look towards Camp Pendleton, there is some world-class surfing in this area with trestles just up the coast. San Onofre, one of my favorite longboarding spots of all time.
Oh, of course, yeah. And then the harbor there is one of my favorite spots. Really, really solid beach break. Gets pretty heavy, and it's always like a few degrees colder than everywhere else.
That's so funny, just at the harbor.
Yeah.
Like the harbor compared to the pier right now would be colder.
Yeah, maybe it's like a mental thing. But I always feel like it's colder, and they always have more wind. But like, ask any oceanside surfer, like the harbor's colder.
It's just the thing.
It's just a thing.
Maybe it's that current coming out of the actual harbor. Let's take a look at some live action though. Out in the water, Casey Proud from Hawaii, riding his first wave here, using that inside arm to just dig into the water, get some of those turns to be a little bit more dynamic. That was really nice the way he was able to make it down into that little reform on the inside. Surfer in blue, Tiago Carvalho from Brazil, now riding on his opening ride for this heat. We'll just kind of fall out the back of that one, look to get himself back into position. Those 2 surfers, so Tiago from Brazil, Casey from Hawaii, up against Bruno Hansen from Denmark, one of the most decorated surfers of all time, 6-time world champion.
Love to see him back in the jersey. I had a bit of a chat with Bruno the other day at the CAF clinic, the SDTC event last weekend. And Bruno's just so excited to put on the jersey again. I asked him like what his goals were, and he's like, he obviously is so decorated with the medals, and he's just super stoked to be able to like paddle out. And you know, he's so competitive, but I think he's kind of like, he feels like he's chilled out a little bit the past few years, and he's just excited to put on a performance out there. It really, really fascinating. I had no idea, but Bruno was actually in an accident 2 years ago, and he was a quadriplegic for a few months and had to go through several physical therapy sessions and was hospitalized for months. I had no idea. Bruno was not a quadriplegic because he's in prone 1, which is unassist.
Yeah.
But he had very limited function in his hands and his arms and was in the hospital for a really long time, and he's now surfing.
That's amazing. It's amazing that he's made the recovery to be able to continue competing in this Prone 1 division with the use of his upper body. As we take a look here at Tiago. Just a little left to right on the inside section. Really digging it in there. Getting some gnarly maneuvers connected as he comes through into the shallows.
It's really cool to see the different hand placements that each prone surfer uses. Kai's is so much different than Joel's, both the past heat winners, and as well as Casey there. He puts his hand pretty far up on the board, where Blue here puts them sideways to keep them really stable. Bruno just up and down there.
That was a hectic wipeout.
That was so
Oh
gnarly.
my goodness. All right, he looks like he's okay. He's grabbing that board back to him.
Straight into the sand. It's getting more and more shallow with each heat out here in Oceanside. A completely tide-dependent spot. All sand there on the bottom, so he's not going to be hitting reef. All sand, making it pretty punchy. This is the Parasurfing Prone 1 division, as I was talking about earlier with Bruno, being a quadriplegic for a little bit there. Prone 1, this is a breakdown of Bruno's wave, just going, he really wanted to make it down the line and then just totally nose dove there. Maybe wipe out of the event. I'm sure he can laugh about it later.
Yeah, it was like straight down. I mean, his positioning though, heading into it, was looking really incredible. If that wave had held up just for a second longer, I think he would have been able to make the drop, and it would have been very highly rewarded in his score line.
Absolutely. He had such a good body position. His hand was in the right place. He was looking down the line, and then it just kind of like picked up and slammed last minute on him, and I think it probably caught him off guard a bit.
Incredible to think of, you know, the way that his body has been able to heal and recovery from that accident from a couple years ago. That would have been pretty terrifying, you know, being in the position that he already was in, to then find out that, okay, now his mobility is even more limited than what he had been used to for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. He said it took so much hard work. He was in the hospital for so long, and he's so active, Bruno. He's a sailor, a surfer, and is just always in the water, and it took a lot out of him. Here's Green.
Oh, great looking whip under the section for Casey Proud. He's an avid surfer, his wife as well. She's often actually carrying him into more remote surf spots on her back so that he gets to surf spots that are not necessarily accessible to wheelchair users. With that, we'll hold on the conversation for just a moment because Anthony Vela is down on the beach with Joel Taylor, who won that last heat. Back-to-back victories for the Australians.
Joel, great job. Back-to-back victories for the Australians. So I'm just curious, what's it like to have one of your teammates as one of your biggest rivals?
Yeah, I thrive on it. He's a lot younger than me. He's only 18 years old and I'm 45. So yeah, it's good to have someone to push me as an Australian teammate. It's even better, I reckon. It's a pretty strong rivalry since I started parasurfing a few years ago, and Kai just started a little bit earlier than me. So yeah, it's sick to have a rivalry with him for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. So at your age, what do you think that it provides as an advantage over Kai being so much younger than you? What advantages do you have being a little bit older?
Yeah, so what the saying is, with age comes experience. So I've had, as a professional bodyboarder before my injury, I've got experience competitively as well. So I think age definitely has a slight advantage, but with youth they have, a bit of it, just go for it attitude. So yeah, I think it's a pretty level playing field for sure.
Awesome. And any final words you'd like to say?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to the Australian team. We've got a solid, solid supporter base here, and just to my family, Lauren, Jay, and Sonny at home. They're my biggest supporters, and I love you guys.
All right, well, great job, and good luck, Team Australia, representing in these first two heats of this round.
Great to hear from Joel, that dynamic of, his greatest rival at this stage being his own teammate. As we take a look at Casey Proud, he's already dropped a 6. He's getting some work done on this wave. Nice big carve out the back to start. And setting himself up here as he's looking down the line, looking to see if this wave is going to reform. Is it going to stand up for him just a little bit more? Can't quite make it there. The positive news for Casey, though, is that out of his round 1 performance, unfortunately just wasn't the best. He had a 3.33 as the highest. Challenging heat overall, a 1.47. It was really tough. As we take a look at Bruno now driving down the line, setting himself up for another turn here on the inside section. Bruno also is going to be needing to get some pretty significant scores on the board to actually help his situation, because he had a better heat than Casey did in his opening round. But right now, that 6 and the 4.33 both have moved Casey up into that advancing position.
Here's the replay of Bruno's just absolutely streaming down the line, right into the pier. So smooth, has such an awesome style. A bit disconnected from section to section, doesn't have a ton of flow between maneuvers, and then unfortunately that wave just completely disappears underneath him. But he got some great work done on the outside and will definitely be rewarded for it. So let's see where that comes in relation to Casey's waves, where felt like Casey's were a little bit more vertical, a little bit more aggressive with that 6-point ride that came through for him.
Yeah, the judges really loving it, specifically in this division. It's not uncommon to see those surfers be able to really drive a little bit deeper on the bottom turn and break through that horizontal line of the horizon, like break through the horizon, right?
Exactly.
Break above that lip line.
Yeah.
For those really radical turns.
So for those turns that, you know, you're in the pier bowl and you just kind of like cut back a little bit, still a fantastic maneuver. However, just not as rewarded as what we saw Joel and
Kai doing.
Kai going straight up into the lip and air dropping down. I mean, that is just kind of next level surfing there.
And again, Liv, we've been talking about it through the week with the judging criteria about the risk of taking off for a major maneuver out the back, risks the scoring potential of the rest of the wave if you don't make it.
Absolutely. It really comes into play, and I've told some Team USA people and some people who have heat questions for me, and I always recommend risk it. Risk it early on. Judges love to see those big maneuvers out the back rather than, like, because I feel like for me, I got too comfortable. I would try and get set and then go down the line, and then once I feel like, okay, now I'm ready to make a turn, then I would later down the line, and I just wouldn't get rewarded for it as much as like when you drop in and hit the lip like right when you stand up or if you're riding prone.
We could just see on the left-hand side of the screen there some of the stats for this year's event. 24 national teams, 137 different athletes competing, and out of those 137, 32 are former gold medalists.
There's so many gold medalists in the draw. It's so awesome because it feels like every time I'm interviewing someone or talking about someone, each heat we have veterans out there, and it, I think, speaks to the progression and the evolution of this sport and pushing it forward. I mean, people who have earned gold medals, they want to stick around. They want to earn another and another, and just sticking around to the community as well, and just a testament to how much this sport has grown. And so much heat knowledge out there. I'm seeing like Bruno, who's won so many world titles. The most decorated, I believe. I think
he's got 6 world titles, and Victoria Faggy has 5 world titles.
Yes. Okay, so Victoria kind of vying after Bruno's spot there at the top.
Yeah, and Victoria's in a really good position to walk away with a 6-1. So she could be tying it up this year if Bruno isn't able to improve on his number of gold medals.
Oh, I love that.
She's come into it feeling really fired up after kind of a chaotic couple of years within her own life.
Definitely.
And she's looking really sharp physically. She's also been going on some really significant surf trips, from like personal best trips. She's had some kind of fun surf trips with, like, you know, the girl gangs where you're kind of out there just catching some fun waves, more relaxed kind of boat trip, as we see Casey Proud with a great looking turn on that outside section. He's going to just pull out here the scoring potential for sure on the outside, and he knows that.
Yeah, absolutely. Casey was trying to scratch into the inside a few waves ago, and I think he just realized it's not worth it. He's not getting many more points for getting a little bit of an inside bank. So he did I think the smart thing to save his energy, paddle back out. He still has 6.5 minutes, and going to save his arm strength for sure. Yeah, I love what you were saying about Victoria. She looks like she's in awesome form. Her surfing has progressed each and every year. Do you know if she's gone back to back to back to back to back, or were there some breaks in between there?
So I'm thinking she didn't compete last year.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
She took the year off. Outside of that, I'm going to have to double check with her because I'm not sure what's happened, say, in the last 2 years.
Correct,
maybe 12 to 24 months of competition with how much she has competed and hasn't competed. The last time that I called heats with her, though, she had never lost a heat in her life.
Wow.
So for that, every time she entered an event, she won the event that she entered into.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Which is wild. So extremely impressive. And not only that, as we can see, a little bit of a wipeout there from Bruno. Tiago also just getting kind of caught by that wave and dragged to the inside. Victoria showed me a photo of a wave that she got on a barrel hunting trip. So that's like the number one thing she's looking for now. She wants to learn how to do better turns.
Yeah.
She rides in the kneeling division, for those of you tuning in that are not aware of who she is, from Team Canada. She showed me this photo of a barrel that is so significant, like terrifyingly large wave.
Rad.
So it's awesome to know that she's been working on that stuff behind the scenes, and then now is like, okay, develop her own personal surfing, hoping that maybe one day an event she can surf in also is in waves of consequence like that, which would be really sick. While knowing that now she's here to surf in, you know, sloppy beach break conditions that can get clean and fun, kind of when there's no wind. But definitely seems really hungry this year to try and back up that 5th world title with the 6th.
It's so cool to see Bruno, a man with then 6 titles, and then a woman scratching at that to take that kind of record from Bruno. Not that I would want that. I love Bruno, but all for women empowerment here. Oh, and just digging rail. I just feel like, to be honest, I don't know if that was on purpose, just because now that I saw that replay, it could have been Blue that was maybe in his way, but definitely not intentionally. But it also kind of seemed like Bruno didn't have a ton of control on the takeoff. He has not been able to, I mean, he has a 4-point ride, so he has been able to ride through. However, I think that's like his 3rd wipeout. I know how that feels. It's just like each wave you take off on is like straight to the sandbar.
Casey now with, he's also going to have wipeout. So you can really tell there's so many ribs that are coming through the waves now. This little angle even is showing it just even a little bit better. How disorganized the lineup is.
But there's
how disorganized the face of those waves are, especially for these surfers that are riding in that prone position to just get bounced off. It seems so easy to get bounced off right now and really difficult not to.
Well, and it's so easy to dig rail in a prone position, like I've seen in prone 2 and prone 1. And so the fact that Bruno and Casey, they've been able to cleanly ride out of waves and do turns is pretty phenomenal. I would 100% get bucked off my board with these bumps in the face. And you can just see so much water just spinning around. It's like a big whirlpool in there. Very difficult conditions to navigate, but this is the nitty and gritty part of competition surfing that we see each and every year. And it was one of the things I struggled with the most, to be honest, because, you know, I would train so hard in and out of the water throughout the year, and then I would come and then it's a low tide heat where I just hit the sandbar a few times. So definitely a mental game as of now. There are waves of opportunity, but keeping yourself in the right position and not being too frazzled. Bruno up and riding.
Wanting to really go for that little high line, try and hit the lip on his way down. Casey as well, just finishing off on the inside here. So I was just having a look at the math of everything. At the moment, it's Kai Coles sitting in that leading position. Joel Taylor is sitting in that 2nd place position on the leaderboard. Bruno Hansen is holding on to 3rd based off his results from round 1. So he had a 5.83 and a 4.67. He hasn't been able to improve on that in this heat yet. There he is having another look here, and he's going to make the drop. That's going to feel nice, even just completing that first portion of the wave for sure. Behind those top 3, Casey Proud has just jumped himself from number 11 below the cut line all the way up to number 4.
Wow.
So he's going to be advancing through into the semifinals, and I mean, we'll see how things roll out in this next heat that's to come, but he could have even secured himself a final if it was just top 4 making it through. So that's a really significant improvement on Casey's side of things.
Yeah, Casey, he's just such a powerhouse. I've seen him out here so many times. Him and his wife surfing out here on the north side or south side or the harbor. They're definitely locals. This is Casey's home break, and I knew from commentating his heat the other day with his lower scores that he had that he was going to make a turnaround because he is just such a strong surfer. He can throw so much spray and go so vertical and somehow ride out of like the craziest of sections. And he's put in so much work on the off season. I've actually ran into him a few times at the rock wall. Oh, here goes Casey again.
Oh, great looking takeoff for Casey. Sets himself up, connects with the lip line. Is he gonna ride out of that? No, that was gonna be difficult
Close.
anyways. So you've had a couple surfs with him.
Yeah, I've had some surfs with him, and I've actually seen him at the rock climbing gym. He's been rock climbing a lot. And I wanna put that in perspective for you guys watching at home. He is in a wheelchair, so his legs do not benefit him whatsoever, so they're pretty much dead weight as he's hanging from the rock wall. He doesn't use his legs at all, so it's literally just arm strength.
So much upper body strength.
I mean, it's like ridiculous. It's so much fun to watch, and he's so strong. I can see it in his paddling here. We've had conversations that like he really feels that rock climbing has helped with his paddling in general. He feels like his arms and his hands, the way he holds the board is so much stronger, and really be interesting to see if Casey would possibly want to go to the Paralympics because rock climbing did get accepted.
That would be incredible. And even just thinking about the grip strength for gripping the surfboard because he's a rock climber would just be, you know, absolutely so strong.
No, he says he can definitely feel a difference, and I can see it in his surfing here. Is just so strong holding onto that board, and you know, his hands and his arms are what he can use to his benefit, right? So he's really able to be as strong as he possibly can with the limbs and the parts of his body that he can use, making the most of it, no doubt.
Well, he's done very well in this heat to round it out with a win, also to jump himself from number 11 on the leaderboard all the way up to number 4 with a significant improvement to the scoreline. We've got more action to come. Our fourth and final heat for men's round 2 Prone 1 division will be paddling out next with Brazil, Italy, Germany, and England represented in the lineup.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
A better world through surfing. That is the mission of the ISA, and it is certainly a better world thanks to the surfing that is within it, and thanks to the effort that the ISA has been putting in for so many years to continue to grow the sport globally, developing across all the different disciplines and just so many other facets of surfing, professional and not, on that side of things. We are currently into men's Prone 1, round 2, heat number 4. Riding right now is Clausen Soares from Team Brazil. He's wearing the red jersey. We've got Antonio Zucchini from Italy in the blue jersey. He's on this wave right now, driving hard towards the pier, leaning into that right. And this is a nice long ride for him to start out his campaign. Team's gonna catch him on the inside. Just a perfect shot to land right where he needed to. And they're just gonna give him a short amount of assistance to get through this really shallow section. And then from there, it's gonna be up to him to paddle back out and to get into his own rides, as is the same with any surfer competing in that Prone 1 division.
Yeah.
Those two, Liv, are in the water up against Sebastian Bass from Germany and James Price from England.
Yeah, I've loved that new role of them having assistants out the back. Obviously, they don't have assistants in any way catching the wave or anything, but it's just huge with tough conditions like this to be able to just get that push out the back, because, you know, it's about surfing. This competition is about catching waves and not necessarily being stuck on the inside, really, really struggling out there. So I love that.
Yeah, do you know when that came into play?
I think this year.
Okay.
I think that's a new thing.
Yeah, because it used to be that sometimes these surfers would just get stuck on that, like, really in the shallows, and
Yeah.
it was really, really challenging for them to just get back out into that deeper water.
When they're not able to just, like, pick up their board and go run up the beach.
Totally.
Like, if I would get super stuck, I would just be like, okay, I'm coming in and going back up to the pier and just, like, running. But, you know, they don't have that ability, and so I really think that was a great move by the ISA. Here goes red.
Great looking takeoff for Clausen, and he'll just duck out underneath it, opting to ride the twin fin. I know that Sam Bloom had a little bit of say within that conversation as well, and really just encouraging them that with the ISA and the decision making for fairness, you know, of course, wanting to keep it fair all around for whatever divisions, Prone 1, Prone 2, for everything else in between.
Absolutely.
But also, like you just said and you mentioned, Liv, we want to see surfing. We're
Right.
here to celebrate surfing. We want to see waves being ridden. So if there's a way to get these surfers still to compete within the absolute fairness of, you know, their divisions, their classifications, but have the opportunity to actually catch more waves per heat, it's going to be better for everyone, not just for the surfers, but for the viewership, for the fans that are tuning in as well.
Yeah, it's just honestly going to build morale too. Like Sarah and Catherine, my teammates there. Well, I'm not on Team USA right now. However, you know, hearing
You're an
them.
honorary member.
Honorary member. Yeah, I went and stole snacks from their tent earlier.
Nice job.
I was like, this is my tax.
Ooh.
But they were just so happy to be able to get that assistance and be able to paddle out with some help, especially with how gnarly the current is. And we were able to see so many more waves ridden from Sarah and Catherine in those Prone 1 women, as well as this Prone 1 men division. And I'm all for it. I want to see more surfing, and I think it is more than worth it just to have a little bit of help to get back out there.
Yeah, I think it's just such an important part of it, and I know that's where Australian gold medalist Sam Bloom was coming from as well in her conversations. She hasn't competed now for a couple of years here at the World Parasurfing Championships, as we see our surfer in green just go down over the falls, unfortunately. But she's been doing some incredible work behind the scenes, just traveling around the working world, speaking, and yeah, just being involved in a lot of different communities. Which is
What a
really rad.
phenomenal individual. I love chatting with her. Super bummed she's not here, but just a legend of the sport in general.
15 minutes remaining on the clock, and Anthony Vela is down on the glass with another incredible surfer.
Team captain for Hawaii, Casey Proud. Great job in that heat, jumping from 11th place into 4th place. Congratulations. I have an inside informant, Liv Stone, telling us about seeing you at the rock wall. Can you talk to us about your preparation in the gym and how that takes to the water?
It's kind of funny. Just this year, I kind of started getting into the rock climbing gig, and it's a lot of fun. It's sort of a new thing. You know, with surfing, I kind of came in pre-injury. I'd surfed before my injury, and so I had some kind of legacy knowledge, and that helped me kind of jump in and be pretty good right off the bat. But rock climbing is a whole new thing, and it was very humbling, and so, you know, it's literally a steep learning curve with rock climbing. So but it's a lot of fun. I'm really stoked. I volunteer with a local adaptive climbing group here called Cliffhangers at Mesa Rim North City, our local rock climbing gym, and that's a lot of fun. Shout out to them, and shout out to Cliffhangers. It's a great group. Anybody that's interested in adaptive climbing, go check them out. They're a great resource.
And you're also a team captain for Hawaii, team manager, helping out also. So how does that affect your preparation as an athlete competing as well?
You know, it's really cool in that, I think, you know, being in the leadership position, I feel like I am a little bit of a, I think people are looking at me from the team for cues on, you know, preparation, technique, strategy during the heats, and you know, it's great in that I get to kind of go back and revisit the foundations, revisit just, you know, the basics and whatnot. And I used it today, you know, in my heat. It was very tricky conditions. You know, really had to get into comp mode and find scores where they were. And, you know, I got it left at the end that I wish I had gotten a little better score on it, but, you know, I felt good about it. That was, you know, hey, I'm last in priority. What do? You get away from the rest of the crowd and you go and find a wave there. So, you know, it's things like that I feel like being a captain has kind of been advantageous for me. It's also just been a great growth opportunity for me working with my team. You know, we have such a wonderful team this year. You know, we're missing our regular team manager, Jen. She couldn't make it this year. Shout out, Jen. But, you know, we have such a great team. We have some new surfers on the team this year. You know, we're always building, and I couldn't be prouder of everybody else on the squad this year. They've all been surfing so well, working hard, and I feel blessed being on this team.
Awesome, and they're proud of you as well. And you earned the right for some extra quick shout-outs at the end. Go ahead.
Right on. Always shout out to my wonderful, beautiful wife, Thera. You know, I couldn't do any of this without her. She's back at home working hard right now, giving us the money and opportunity for me to be here now. So I love you so much, Thera. Shout out to my family, my mom and Kyoki. They're right here. Kyoki's been doing the safety crew. My mom's been helping all week. They're wonderful. Shout out to Duke Foundation. They gave us a grant this year for Team Hawaii for our housing. You know, I don't think we could be here without them. They really made it affordable for us this year. And then shout out to everybody in Hawaii, everybody in the AINA. Like, thank you so much for watching and supporting everybody that donated to our team fundraiser.
All right, great job. Liv, Shannon, back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Always a pleasure to hear from Casey Proud, and a great person to have as that team captain for the team. Fantastic insights as well. Just thinking of that priority call, you know, he's sitting in that lower priority. He already knew those scores were going to help him, but that wasn't going to change up how hungry he was to continue improving his situation in the heat and to work out how to get away from everyone.
No, just has so much heat knowledge and so much water expertise out there. When I see him out there at Northside or wherever in Oceanside, I like to sit by him because I know he's always in a good position for good waves.
It's the man with you can like tie your leash to his leash and then just get pulled straight into the right position. So this division, prone 1, is any surfers that are riding in a prone position who do not need help getting into waves. So they're able to catch into those waves, paddle into those waves on their own. There is some changes to the rules specifically for this division from this year, where there is some assistance on the inside section just to help them get back out a little bit quicker so that we see more surfing like this taking place for Clausen out of Brazil. Incredibly fast top to bottom surfing as he comes down the line, holds onto that handle, drives through the floater, and was so close to finishing that Liv.
Wow. What a wave. To be honest, that score would have absolutely went excellent if he was able to ride out of that. But so impressed at the way he was able to generate so much speed today with how much chop there is in the face of the wave. That chop really slows people down, and he was able to maneuver just so easily. Here goes green.
Oh, Antonio with an incredible takeoff. You could see the shuffle, the way that, you know, he could feel that wave, how it was kind of pulling him up out the back.
Exactly.
Shuffled his weight back to try and avoid the nosedive, but also still fully committed to putting that board on rail.
Yeah, just absolutely sending it. Our surfer in green representing Team Germany. Just unfortunately digging rail there because he did, I believe, pearl earlier, so he didn't pearl and was able to make that adjustment, like you said, on his board, but just was unable to ride out all the way through. I love how Red's ride came in at an 8.17. I knew that that was going to be a higher score. He had so much speed, and it was a very, very critical maneuvers that he had. And he took off almost at an angle. If we see that replay, I kind of want to break that down because he didn't take off straight. He took off literally like parallel to the beach because he knew how dumpy it was. So great water knowledge that our surfer in red possessed there.
8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, and it's an 8.17 on the board for Clausen Soares.
Oh, that's just going to be such a huge boost in momentum for our surfer in red. Let's see this replay. He literally takes off sideways and just streams down the line right up into the face, throwing a lot of spray on both of those turns there, and comes up again. And then this wave just builds up again into that next section, and unable to unfortunately ride out of that, kind of digs rail, but super, super great wave from him. I believe it would have gone to a 9 if he was able to ride out, even maybe a high 9. It looked so great. It honestly didn't even look like that wave was from these conditions. Like, it popped up, it was kind of clean. Like, there was almost no bump on the face. So he chose the right wave, no doubt about that.
Yeah, it would have been like second or third wave in the set, so a little bit cleaner from that first or second, just cleaning out the lineup, giving a slightly nicer surface to the texture of that wave.
Yeah, for sure. Usually the first waves in the set, they still have all that wind from the lull on the face of their wave, like you were saying, Shannon, and that second or third wave tends to clean up the lineup a bit and making it a bit easier to ride.
We are in the men's prone 1 division, which includes surfers who ride in a prone position that do not require assistance paddling into the wave or getting back onto their board safely. And one of the surfers in the water right now, James Price from Team England, he's got that 1.07 to his name. That's actually his first scoring ride in competition this week because he didn't paddle out for that first heat. Now, Liv, you and I were on that heat commentating on it, and we received some information from Team England that James, upon getting here and going through the classification process, was reclassified from Prone 2, which he's competed in the past for a long time, into Prone 1, as they deemed that he has enough mobility and strength in his upper body and in his trunk to be able to be competing against the Prone 1 surfers maybe more fairly than the Prone 2 surfers. And that reclassification just threw him off for that first heat, so he actually decided not to paddle out. It was also a little bit bigger earlier in the week. So I just think it is so awesome that he has decided to get into the lineup today. You were breaking down for us the kind of the mental battle that he likely would have been going through as a competitor, preparing to surf in one thing.
Oh, absolutely. You train all year long to surf in a prone 2 position, and then now you're told, and no like malice at all on classification, they did the right thing, right? So it's not like it was their fault. It was no one's fault. It's just these things happen in classifications and in competitions, and so now you're like, oh, I have to paddle out solo. It's a huge change in your mental game there. And I actually got some word down at the beach. My mom actually was chatting. My mom is my little spy in sight there, asking people some questions, relaying it to me. She was actually talking to James, and he was saying that the past few days he's actually been paddling at the harbor. So no waves, not like the harbor, the surf break, but where the boats are. And so he's just been literally just practicing paddle movements, because in Prone 2 you don't paddle at all.
Yeah.
So paddling is almost, I feel like, 75% of surfing. I mean, you need to be able to paddle in classifications like this.
Oh,
so
you're paddling way more than you're ever up and riding on a wave.
Oh, for sure.
Every surfer.
Exactly. And so for him, James, representing Team England here in white, you can see him hugging the pier there. He literally probably has barely paddled in his surfing career. And so he took his off time and was able to go to the harbor and work on his paddle strength, and I think that that is commendable. And now he's out here catching waves with that 1.07. And it takes, to be honest, a lot of bravery to just paddle out and not be super comfortable. Here he takes off on a wave.
Absolutely sending it. But yeah, I mean, that is an incredible story of bravery.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like bravery has come up a lot the past few days at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, just because of what these surfers have gone through, whether they've had some type of traumatic accident or, like me, I'm a congenital amputee, and it takes a lot of bravery to go out there in the ocean, because the ocean is gonna like slam you into the sandbar no matter what, right?
Yeah, they don't care who you are.
No.
There's no difference.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, obviously as surfers, we have a lot of bravery to get out there in the lineup, and especially in conditions that aren't super favorable. Like James is paddling out in very not ideal north side pier conditions and just fully sending it.
Well, down to 4 minutes remaining on the clock. He's got a 0.93 on the board and is officially sitting in that third place position within this current heat. He's now replaced his himself with better scores on the leaderboard, and would be sitting in that, not sitting in that last place position anymore, which is awesome to see. Just the improvement for him this week alone. You can also see that there is some great help out in the lineup now, getting to him quickly, because we had green go down, we've also had white go down, and for safety reasons, and you know, the reason why James is out there right now is because he knew that he could have his teammate out there alongside of him, just to make sure that if anything happens, there's eyes and arms to get to him very quickly for assistance.
Right, I'm sure that new rule really probably helped him mentally. The fact that we were just talking about earlier in the other Prone 1 men's heat, that they are able to have some assistance to get back out there, which wasn't the case before. So I'm sure in James's mind, he pops up into third, that, you know, he just feels a little bit more comfortable out there, knowing that if he gets stuck on the inside, like, he is going to have support. Maybe not paddling into waves, of course. Those rules are for Prone 2, but having just his teammate out there to help walk him through it a little bit.
And that encouragement factor, you know, there's the team dynamic. Liv, you have been part of it for a long time here, of having a support system around you to encourage you, even, you know, when times are not the easiest.
Oh, it
to just
absolutely
continue
makes
going.
the difference.
Here we go, Sebastian from Germany, grew up landlocked and now lives on the north coast of Germany. Just shaking his head a little bit there. Would really like to maybe finding himself on a wave that has a bit of a steeper face, you know, based on his own expectations for himself. It's been great to see him just continuing to improve in his surfing over the years. Currently lives in Rostock, Germany, so he's way up on the north coast of Germany and gets to be in the ocean a lot more than where he had grown up. Antonio now flying through the inside section.
Oh man, I love this guy. He always has such a smile on his face. He was there on in the competitors tent when I was chatting with Team Italy and just getting to know a little bit more about their team camaraderie. Here goes Red.
Great takeoff now for Soares. Big cutback for that first section, looking for something strong to finish with. Teammate on the inside giving him a clap. He's got that 8.17 that really set him apart from the field out in the water during this current heat.
Antonio here paddling back out, like I said, such a rad individual. Taught me how to say ciao Bella, and now I've been saying it to him every time I see him. Is his last name Zucchini, or is that me just reading that wrong?
Well, it is zucchini, but I believe the pronunciation would be zucchini.
Zucchini. Okay, I was gonna say zucchini bread, my favorite dessert.
Well,
so
I love
like,
it. Zucchini is my favorite vegetable. I eat it 5 days a week, no
What?
question. Yeah,
5 days
it's
a
the
week?
easiest vegetable to add into anything. It
But
goes
like
with literally
raw
everything.
or cooked?
No, cooked.
Oh,
Just like cooked, added into anything you're kind of
Okay.
making, you know.
fair enough.
So yeah, we eat a lot of zucchini in our house.
I love
Or
that word of the
zucchini.
day.
Yeah.
Zucchini. Antonio Zucchini.
Some zucchini bread sounds really good right now.
Oh, for sure. I actually grew zucchini in my garden.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, no, I
A
only
woman of
grew
many
one,
talents.
and then I didn't know how to harvest it right, and it just died.
Oh no, did it get too big? Or did you-
Yeah, it got
'cause you
too
know
big.
Zucchinis can grow
Way
like, they
too
literally can, they're so large sometimes.
No, it was
Yeah.
it was not good. But the harvest was great, and I had it in a meal. Anyway, back to surfing here at
Well-
the north side of the pier in Oceanside, California.
An incredibly impressive performance from Clausen Soares out of Brazil. An 8.17 has him sitting in a great position on the leaderboard, and certainly has helped out his combination.
Just so excited to see him go head to head with Kai and Joel. I mean, they are such strong surfers.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish to this year's event, but we've got a lot more to come before we get to that place. We're going to be right back. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more surfing after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
And we are back. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Anthony Avella. Anthony, you were out on the beach just now, and while the tide has dropped and the conditions have gotten just a little bit more challenging, the vibe is the same, isn't it? I mean, so much stoke on the beach. Every surfer knows that they're going to be going in the same conditions as their competition, so all in the same boat now. Hey, I'm Chris. This is Anthony. It's been our pleasure to bring the action to you wherever you're watching around the world, and so far so good. These afternoons, again, they have proved to be a little bit more difficult, but there are diamonds in the rough.
There are some great waves out there. We're seeing scores being dropped. We're seeing athletes build upon their scores from previous rounds when maybe the waves were a little bit better, but the scores are still getting set higher than round number 1. You see round 2, heat 1.
Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. Victoria Faggi, Barbara Garcia, and Ashley Okura, Hawaii, Mexico, Canada. And we're straight into it with Garcia. Quick ride there. Situation still stands at 20-minute heats. Top 2 scores in your score line will be added up for your overall heat total. And this is our parasurfing kneel / upright division. Surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. It can be kneeling, it can be sitting upright. Obviously different than what we saw in the surf skis earlier. No assistance in the lineup for these surfers. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. I think if any group can find those elusive open-faced waves, it's the group we have in the water for the next 3 heats. A lot of veteran knowledge, some recent medal history with this crew. And here we go, Victoria Faggi, representing Team Canada. Quick ride there.
And earlier, as we watch Ashley Okura riding on a fun ride on the whitewater there, we were talking about Alali Medina and her 3 going for 4 gold medals in a row. Our statistician checked the stats, and Victoria Faggi has 4 golds in a row, 2020, 2021, 22, and 23. Audrey Pascal from Spain got the gold, earned the gold last year, so Victoria Faggi trying to make it 5 out of 6 whopping gold titles. And we see a replay of her opening rides and pulling out of that one there. It's tough in Oceanside when the tide gets low and the strategy has to turn from multiple turns to dropping in and attempting to get one good turn. And the judges have been rewarding a lot of smaller turns or one big turn. Depends on how radical it is.
Yeah, almost like subtleties versus explosiveness. And we've seen a lot of both ends of the spectrum there. So the current next to the pier is definitely a little bit more challenging with the tidal conditions we have now. Still can provide a conveyor belt out to the takeoff zone. I think with low tide, you're going to be getting even more dangerously close to the pier on the end of your rides. We do have precautions in place, but every competitor that enters this event knows that there are dangerous elements in surfing, and so far no one has backed down. I mean, not even once. I'm sure more of that will be to come. So as we look towards the horizon for the net set to roll through, looks like a little bit of a break in the action. Let's go down to the glass with Shannon Hughes.
Much down here with Clausen Sares, an incredible performance. I'd love to hear about that 8-point ride.
Tá falando que foi uma excelente onda, a nota 8. E aí, descreve ela aí pra galera.
Então, foi importante eu trocar o equipamento. Meu equipamento não estava para esse mar. Eu consegui trocar a prancha, peguei uma prancha melhor para esse tipo de onda. E graças a esse equipamento foi melhor a performance.
Well, he had to change his equipment because of the waves today, so it helped him a lot to that performance.
It really did. Talk to me about the equipment that you decided to go with today.
Fala pouco desse equipamento, como é que é essa prancha e quem faz? Tamanho.
Então, essa prancha é lá do Rio de Janeiro. Eu sou do norte do Brasil, mas essa prancha a gente encomenda lá para o sul do Brasil e o shape acertou bem essa aqui. Estou muito feliz em estar com a minha equipe aqui do Brasil, representando mais uma vez o nosso país. Agradecer também ao Paradesporto por fornecer um apoio para a gente estar aqui. Agradecer ao meu patrocinador, a Nofil também. Através desses apoios, é um incentivo para poder a gente estar aqui no Mundial de Parasurf.
All right, he's from the northern part of Brazil, and this shaper is from Rio de Janeiro, and he did an excellent job with the board, and he also congratulate all the team that we are here staying with him, and our main sponsor, the Secretaria Nacional de Paradesporto.
Beautiful. It's been amazing to see Team Brazil just continue to get stronger and stronger. I'd love to know more from his personal journey about that decision to return to surfing. So started surfing as a 15-year-old, but then took a 20-year break. What brought him back to the water 2 years ago?
Ela fala que conhece a sua história, que você começou a surfar e depois teve break e voltou. O que te levou de volta ao surf?
Então, é muito emocionante ver essas pessoas que têm essa dificuldade e, tipo assim, antes não existia o parasurf. Aí quando eu voltei, quando eu vi a equipe surfando e tal, eu falei, isso aí é meu lugar e me dediquei, me esforcei e graças a Deus eu estou aqui representando.
Well, he stopped surfing, and when he observed the parasurfing, because years before there wasn't parasurfing in Brazil, so developed, and he saw all the people competing and surfing, he has said, I'm going to be back, I want to be part of it, and that's it.
Well, Clausen, we're so happy to have you back. Would you like to say anything back home to your friends in Brazil?
Quer falar alguma coisa em português, uma mensagem?
Quero. E aí, galera do Brasil, estou aqui mais um ano. Quero agradecer o apoio de todos aí. E é isso aí. Semifinal, depois final e vamos com tudo. Uhul!
He's going to be out there battling with the Aussies. More to come. Back to you guys.
All right, we are stacking finals day with serious talent. 11 minutes, 15 seconds left. Victoria representing Canada in the lead. And then you see a little bit chaotic on that last set, and pretty much the entirety of the ocean right here on the north side of Huntington Beach Pier is undulating. There's sand coming up. There's whirlpools of current, but guess what? These surfers are well prepared and well trained. Already some scores on the board. Victoria comes through with a 2.67 paired with a 0.23. Garcia a 1.40, and Okura has a ride with a 0.6. And nothing's going to come easy this afternoon, but we've already seen evidence of scoring potential out there, so we're going to keep our eyes on the lineup, and it will happen.
Wow, look at that rip current, just literally a river of water moving out against the pier there. And as you mentioned, Chris, these surfers well trained, and if they're vying for a world title, they would have and should have trained in all conditions. High tide, low tide, and it's as if the guys read my mind. The current conditions, swell 2 to 3 feet from the south-southwest wind, at about 8 miles per hour. We're still heading towards that negative 1.4 low tide at 3 p.m. Air 70, water 70, says 67 there, but we'll call it 70. Beautiful day. That's a perfect fall Southern California day. 2 to 3 foot swell, light winds, and water at just under 70 degrees at 67. Beautiful day, and the conditions are just so bumpy right now. So even when you pick a wave, the good part about the bumps, sometimes you have those double up, triple up sections that offer a lot of speed, even if the waves are smaller, but there's a lot of water moving around. You can just see it on this shot here. If you stop paddling for one moment, you're at the mercy of wherever the currents take you. It's almost like being in rapids in the river. And if you're trying to go in that direction, like Victoria Figge is, that helps. If you're trying to go in a different direction, then it does not help. And that drone view shows that brown murky water next to the pier beautifully.
Yeah, it's from the drone angle, it's usually pretty easy to figure out which way the wind is blowing, but from this angle, I mean, you can just tell it's blowing in circles.
Yes, it is, and all that wet sand that you see lets you know that the tide is dropping, and you can see the high tide line where the sand changes colors. It goes from that darker brown where it's wet, that lighter brown where it's drier, and then all the way to the left of the screen, you can see that kind of path of a little bit of dark sand. That's what they call the high tide line. A higher tide earlier this morning going all the way up to the event scaffolding. Ashley Okura from Hawaii, she's up, and just another whitewater wave. And Victoria Figge.
Ooh, here we go. I mean, that's a good sign for things to come. You saw a little bit of clean open face on that left. By no means easy to ride. She managed to make the drop, like trying to pull in to that closeout section, which if you trying to pick a time to send it, now's the time. This is round 2. I mean, this is where you're going to really start to hopefully amplify your points total and lock yourself into finals day.
If you can get into one of those finals, you will be awarded a medal. 4th place earning copper medal, 3rd place bronze, 2nd place silver, and 1st place will be awarded that coveted gold medal. And I love that commercial from the Challenged Athletes Foundation featuring our own Liv Stone when she talks about that feeling of that medal being placed on your neck and how incredible that feeling is. I can only imagine. And you know, it's so emotional because so much time and dedication went into the training, as we see a wave by Barbara Garcia.
I think it's also limited opportunities. You know, there are only a handful of parasurfing events around the world, and this, of course, being, I would say, the peak of parasurfing competition. But hopefully, you know, as this sport starts to grow and, you know, the reverberations of stoke that we're getting from this event kind of start to spread, you know, we'll see more amateur events in parasurfing. We'll see more of those kind of mid-level, you know, seeding events to get to where we are now. So this is a great way to grow this sport, you know, by showing the highlights and the challenges and, you know, the success that these surfers experience throughout these events. I wouldn't doubt if we see more parasurfing events kind of in the, you know, the mid-tier level popping up after a big successful contest like this.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. And you know, it's kind of one of those, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And do you need to have a whole bunch of athletes to have these events, or do you have the events to kind of inspire the athletes? And I think it goes both ways.
Both.
And ISA doing the International Surfing Association doing a wonderful job of creating this platform for these parasurfers to express their surfing in a world-class event. It's the same judging criteria and the same rules that we have in all of the other disciplines of ISA, which is the governing body for the International Olympic Committee. And so this same judging criteria is used for parasurfing, longboard, SUP, masters, juniors, all the way up to the Olympic level. And so it's great for these athletes to get that kind of Olympic feel in this World Championship event.
We're inside of 5 minutes now. Victoria Figge representing Team Canada in the lead. Garcia close, the 1.43 and a 1.40. Doesn't need much to get back into the top spot. Ashley Okura sitting on a 1.4 and a 0.60. She only needs a 1.44 to get herself up in one of those top 2 spots. And, you know, in a standard surfing event, you would think, okay, the top 2 placing surfers will advance through into the next heat. Well, different rules here. We're looking for overall heat totals in your round 1 or round 2 heats to give you that number to put you in the mix to potentially get yourself into one of our finals. And I think finals day is going to be super cool because we're going to see all the disciplines, you know, going out there back to back to back. So it's going to be a really cool display of parasurfing in its entirety.
And when you see it back to back to back and you see the top 4 in each division, we've seen great surfing all event, but at times it's been a little sporadic. Go, look at this.
Oh, straight into the pit.
Victoria Figge sending it.
Getting sendy. Nothing wrong with that. And now on the inside, you see Garcia. Nice little bottom turn up into the whitewater there. So probably going to improve on one of those ones.
Barbara Garcia from Mexico. Great to see the Mexican contingency. And each of these surfers will have qualified in their national governing bodies qualification system, and with the backing of each country's national federations. We're excited to have Belgium join the list of national federations here. We're in the women's kneel division. This is round 2, heat number 1. 9 women in this division and classification. So we're in the first of 3 heats of 3. Victoria Figge up and riding again. And just a quick drop into the whitewater. And the more waves you catch, the more opportunity you have to find some open face. Victoria carrying over a 7.4 and a 6.83 from her previous first round. And so thus far has not bettered her position. Barbara and Ashley, they were sitting Ashley in 9th and Barbara at 6th place. And neither of them able to better their situation as of yet. Top 4 athletes from these 9 surfers in round 2 and round 1 combined are going to go to finals day.
Well, as time is flying by, just like the wind is blowing, 1:40 left. Canada on top. Garcia improved slightly on her opening score, so now she has a 1.9 and a 1.43.
Chris, you're talking about other events around the world and the adaptive surfing. I'd like to mention the AASP. They had 3 events this year around the world and crowned a world championship. And they're giving out pretty significant money as well. We're talking 15, 20, 25 grand per event as Ashley Okura rides this one. There is an event in Hawaii, the Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championship. There was the U.S. Open Adaptive Championship and also the Australian Pro. So Hawaii, California, and Australia, 3 great places to have a surfing event.
Yeah, and there's a lot of surfers who are, you know, dipping into both events series. The AASP has done an incredible job of, you know, making this. So the ISA, I mean, a huge part of this is, you know, this being an Olympic feeding system. These surfers are, there's no cash prize at the end of this event. It's, you know, potential gold medal, which is amazing. Team gold, of course, glory of nation. But it really is for the love of sport. And that's not to say that surfers who are competing at the AASP are doing it for the money, but I love that there is a payday at the end of some of those events, because of course that helps with travel costs, that helps get you around with equipment, and it's just great to have as many outlets as possible for para surfers to perform. And I think events like the AASP and the ISA Para Surfing World Championships, everyone counts, and it's not only more experience for the athletes, but it's more exposure for all these sports that we're showcasing here this week. So the more the better. And is this a buzzer beater? Garcia, just a quick ride there. So unofficially at the end of that one, it's going to be Victoria Fagey from Team Canada in that top spot. And we're going to send 3 more surfers into the lineup. This is our women's Neil round 2, heat 2. Don't go anywhere. More action to come. It's the ISA Para Surfing World Championship. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the hoop.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Let's get back to the action here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. This is a Wednesday, day 4 of competition. We are in the women's Neil division, round 2, heat 2. First Cote here with Anthony Vella. Last heat, a little rough at times, but there were a few scores that came through. Team Canada has to be stoked with Victoria Fagey, who put up some good numbers there. In this heat, we'll be featuring Emmanuelle Blanchette, Team France, Meg Severn, Team Hawaii, and Sol Vasconcelos from Team Brazil. It's a good angle at what these surfers are dealing with, and I don't think adversity is a word that even exists in a lot of these surfers' vocabulary. They've already been through and gotten over so many things in their lives that, a little bit of wind, a couple closeouts, it's nothing for these surfers to deal with.
It's so true, and a quick up and down. And surfing is such a great kind of representation of the ups and downs that we have in life. In one hour surf session, you can get the best wave you've ever caught in your life. You can also get the biggest wipeout you've ever had in your life, and those two sometimes happen in a 10-minute time span as Meg Severn is up.
Yeah, a little inside runner to work with here for Meg. Great job identifying what most likely looked like just a random chunk of white water, but she saw something special in it, so Meg will be on the board.
Sol Vasconcelos from Brazil. There's a stand-up paddling event in Denmark, and the waves weren't optimal conditions for a contest, and famous Brazilian surfer Caio Vaz, in his limited English, he said a profound statement you know, and kind of in the mindset that you have to take going out in conditions like this. He said, if you think the waves are bad, then the waves are bad for you. And someone has to go out there and win the heat and get scores. And it's all in the mindset. Many of these surfers are incredible with their mental preparation. And it takes a very strong mind to go out there. And if you're thinking negative thoughts on your warm-up, on your paddle out, and, oh, this is not right, then that's going to affect your surfing versus, hey, I'm going to go find a gem out there and I'm going to go rip it. And I think that's the mindset we should have in heats like this, but also in life as well.
I just actually read a quote from Bethany Hamilton to the effect of, you know, don't think the waves are bad. Just go out.
Yes.
No matter what. And you'll never regret it. 14:42 to go. First score comes through for Meg Severn at 2.5. Waiting for that number to come through from Solovets Gonzalez. What a story. She was born in Rio de Janeiro. She loved the ocean and swimming. Lived in, at 45 days old in a domestic fire incident. She lost her legs. And she not only has survived, she has thrived. Raising 5 daughters. Whole family surfs. And she's, you know, her accolades just go on and on. And she's actually, she's volunteered all her life, so she's already just been giving back. She loves singing in the car while she's driving, and she loves to inspire as many people as possible. She's an absolute hero. And we look forward to seeing Sol on her next wave right in. But right now, we've got Meg Severn backing up that opening 2.50. Great poise and positioning. I mean, you can tell the way she's kneeling on her board, she's got a great style. You could just her arms, very casual, nice and relaxed, riding down these waves. It's calming. It's actually calming me.
Yeah, great style, and took that wave. You can see how shallow it is. She took that one rode that one all the way in, and Meg Severn currently sitting on the overall leaderboard in 5th, so she's going to want to continue to better those scores to try and earn a spot into the finals there. And that's that northwest wind. You can see those lines coming in at an angle, and then we've got the riptide coming out from the pier, hitting those side chop waves. This is the first day we've seen any sort of whitecaps from the wind. We've been blessed with incredible conditions all of our days of competition, and the judges, head judge, and contest director doing an amazing job of picking out the best times of day to run as many heats as we can. And the goal is to get the finals heats to run during the most optimal conditions, and we're gearing up for that in the next 2 days of competition. We'll see a couple of finals tomorrow and more finals on Friday.
We got 12 minutes left in this one. Our current leader, Meg Severn, one of our youngest competitors in this division, 14 years old. She is from Kailua, Hawaii. She surfs Kawalos, where we've seen some legendary surfers come from. Carissa Moore being just one of the many. She goes to Punahou School on the island of Oahu. Besides surfing, she swims, plays water polo. She became an amputee 3 years ago due to an extremely rare bone cancer. And that did not stop her getting into the surf action. She also loves hanging out with her friends and her dog and just paddleboarding and watching sunsets. She's awesome. Meg Severn. And she's in the lead right now. So with 11:20 to go, as these surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go find Liv Stone, see what's happening on the beach.
All right, we are live coming to you from Oceanside, California with Victoria, multiple gold medalist here. It was a pretty grindy heat, but you still have a smile on your face. So tell me what you've been doing this week to have a really positive headspace.
Yeah, I've just been hanging out with Team Canada and also connecting with my friends from around the world. I play guitar and helps me mellow out, and then I've been also just checking in with my friends back home in Hawaii. I work as a physical therapist and Kuleana Physical Therapy and Wellness. The girls back there have been so supportive, and I just feeling the love, so thank you.
I love that. Victoria, you've talked a lot about getting women into the sport of parasurfing, and you've been advocating a ton for that. So tell me a little bit more about that.
When I first started competing, there were 7 girls across all divisions and maybe 80, 90 guys. And now we have about 30% of the competitors are women, and I love to see it. And I just want women to know that I had to be invited down to compete, and I never thought I'd be good enough. And then I learned from my peers here and mentors, and I got better. And that if you want to join us, we can help you progress as well.
Awesome. And you've been training in some pretty phenomenal waves. I mean, out there it's a little bit grindy, but I hear that you've been barrel hunting. Can you give us a little cheeky input?
I would love to. I took a little time off from competing to chase other dreams, and especially barrel hunting in Nicaragua and Indonesia, and absolutely loved it. I cannot wait to go back to Indonesia this summer, and also when I go back to Hawaii. I mean, Hawaii is pumping right now, and I'm working with an amazing coach, Megan Abubo, who's really leveling up my game, and I'm actually making it out of, I mean, I'll pull into any ridiculous barrel, but I'm actually making it out of a few.
I love that.
And I'm hoping to put together some women's surf retreats in Indonesia this summer, and just find girls who love barrel hunting and love the surf, and it really is a beautiful community from around the world.
Awesome. Victoria, absolutely progressing the sport of women's parasurfing. Victoria, what would you like to say to friends and family back at home?
I just want to say thanks to my parents and my friends and my brothers, and also thank you to Challenge Athletes Foundation and Indie Club, Terra Granola, and Rip Curl Canada. There's not that much funding for most of the athletes to get here, and Challenge Athletes Foundation and these nonprofits and this support really makes it possible for us to attend and compete and try to win that gold.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Victoria. Good luck to the rest of the comp. Back to you guys at the booth.
Victoria's awesome. You know, the more you learn about her, it's impossible not to love her and not to cheer for her every time she hits the water. And I, for one, would love to see a video part of Victoria's exploits in big barreling waves, because you saw her face light up when she talked about surfing around Indonesia. And that tells me that she scored. So I'd love to see some of that footage. 8:23 to go. Meg Severn keeps pushing. 2.70, 2.50. Hanging on to that lead. Vasconcelos with a .90. Yet to see Blanchette get involved, but I mean, this is going to be a challenging 20 minutes for all of our surfers left in the field. And so if you go out there and you're only able to catch 1 or 2 waves, you still deserve a lot of credit. Nothing's easy this afternoon.
Nothing is easy. Meg Severn making the paddling look easy. You can see her great paddling technique. She's got that kind of water polo style of paddling. It's a great sport to train a lot of surfers, especially in the Orange County area. Also playing water polo, big in Hawaii as well. Great job for Meg Severn in this heat, making it look easy. And Victoria Figge mentioning the Challenge Athletes Foundation, one of the event supporters. And yesterday I saw the world-famous, world-class photographer Donald Morale on the sand. He had his cameras out looking for some specific athletes to take pictures for the Challenged Athletes Foundation. So that list of athletes, you guys are going to be stoked to get some photos taken by one of the most decorated sports photographers in the history of sports photography, and pretty local to this area.
Yeah.
Down in Cardiff.
Yeah, Donald is a proud Encinitas resident, and I actually do a magazine called Encinitas Magazine, and anytime we get the chance to run Donald's photos, we jump at it. He is, like you said, I mean, an icon. It's almost like there's only a handful of photographers that when you see an image, you go, that feels like a Donald Morale image. So awesome to have Donald visiting us. And, if you're watching from somewhere around Southern California, we'd love to invite you down to the beach. Plenty of space. You can watch from the pier. Our athletes are, every single one of them so far has been super affable, really cool and open and willing to talk. And, it's a really great way to see a different side of surfing. And I guarantee you, if you come down here and check this event out, you will leave happy or your money back.
100% money back.
And it's free to get in. So there's no risk for anybody. Come on down. We'll be here till Friday. And Friday's going to be finals day. So if you can only do one day, if you could ditch work or ditch school, which I'm not, it's worth it for one day.
I'm advocating it.
Okay,
You don't
cool.
have to. I am, because, I mean, it's so powerful to be down on the beach and see these, you know, these types of situations, and to watch when they are ripping and when they are falling and how they get back up on their boards. And if you're not moved, current heat leader going over the falls there, like this, for example, she just wipes out, grabs her board. Her first look is back out to the ocean to see what's coming. And it's just incredible when you're down here in person. The webcast is awesome. Tune in, you can watch the replays, you can look at the highlights, but being down here and feeling the energy or there's mana, you know, if I can use that word, it is just an incredible, powerful feeling to be on the sand with all of these athletes and their teams.
You see now we have Blanchette out the back. And trying to find, this is almost like a needle in the haystack type of situation. There have been a few opportunities. You got Severn, the 2.7 and a 2.5. Vasconcelos with a 0.90.
So 2 different strategies. Meg Severn's trying to claw back into the finals, and this is maybe one more behind it. So Emmanuelle Blanchette currently in 2nd place on the leaderboard. So she's playing it patient. She knows the scores she's trying to better. And just, we were talking about that earlier, taking that first wave, and a couple of good ones come right behind it. Oh, that's a tough break when you've been waiting for 16 minutes. And there's her teammates there. Wonder what they're thinking right now.
They're thinking, please just let one little wedge pop up in the right place at the right time. And that's what they're seeing. You know, so pretty clear that it's going to be tough to find a worthy wave to ride. But these athletes know full well, just keep pushing, adapt to every situation. And every surfer in the water is dealing with the same conditions, so it's not like there's favoritism from the ocean. 3 minutes left.
Meg Severn just crawling and scratching into anything. She's looking for a score of a 3.03 or higher. She has a 3.0 from yesterday's competition, sitting in 5th place, and 4th place has a total heat score of 6.03. So she's right there. She needs to do one good turn on one of those waves, and the judges, they're waiting to award somebody. Someone's looking for a breakout wave, and I know Team Hawaii would be stoked for it for the youngster. And it would be a great experience for her to kind of have that come from behind, last second buzzer beater. There's still one more heat to go after this, so she'd have to play the waiting game as well and see what Emma Dieters does, the current 4th place ranked surfer from Australia.
Oh, having a paddle here, looking for a 3.03. It's a good drop on this wave. And you see just styling her way towards the sand. A little recovery there. The nose goes under just slightly, but she cruises through it. All right, this one's going to be interesting. Was it better than that 2.70? Was it enough? Was it a 3.03? And does she have time to get back out there and give it one more try?
All her swimming and water polo training's got to come in, and you can see she's got that complete left leg, but her right leg, she lost some of it to that bone cancer that Chris had mentioned earlier. And so she has to kneel on one leg and then have the half of the leg, as we see Emmanuelle Blanchette waiting for that one the entire event. But she had to go, basically. 19 minutes passed, so she had to catch a wave at some point, and that's going to most likely be her one wave of the heat. Not going to better her situation, but she's already in a great situation. 1 minute to go for Meg Severn, Team Hawaii, as Sol from Brazil looks like she got a wave as well. And it's just, when you see all whitewater across, that's not a good sign.
That's a closeout.
That
That's a wave that stretches from Oceanside through Carlsbad all the way down to Encinitas. And that's a very typical occurrence in the afternoons here.
We haven't seen a shot like that in a while with just straight whitewater across.
Ooh. Another ride there for Meg Severn. So now the waiting game. 14 seconds left. One more score to drop through for Meg. Well, it would feel good to, you know, at least finish in the top spot of your heat.
Yes.
But how the scoring works is you got to get up into that leaderboard position on the strength of your 2 highest scoring waves.
So she might get the post-heat interview, but maybe perhaps doesn't even make it into the semifinals. But you know what?
That's a bonus.
That's a bonus.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the final heat of the day. We're going to continue on here in our women's kneel division with one more, but trust us, you're not going to want to go anywhere. This one's going to be impactful towards our potential semifinal leaderboard. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
We got one more for you on the day. Women's kneel division, round 2, heat 3. Kayel Deverware, Vera Quaresma, and Emma Dieters. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. We're live from Oceanside, California. And the hits just keep on coming. And there was a chance for a surfer to crack up into that semifinal, but just fell short. And, you know, I think this is where we see the bittersweet nature of competition, right? The sweet is we're seeing these surfers rise to the occasion, give everything they have out in the lineup. The bitter part of it is not everybody can win. You know, we only have 4 medals at the end of the event for each division for men and women. So, yeah, we're going to see winners and losers. But I'll tell you, in my book, every surfer that even enters this event has been a winner because they've been able to show us their skill set. They've been able to show us their perseverance and dedication to the sport. And the inspiration is palpable. It's priceless.
It's priceless, and not only do these athletes get a chance to come here and compete, but their family and their friends, they get a chance to watch them live, to see professional photographs taken of them that they can share, and it's great to see, you know, some of the stories on social media, like Instagram stories of athletes' friends that are watching and tuning in, and it's just great for everyone all around. Emma Dieters with a late drop there, free falling, and she's using that front handle to try to take this wave as far as she can and see if she can add any points to that critical late drop. Unfortunately, no open face on that one. If you can find some open face in these conditions right now, you're going to get a good score.
Yeah, simple equation, but not simple in practice. As we've seen, I mean, even highly skilled surfers, top of their field in this Neal division, have been having trouble finding those open face waves. But I've yet to see a surfer give up. I've yet to see any quit in the water. I mean, this is pure dedication.
And we also don't see any quit from the water safety team. Adam Land and Jim Russell heading it up. Have some names of some of the volunteers. It's not a complete list, but thanks Kevin and Jeff and Cole and Ethan and Bailey and Taryn and Tyler, John, Patrick, Sandy, Hunter, Dave, and all of those of you in your wetsuits all day long in the orange jerseys, lending a hand so these athletes can perform. We thank you, they thank you, and you know, at the end of the day, they get to go home fulfilled knowing that they played a part in this amazing and powerful event.
Yeah, what an experience. I mean, they are some of the hardest working people that I've seen in a surf competition. And not only, you know, helping progress the sport, the parasurfing sport, but also, you know, helping with literal life-saving. You know, we've seen some brutal wipeouts, some serious carnage, broken boards, but everybody has, you know, left the beach safe and sound. There's been a couple scares, but man, it has been clean. Here we go, surfer in blue, Emma Dieters. All right, so Emma utilizing the force of that white water to get herself up. Quick ride there. But it's almost like the tide is drained so low that even when you take off and have the force of that whitewater hit you, you're still almost going uphill.
Yep.
It's a literal uphill battle to ride some of these waves.
I think she's coming all the way in. You can see her going fins first. That's how shallow it is. If she were to, oh, what a great strategy here. Swim in, drag the board. So I believe they're going to put her on one of the sand wheelchairs, wheel her back around to the pier, and then put her back in the water. And you see the orange jersey providing some laughs and communicating with the athlete there. They can help them get to their board and reposition them, but can't help push them out. You can see that there's some sort of communication. I saw Gael throw a shaka, and you can see the smile even though it's glary. What a great shot there.
Well, we're witnessing a little bit of history as well here. This is the first time ever a surfer representing Belgium has competed here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And hopefully some more countries will take note of that, field some athletes here next year. So Gael with the 1.66 currently in the lead. M. Dieters is going to make her way back into the takeoff zone. She surfs at Crescent Head. She's on a Jagger surfboard. And it's called the Family Graffiti Adaptive Board. She's got a really interesting story. You know, 2 years after her injury, she was crowned the World Parasurfing Champion. I mean, that stat to me is just beyond. You know, I mean, you think about where most surfers are after 2 years on the board, and it's not pretty. You're not surfing at a championship level, but Em's just built different. You know, she is an incredible, impressive athlete. She's a mother of two, and she calls herself a fierce competitor, and I met her. She's a fierce competitor, but a super nice person, so that's a good combination there. 11:50 to go. These surfers making their way back into the lineup. Let's make our way down to the beach with Liv Stone.
All right, we're here down on the sand with Meg representing Team Hawaii. This is her first ever heat win and her first ever ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Meg, how does it feel to be competing at the highest elite level in parasurfing?
Well, it feels pretty incredible to get to know all of these amazing women out in the water and also on land. And it's really inspiring seeing everyone and all like the countries and everyone representing their countries.
Yeah, absolutely. We paddled out together last week at the CAF clinic, and you've been working on your paddling, reading the waves well. So the past few weeks, what have you really gotten dialed in to be ready for this event?
Well, I've been focused a lot on my conditioning and training for surfing. Sorry, saltwater. By swimming a lot and just like doing a lot of practice sessions for like swimming to get me better and stronger for surfing.
Awesome. I love that. And what does it mean for you to be able to represent Hawaii?
Oh my gosh. Well, I would just say it's really an honor. I haven't lived in Hawaii for long, but I feel like it's already like my home.
Well, you are absolutely ripping out there. You're so confident from what I've seen out in the water. Conditions were a little bit tough, but you got your first heat win. Awesome. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Liv. Congrats, Meg. What a way to represent Island of Champions. That list that Meg's put herself on of surfers representing Hawaii is, among the best of the best. You don't even want to start naming names because we could be here for 4 hours. But put Meg Severn on that list. You can tell that she is going to go really far in parasurfing. Getting her start here at age 14. Big things to come in the future for that young athlete. 9 minutes, 40 seconds left. Vera Quaresma sitting now with a 3.5 and a 2.33. See, we told you there is opportunity out there. You're just going to have to work to find it. So Vera, coming from Florianopolis, a surf-rich region, actually an action sports-rich region. So many amazing skateboarders and surfers coming from Florianopolis, including WSL World Champion Yago Dora, Pedro Barros, one of the best skaters in the world from that region. And Vera making Floripa proud. 3.5 and a 2.83. She might have just deleted that 2.33 with that wave. Late drop, high speed line. It's a cool looking wave.
That was a cool looking wave, and it's great to have athletes that have achieved success at a high level in your hometown that just, they can pave the way and show you the blueprint. And so Vera, following in the footsteps, representing Brazil and her home city on the world stage, and the Australian Emma Dieters. I'm gonna have to make friends with her because Crescent Head, Australia, one of my most favorite places in the world that I have been to. Beautiful, long, right point break. And I've been there a couple times, but I've never even been there when there's been enough swell for it to really be working. And that's one of my dreams, to go back there and surf. Emma, maybe with you one day. It's definitely not Crescent Head out there right now. And each of these surfers are trying to make the most out of it. And again, we want to congratulate Gaël Deverware from Belgium for being in the first rendition of Belgium, being part of this ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Congratulations.
It's historic. Really is. The 7.5 left. Vera in the lead. See her last score dropped in at a 3.50, so the high mark of this heat so far. Plenty of time left to see a few more rides from each surfer, hopefully. Everybody with 2 waves rated now. So that's a success when the conditions get wild like this. You see Gaël. And I'm not super good at geography, but I don't think Belgium has very many quality waves. But I know they have quality surfers because we're watching Gaël. I believe they've competed at the ISA World Surfing Games as well.
That's one of the cool parts about the evolution of surfing in wave pools, where now we see them popping up around the world, and it has allowed surfers that are landlocked, or surfers even that maybe have waves near them, to go and surf in better waves. And some of the most famous wave pools are in locations where there are waves kind of nearby, but they do help in training, having the consistency of the same conditions over and over to practice different maneuvers, or your pop-up, or whatever aspect of your surfing that you're working on.
I'm all for it. The older I get, the more I appreciate wave pools. It does make surfing that much easier. And if you're thinking of European wave pools, most likely the closest wave pool to Belgium is a really good one. It's an endless surf pool in Munich. And it is one of the best wave pools in the world. I've seen some incredible footage coming out of there. And, wave pools are the literal talk of the town here in Oceanside. Plans for a wave pool just about a mile, maybe under a mile, just east of us right now. It's a world-class wave pool next to a place that can have world-class waves on its day. There's nothing wrong with double dipping, because if you've seen Oceanside on a good day, on a Saturday morning, got a few surfers out there. So why not break them up a little bit? They're just gonna have to agree. All right, half of us are going to the pool, half of us are going to the pier. Let's take turns here. We'll switch off.
What a great solution. That is classic. I did not know about the Oceanside wave pool, but that's awesome. There, as a technology. Oh,
nice drop there.
beautiful.
For M. Dieters. The Irukandjis, no doubt on their feet, hooting and hollering. They have been, I'm going to give Australia the Spirit Award this week. They've been down here since dawn. They're the last team to leave. One of their team members has a birthday today. The whole team was singing him happy birthday. They have been making this cool kind of like tunnel with flags, and some of the competitors and staff making this long tunnel for these surfers to come through. And the Irukandji spirit is alive and well here in Oceanside. So it's unofficial, but in my opinion, Spirit Award is going to Team Australia. And that's kind of a challenge for the rest of the teams as well. You got 2 days left, so show us what you got.
Step it up for sure. And what's been awesome about the tunnel is they started it for their own teammates, but they're nice people, so they've been invited some of the other athletes, and love seeing the tunnel down on the beach. Vera Caresma from Brazil on that ride. So far, it looks like the finals are pretty established with Victoria Figge, Emile Blanchet, Vera, and Emma, who are in this heat. They were sitting in third and fourth already, and nothing's changing that. Nobody else bettered their scores. Meg Severn was the closest one. And so
I was going to say, a couple close calls, though, right?
A couple of close calls for sure. Man, Meg was just nipping and scratching to try to get a score, and
I think she needed a 3.03, and she got herself a 2.7 or a 2.9. But for 14 years old to have that much poise, and to come to the beach and give us a professional style post-it interview, that tells us all we need to know. She's got a huge future in the sport of parasurfing. I can't wait to see what she does next.
And the best part is, Hawaii is the perfect training ground. Warm water, and you can find waves, all over. I don't know. I think she said she went to Punahou, so that's on Oahu. So plenty of waves on offer in Oahu, and she'll go back home and train there. You see Oceanside has the perfect angle to receive southwest swells more. But I think, like the graphic showed, that south-southwest perhaps picks it up better. Than you could see the coast kind of turn as we were looking south in that shot. But Oceanside, just a great spot. It's open to the wind, so that's kind of the one downside in the afternoons. But as you just mentioned, a morning at Oceanside when it's good can be a little bit crowded.
A lot of good surfers around here too.
And thanks to those surfers and the locals for letting us have the break for the week, and the other contests that are here as well. It's great to support the sport of surfing and all of the surfers in it.
Ooh, here we go. Opportunity knocking for M. Another steep drop there. Handles it with ease. So a lumpy, bumpy ride, but M is making it look good. So she's trying to get rid of a 1.83. Almost had that inside connection, but I think she's going to get a lot of credit for that drop on the outside. That was steep and deep. Action-packed wave for M.
There's our Spirit team. Look at that. That's why.
Yeah.
they've been down there close to 8 hours, including warm-ups, and they don't I know they're staying at a hotel that's just a couple of blocks away. They're not going back, sitting in the air conditioning, and then coming back for their heat. All the athletes and supporters are staying down all day, and I just love watching. I can't get enough of watching how it's done with getting the athletes from the water onto their wheelchair, back into a position to paddle out with the least resistance, off the wheelchair, back onto their board, and back out into the lineup. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts happening. We're down to the 22nd mark here, so it'll be our last heat of the day.
Many of the athletes in this division have an amputation or loss of a limb on one side or another, and so these conditions are especially tricky for them, trying to pop up quickly with all of this bump and wind. And there you see
All right, as we see M with the buzzer beater, 417.
Oh.
So M Dieters flips it, going from second to first. Vera drops to second. And Gael, representing Belgium in such a great way, will be in third place for that last heat. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a look at some awesome highlights from today, and then we're going to get a word with M Dieters as she makes her way across the beach. Liv will be waiting for her on the glass. Well, let's take a look at some of the action we've seen already today. And welcome back. So as we wrap up day 4 here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, there it is. There's the Irukandji Tunnel. And they have something to celebrate right there because M just came through with a buzzer beater.
looks like she's crying too.
I mean, who wouldn't get emotional after, a tough heat like that, and then to come through at the end, solidify her spot.
And well done to the production guys. That recap was awesome. That was phenomenal, you guys. I want to watch that over and over. Thank you for putting that together. Some great clips, some great emotion captured. And look at that. Look at all those green jerseys. I would say the most amount of support for any of the teams. All those empty chairs they've been sitting in all day. And they don't sit back under the tent and relax. They're out in front, right there to cheer everyone on. And Team Australia coming through in that last heat.
Yeah, so as we reflect on what we saw today, obviously a bunch of round two heats that were super impactful towards the overall score lines for some of these surfers. We already have more than a few finalists locked in for finals day. tomorrow we're going to go through a few more semifinals to see who we will be seeing on day 7. So tomorrow, Thursday, will be the penultimate day of competition here, and then Friday it's finals all day long. And what was your favorite part of the day today so far? I know there's so much to look back on. It's going to take a minute to unpack, but it just seemed like one of those days that had something for everyone. I'm going to go with the prone division for the women as my highlight division of the day, but what do you got, Anthony?
Well, you know, there are so many little parts of the day that were amazing, and I love watching highlights in sports, and I mean, that was one of the best highlight packages that I've seen. So the best part of the day for me is going to go to that last highlight package that we just saw, day 4. I think it brought together all the different elements of the day, and it got the claim, the kick claim. There was so much action put together by Action Sports Productions. You guys are nailing it. I really appreciate that. So for me, you know, I could watch highlights all day, and that was one that I could watch all day for sure.
All right, so your top contender of the day, Ryan Lay of Action Sports Productions. I'd love to hear that. And you know, the highlights throughout this week have just been stellar. I feel like we could put together a super radical, action-packed movie with all the surfing that we've been seeing through the week, and there will be more to come. The swell is sticking around with us Thursday through Friday, and so we're going to see the medal ceremony at the end of the day on Friday, and of course the closing ceremonies for the ISA events is always a spectacular show. And then after that, watch out Oceanside, because the parasurfing community will be out in the town, and you know they like to have a good time. This is a global tribe come together. They only get to do it a couple times a year, so they make full use of it, don't they?
And we have to tell you about the forecast, because the waves were dropping a little today, but we've set up and getting through so many heats. Tomorrow, a couple of finals, a couple of semifinals in round 2, but that has set us up for a spectacular finals day. We're going to have increasing swell. We've got through so many heats, so we're positioned to put the best heats of the event, the finals day, in the best conditions of the week, and it's going to be fantastic. You're not going to want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. And as we wrap up the day, we got one more posted interview to go. This is going to be a good one. We got Liv and Em.
Sorry. Okay, now we're on. We're down here on the sand, coming to you live from our recent heat winner, representing Team Australia. How did that heat feel? It was a little bit grindy.
Grindy is a really great word for that. It was hard. It was really tough. And, you know, being put off nearly 24 hours, it was something that I just really wanted to get done, and I was so stoked to do it for my team.
Fantastic. Well, Benway just told me that you made it in to the next round. You scored a 4 there, and it brought you into the 3rd position.
Wow. Yeah, I actually thought I was coming 3rd going into this one today, and then I checked like about lunchtime and saw that I was coming 4th. So, yeah, I was just out there really trying to hold on to that 4th, and I'm so glad that I could do one better. Hopefully another better in the next round.
Yeah, so what's now that heat strategy going into the next round?
Heat strategy is probably just consolidate with like one person, get one plan, go out and stick to that plan. There was like a little bit of mixed stuff going on. I got caught in that little eddy for a little bit and was spinning in circles, so really try and avoid that next round. And yeah, I'm just stoked to be in the final again.
On to the finals. What would you like to say to friends and family back at home?
I hope you're all getting behind Team Australia. We really appreciate all the messages and everything that have been coming through. We've still got 2 more days of, you know, hard surfing to get through, and hopefully we can get 7 or more into the finals this year and do one better than last year as well. Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Liv. Congratulations, Em. The Irukandji's looking solid for at least a podium finish. Well, we're going to be tabulating all the numbers. We're going to be getting the overall team standings updated, and of course our individual standings as well. So tune in tomorrow morning here, bright and early from Oceanside, California. The ISA World Parasurfing Championships continues. 2 more days. Finals day on Friday. See you tomorrow.